All right. Welcome, chat. Um, as you see, I'm not Sean. Let's see. All right. So I'm going to try not to boomer this. Hopefully it works. Sean had an emergency court hearing, which sounds not real, but it is. The court called him today and said, hey, we lied. Your hearing on the 18th is today. Can you make it? And he said, no, I have prior obligation. And they said, well, is it court? And he said, I can't lie. No. And they said, great, we'll see you in half an hour. So he was super pissed, but he's on his way there now. He's going to get his trial done and come back. I don't think it's trial. I think it's a hearing. I don't know what it is. But he is going to come back and take over. Hopefully, I don't totally boomer this because I don't know what I'm doing. But hopefully, you guys can see the seal of New Mexico. Hopefully, you can hear everything. I don't know if I think there's no sound right now, so I don't know if you can hear it or not when it comes on. But welcome. For those of you that are new, I am not potentially criminal Sean. He's not here. I'm the better half. Most people call me 2.0, so we'll see what we can do for him, and hopefully we'll get underway soon. I know we have, I don't think it starts till 15 minutes, so what do you guys want to talk about for 15 minutes? Let's see. Mystery Sniper was super early and first. Nice job. Let's see. Otto, Katie. I see a whole bunch of friends. Nico, Ashley. Clyde is secure. He's right here. Come here, buddy. Come on. There we go. Here's the Clyde. You say hi to your friends? We'll say hi. Hmm? Sean snores during streams. I cannot confirm nor deny that accusation. I will just say allegedly. Allegedly. So, let's see. Oh, being a good boy. Did you tell all our friends what you did yesterday? Huh? Did you tell all your friends what you did? You say, I ran out after mommy because I was sad she was leaving and made her run down the whole street and almost died. Hmm? And then daddy saved us because he brought the car over. Huh. You guys want to see Lainey? Let me go get her. Hi, buddy. I'm sorry. You have to get down. Down. Hold, chat. Hold, please. Hi, pretty girl. Come here. It's a good girl. It's a good girl. Here's our Lainey. Here's our Lainey. Huh. Are you super scared? Let's show them your pretty face. Show them your pretty face. So, yes, when dogs run, it is horrible. And Clyde is terrible at recall. He just does not care. Does not care. So, let's see. Hi, good girl. Yeah. Apparently, she stopped howling when I leave. She realizes that I do come back. So that's a big plus. So, Sean's blood cancer diagnosis. I heard that was fake. Let's see. Yeah. His breed isn't well known for being smart. They're just good at being cute and emotionally intelligent. That would be correct. Is Clyde chipped? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He also, in my favor, will stop at every lamppost and every bush. Gives me a chance to get a little closer. So let's see. Dolly, hey Dolly. So for those of you that don't know, Dolly and Hella every night after the show or after the trial, they are doing oh, what's it called, Dolly? Behind the evidence, behind the exhibits on his stream. And because Dolly has invoked FOIA and got all the documents, all the videos in full. So the court may show snippets. Dolly has it all. And last night they had their first one. I did ask Sean, Dolly, I was going to text you and then got sidetracked being Sean here. But I think over lunch and maybe during the breaks, we might show some of Dolly's stream from last night so that you guys can kind of see what's happening and then hopefully tell your friends and join in the future. So, hey, Jung. So, huh. He's a good girl. You want to get down? Are you so scared? Go sit with Clyde. Joop. All right. 10 more minutes. What do you guys want to talk about? Sunshine says, been confirmed, Hannah coming from prison tomorrow to testify. Ooh. Do you think she'll invoke her fifth? I think that she wasn't she trying to get immunity or something? I don't know what happened to that. So yes, so for those of you joining, I am not Sean. He had an emergency court hearing. Luckily, it's the court down the street and not the one an hour away. So hopefully he'll be back soon, sooner rather than later. So yeah, embarrassing stories about Sean. I would like to not sleep on the couch, so I'm gonna refrain from that. Um, all right. Ariel, what incentive does she have to testify now? I have no idea. That's a good question for Sean. Maybe I'll star that one. I think I know how to star these things. All right, whatever. Let's see. Automatically. KLF said that apparently Hannah has another charge pending. I don't know what it is. Our wedding. So we have not picked a date. We had some family getting married in October of this year. It's the first for them. So we were trying to not take away from their experience and everything. So we have not communicated any dates or anything to anybody, and haven't really even talked about it ourselves. We do know where we're getting married. It's just going to be a small ceremony by a covered bridge in the area. It's one that Sean and I had one of our very first dates at. So looking forward to that. We went and saw it the other day because they recently rebuilt it. So Super fun. Are Clyde and Lainey gonna be the ring bearer and flower girl at the wedding? No, probably not. One, I don't trust Clyde in open spaces if I don't have full control over him. And two, Lainey is so scared of life that when she gets on a leash, she freezes. We've tried all kinds of things. She's not food motivated or anything. So if I take her for a walk, she goes in a stroller. So I guess they could go in the stroller, but yeah. Uh, Diane, are you still making jewelry? I have not made jewelry in a while because I have had so many other obligations. I, in the summers, especially, I do theater for one of the local theaters. I stage manage their shows. So I've been super busy with rehearsals and productions, and so I have not made jewelry. If you want to see my website, it is simplystrungtogether.com. I am taking custom requests. If there is a custom request, obviously I will um, stop whatever I'm doing and make time to do that. But I haven't really just made it in a while. It's on the list of priorities to get back to. Let's see. Hmm. See. I guess you should have joined the Law Stream Polycule. Is that Sean Moose Nut? Are you asking if Sean is going to? I don't think he was asked. I think there's some disturbance in the LawTube community, and yeah, so super fun. Does Sean ever talk about his love of trains? Okay, funny story. Sean, says he's not a foamer. But we have like a rapid station that goes from a few of the smaller cities into downtown. He's always like, we should ride this. We should ride that. We should definitely do the rapid. We haven't done it yet, but I'll make sure that he records it for you guys. So Kat Madison, how did Sean and I meet? We met on Match.com. He was persistent, and I said, "You are too young for me," but then he won me over, and so here we are. Let's see. What do I think of Alec's lawyers? I honestly only saw part of yesterday. So I have no idea, but I'm sure any lawyer is better than Hannah's lawyers after some of the things I saw, and certainly some of the evidence that Dolly has been presenting in his shows. He has all of the Hannah texts and some of the texts from Bowles and not the prosecutor, the lead detective, I think maybe. And there's just who knows. Did Sean fix the audio stream problems? I have no idea. We're doing this from my computer because I sat at his desk and I was like, wow, this is a mess. I'm getting hives. So we're doing this at my desk. Hopefully my computer is okay. He did do a stream last night and did not have any problems. So I don't know what the issue is. Honeymoon at Hedonism 2? Nope. 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 Sorry. I'm like so behind, guys. Sorry. The farms will find the bridge and we will all come. It's there's a I think Ashtabula is like one of the towns that has a lot of Ashtabula covered bridges. That's right near here. Geneva has a bunch of bridges. There's a lot of covered bridges in Northeast Ohio. So I don't know. All right. So they should be starting soon. Again, for those of you just joining, I'm not potentially criminal, Sean. And he had an emergency court hearing. They made him come in because he can't lie, and they said he had a prior obligation, and they said, "Is it court?" And he was like, no. And they said, great, we'll see you in 30 minutes. So he's on his way there. Luckily, it's down the street. Yeah, super fun. Diet Coke. Met my girlfriend on Kiwi Farms. I thought you weren't supposed to dox each other on Kiwi Farms. What the heck? I'm so behind, guys. I don't know how he does this. How does he keep up with all your comments? Jeez. Let's see. Well, technically, this is court. Correct. Correct. I would have said that, but Sean's just like too nice sometimes. I don't know. Let's see. Mhm. Kiwi Farms is a dating site now. I wonder what Null would think of that. Do we think Null is hoping to find his betrothed there? I wonder if we should ask him. Yeah. He doesn't always keep up to it. Very true. Does the Ohio judge not know about super chats? I don't know. It would be cool to like go into the um courts and just like stand up for super chats if you think the judge is doing well. That'd be funny. But he already met his woman. Her name is Chantal. Oh, I didn't know Null had a woman. That's cool. Or was that bad? Is that bad? Am I like making fun of Null or something? Oof. Sorry, Null. Uh, all right. Let's see. Bridge of cover, please. What else? Would Sean ever stream one of his trials? No, absolutely not. I've asked him, and no. I think part of it is, he believe it or not, he's probably camera shy about it. And uh, for his clients, he wants to protect them, even though, obviously it is, public knowledge and, whatever. For his own clients, he just wants to make sure that there's, an understanding between them that, he would not do that. Now, if he had a client say that was like, "Dude, I heard you were a blogger. Can we get this on?" Like maybe the toe sucker. I wonder if the toe sucker would have been like, "No, dude, I am super intelligent." Is that what he said, Dolly? I am super intelligent. And I know what I'm saying, and I think I should be on your blog, dude. He might have done that. I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, hard to say. If someone else wanted to stream it, they could. I mean, yeah, as long as the court has an open feed or they get the correct credentials. I mean, I don't know. Is that like touching a cow though? Like, cause I don't know. Is that touching a cow? He's not technically a true cow though, so I don't know. We'd have to ask Null about that, I think. So Ashley lives in Ohio, and so if she ever needs a lawyer, Sean can do it. We can stream. All right, looks like we're about. Oh, Kat, you don't know about Toe Sucker? Toe Sucker's great. If you go back to not the hearsay for days on Hella's site from 2 weeks ago on the 30th, you'll see Sean was on TV for like a second. It was baby Sean. He like had a buzz cut and no beard or anything. Toe Sucker is the Toledo Toe Sucker. It was a whole thing. So yeah. Sean is not a fan of someone streaming trial. Very true. Very true. Let's see. All right. I don't hear sound yet. So I have it on. Who knows? The only courts I've seen with you two streams are Warren County and one other I'm blanking on. Yeah. I'm not sure. Alec's glasses are thick and not, but in a bad way. True. Set the stream to live. Isn't it live? It is live. Please. Parallax, what are you telling me? Isn't it live? Set what to live? Oh. Oh, are we behind? There we go. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Thank you. Will Baldwin fall asleep today? I wonder if he snores in court. Do you think he snores in court? Almost streamed an MLS trial with his permission, but he settled. That would have been cool. Sean is so bad at blogging. I don't feel I'm missing anything. Aw, poor Sean. Let's see. If you haven't done all the YouTube things, do all the YouTube things. Thank you, Katie. And then, as I said, also, obviously, I'm not Sean. I don't know how many people are here, or how many people have heard this over and over. Sean is not here at the moment. He has a court thing. He'll be back, and then we'll take over. So in the meantime, you get me, and hopefully we do okay here. This court needs to install a ceiling fan. Dude, or a ceiling Dion. MLS one day streamed the ceiling fan in his own house because why not? That was fun. Did I see the clip of Hilaria motioning with her finger for Alec to turn around? No. They have like what, like 5 kids? I'm sure she just treats them like one of his kids, I guess. I don't know. So. CG, I am 2.0. I am Sean's fiance. He's not here at the moment. He had an emergency court thing, so he will come over and back as soon as he gets here. He will take over. Also, because I have meetings this afternoon, so that would be bad. Yeah. I don't know how to pin. How do I pin? I don't know. Have you seen the angry voicemail he left his daughter, calling her a little pig for not taking his calls? Oof, rough. 7 kids, Hilaria. I was trying to remember the story because, like, didn't she say she was Spanish or something, and she used to speak with like a Spanish accent, but really it was just like she liked being in Spain for like a week or something. I don't know. I totally made that up, but there was a whole thing. Let's see. Moose not that mean. Okay, Parallax, you have to fix that, including his ruble. The ruble thing drives me. It's Rumble. Yeah, her birth certificate says Hillary. So. Oh, somebody asked how the cats work. Cats are good. Chewy's sleeping right here. That's where she stays all day. I say, let's go to work, everybody. And she comes in here, and Clyde goes over there, and Lainey hides in the bedroom, in the living room or the bedroom, and then she comes in to visit all the time. Dolly, she pretended she didn't know the word manslaughter. Well, that's dumb. Even Alec told her her fake accent and was really from Boston. Cats and dogs get along just fine. They do. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see. The kids were all rumored to have been surrogates in order for her to keep her figure for her yoga career. Interesting. I wonder if they're really his though, or if they are like just her egg and not his sperm or if it's both. It's a great question. How do my parents feel about Sean? My mom's only met Sean a couple of times. We're just not that close. My father's passed away. I'm pretty sure his parents like me though, so I have that going for me. My sisters um, really like Sean. So let's see. Cats eat mice. Cats also like to bring rabbits in the house and let them go and then try to chase them, and then Clyde tries to chase them, and it's a whole thing. Chewy also likes to bring birds in the house and let them go, always at 6 in the morning. So we have to like jump up and try and get the poor cat. So mm. At least one was a surrogate because she has two children who are less than 9 months apart. Oof, oof. I wonder how many nannies they have. Like, I know some people with bigger families, they have more than one nanny because 1 to 9, that's a lot. Or how many kids did she save? 1 to 7? A lot of kids. Mm, yeah. All these people have dead dads. Sorry for your dead dad. They're just waking us up so Sean isn't late and gay. Yeah. Aw, one of your cats caught a bat. I love bats. I want a baby bat. Those are not gifts, they're warning. Do my sisters watch the stream? My one sister does. My other sister, I think, could literally care less. She's also really busy, so yeah. Make sure to tell Sean there's another Delphi motion when he gets back. I'm gonna have to write that down because I'm not gonna remember that. Delphi motion. A dead weasel. We don't have weasels around here. You know what else? So we live in a newer neighborhood. We have no squirrels, and it's very sad because I do like squirrels, but we don't have any here. You do not want a bat. They have many pathogens. I know. I work in uh, a barn, a theater that's a barn. It's like an actual barn. They've turned into a theater, and on the really hot summer nights in August, they will come flying in the barn. Sometimes they get in the way of the lights, and then it causes all kinds of havocs. But not enough trees for squirrels. Interestingly enough, though, we live right next to a golf course, and there's like and then there's like areas where there's like wooded areas, but we have none in our neighborhood. Like they don't come in our neighborhood. We do have a couple skunks though. Um, so yeah. Debbie, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for taking over for Sean this morning. We appreciate you. My cat also likes to bring in the bunnies. Yeah, very sad. We have a lot of bunnies. Unfortunately, I think I help my cats be predators because I planted a bunch of clover for our yard because grass in Ohio is terrible. So I planted clover. So we get a lot of bunnies. And then I also like to feed the birds. So I'm really just perpetuating the situation. Yeah. What sort of theater things do I do? I'm a stage manager. I was on stage once. I had a lead and decided that was the worst thing in the world. I would never want to do that again. And so I focus on technical theater. I stage manage, but I also, the college I went to was a private college. The theater department was not that big. So I learned lights, sound, set design. I can do a little bit of everything. So. Need to bait the squirrels. I have 4 bird feeders and they just don't come. Neither do the deer, but that's okay. I'm okay without deers coming. I like the deer, but they probably get hit by a car around here. So. Your husband has been trapping groundhogs, but you refuse to stop feeding the birds. Smart. Cats would kill you if they could. Probably. Probably. Let's see. Put apple corn out, that'll bring the deer. Deer are tasty critters. They are. You have to know how to do it right. You have to do low and slow. Um, and if you do chili, if you mix sausage in with it, it's really, really good. So, theater is gay. Yeah, probably. I just do it as a hobby because it's fun. Why not? Deer are annoying. Deer poop is annoying. I Deer poop was a whole thing. Squirrel bring fleas. Clyde would not like that. Very true. How good is Skyline chili? Ugh, gross. I mean, if you make it yourself, then it's decent, but like Skyline Chili, the restaurant, ugh, is feed paused. I hope not. Let's see. Nope, we're still alive. So, um, thanks for scaring me, Dolly. Just kidding. Dolly, for those of you who have not heard me say this, Dolly is and Hella are doing behind the exhibits every day after the trial. Dolly invoked FOIA and has all of the videos, pictures, everything. So while you see little bits of um, uh, pieces of video clips or whatever in the trial as part of evidence, Dolly has the whole thing. So you can watch the entire piece of it and get, a little more context. Yesterday they did Halyna and what's his face? I don't remember the guy's name. Uh the scene with them actually on the ground and then Halyna into the helicopter. And this guy was like, can anybody go in the helicopter? Like, dude, he just wanted to ride. He just wanted to be like, hey, I want to be in the helicopter too. Um, and Joel, probably. I don't know. And so, and then honestly, Dolly, that's as far as I got. I was watching that, and then Sean made me do this. So I don't know. Um, am I from the Cleveland area? Yes, I was born and raised in the Lake County area, Ohio. We saw the footage of Hutchins and Souza. This is who we are. Did you only see what was the in the trial yesterday? Because I think there were pieces they cut out uh, that were somewhat traumatizing, but yeah. Even in Dayton, Skyline is nasty, but in the Cincinnati metro, it's okay. If you want real nasty Cincy chili, come to Virginia. Eh, okay. Let's see. Family has You have family in Brunswick. That's cool, Katie. Of all the places, why stay in Ohio? Okay, so I can work from wherever, and I was like, hey, let's do that. But Sean can only practice in Ohio. There are some other states that have reciprocity for his degree without him having to get a degree. His law license. Don't tell him I just said that. His law license. So I think there are other states that he can legally just go there and do it. But none of them are fun states. So I don't know. Maybe one day. Sean needs to stop practicing and just law tube full time. The problem with that, though, Katie, is that the people who do that sometimes run into trouble. But also, Sean really enjoys it. He really likes going to, you know, being in the courtroom. He doesn't always get to be in the courtroom because a lot of things uh, tend to plead out or whatever. But even that back and forth with the prosecutors and um, I guess it's asserting dominance. That kind of makes sense. Yeah. Okay. He must be a dominant person. So yeah, there you go. Sean should go up against Barnes in a trial. I don't know about that. Let's see. Sean also has snazzy braces. What? Snazzy braces? What are you talking about? Yelling you're unemployed? Hmm. We can get you a job. What kind of job do you want? What's a habit that annoys me the most? Oh my god, there's so many. He's a very messy person. He he just I don't understand. I mean, we're doing this at my desk because he told me how to do it at his desk, but his desk, I couldn't sit there. There's just stuff. My desk is a little messy at the moment because I'm in the middle of a couple of projects, but it's just oh, suspenders equal braces. Ricada messy. Oh, I've seen pictures. No, not that bad. Probably because I keep on top of it and make him clean every once in a while. Also, we have a cleaning person that comes in and I do not make her clean up our messes. So Sean is still required to clean up his area. Also, I think he would probably be embarrassed because he does, you know, he has some sense of decorum, but in the middle of when she comes, it gets out of control. So push Sean to get his dual monitor set up. He has his dual monitor set up. He runs it. So I have 3 monitors. He runs it similar. Um, his big monitor is a TV, and he does like split that in half. And now he has another monitor that he's been using. I don't know if he's using it the way he should. I don't know. I don't know how that works. Hmm. Young, you want to break from being a health professional. It's fair. And you want but you want a remote job. Hmm. I'm sure we can get, I'm sure people here have something. Everybody find Young a job. Ooh, are we here? We're here. How's the bathroom tile? It's good. He still hasn't sealed it because he's been fixing a few things. Um, but he still needs to seal it. Do you know how he got pictures of Nick's house? I do not. And I guilted him into letting me see them because I was like, dude, you're not supposed to have secrets from me. And he was like, damn it. So he showed them to me, but I was sworn uh to secrecy. So I can confirm that I've seen them, but I cannot say really what they are, just that it was interesting. They're talking. Nick posted them. What? Nick Ricada himself posted his pictures? Or are you talking about something else, Dolly? I don't think he posted these. This was not of his desk area. I've seen pictures of the desk area. That's not what I saw. Hey, Chili's Philly. $50 might change my mind. No. like a box from some NES accessory in the room. Actually, he was on, what was he on last night? And they were talking about Legos, and he was talking about having like an NES Lego thing to put together. I wonder if that's what that was, because I did notice that too. Not those pictures. Yeah. Yeah, behind his desk. Drexel posted the desk pictures. Yeah. Everything you say will be used against Sean, you know. Yep. Trying to be careful there. Is the giraffe lady back there? I don't know. I heard you guys talking about someone really tall yesterday, but I did not see who you were actually talking about. Baldwins all have smackable faces. Sean said interesting yesterday. Now I don't know if I'm going to get this right, but he was saying that, or somebody was saying that Alec, when he was talking, sounded just like his, is it his 30 Rock character? And then they realized, like, oh, that was probably just him. Like, it was not a character. That was actually him. Sean actually said when talking about who gave them to him, I was just fishing to see if you know the woman's name. No, I didn't ask who because I didn't really care, but I did see them. Let's see. I saw a giraffe. I saw a video of 2 giraffes fighting that long ago. Bushmaster, who are you passing on? The tall lady? All right, so is the tall lady there? What's she wearing? They all look about the same to me. I still think Alec is a good actor. Is it wrong to pick up women at the courthouse? Probably not. I mean, you might. It depends on, like, if it's, the defendant or something, you get to see the red flags right away, right? Like, there you go. I don't see her yet on here. So I think what's her face here? Like, she's got FOMO. She's gonna bully this lady and take over whenever she can. According to my expert legal mind, what are they talking about? I don't know. Sometimes I can read lips. I definitely need captions on in order to hear things sometimes, so I don't know. They're probably trying to suppress something. By tomorrow, Morrissey will wait, now I lost it. Morrissey will absolutely lose her shit on Spiro. Probably. Is the 90s hairstyle coming back? I don't know, maybe. Judge and prosecutor wearing 93 on their heads right now. So I got my hair cut. I got 12 inches cut off over the weekend. And I was like, I don't want the Jennifer Aniston. That was 90s, right? Or was that 2000s? Anyways, like, I don't want that. I just want shorter. Yellow tie, yellow suit. Yes, we're on my computer. What was the question, Lois? Did Sean fix his computer? Yeah, I don't know if he did or not. He says he says it seems fine. Let's see. I'm more fun than Sean. He only wants to talk about law. That's because I don't know much about law. Just what Sean says. I just repeat things I hear. Doesn't mean they're right. No. If Sean was prosecution on this case, he would be just as pissed as Carrie. Sean was a prosecutor, I think twice. And he said he hated every minute of it. I don't know. I need my own channel. I don't know if that's any good. I will be joining Hella and Dolly for Hearsay for Days this weekend, as will Sean. We'll be talking about Alec Baldwin stuff. Hella and Dolly keep trying to convince me to come on more. I don't maybe. I don't know. Maybe it'll be like depending on viewership or something. Someone might have to beg me. 2.0 knows more about law than Nick. I doubt that. I think he still knows things. I mean, I think it's similar to like Kurt, right? So and Sean and there's a bunch of them where they know about their sector of the law. They can speak on other things, but they'll all profess, well, most of them will profess that they're, not an expert in it. So Sean's cute when he's angry Lois Thomas. I do not know who that is, sorry, but it drives me nuts when he's like, chat, I got it, chat. I get mad at him and I yell and tell him to stop doing that. Nobody cares. Is Sean number one in his sector from the top on down? I think it depends on who you're asking. Didn't Andrew do like a grading of everybody? I think it may have just been on one thing, but I wonder how realistic it was to overall. We should compare that someday. 3-month internship as a prosecutor's office, and I was hiding in the civil division. Why does Baldwin have a trigger lock on his face? Court has sound except here. Really? Uh-oh, am I boomerang this? Is this bad? Mm. Is there sound, guys? Am I like just not? No, I don't have sound on my phone with this channel AP. Dude, chat. Fox has it live with sound. Oh. Should I try a different stream? A different thing? Uh-oh. They're still arguing in mute. Live now. Ooh, he seems like he's talking. What's he talking about? Did they just forget to unmute? I need to restart my StreamYard camera. That's what Sean would do. But I don't think that's it, because like I have it on my phone like not our thing, but the AP thing, and I don't have sound. Dude, don't fuck with me. Louis was offered $50 to show proof he had cancer, and he spurred out hard with. I heard that that was like a whole thing yet last night. Like that was Drama City. Okay. Nope, I don't want that. 5 other streams don't have sound. Good. If there was sound in, we would not be missing anything. Cool. Alex shot the sound guy. Touche. It's official. Hannah's testifying tomorrow. Someone else said that. Do I have plants in the house? And if so, what kind? I love planting things. We don't have any in the house, but I do like gardening in the backyard. We have lots of hydrangeas. We usually do a bunch of vegetables, but this year we did not. How do I feel being constantly compared as number 2? He doesn't really compare. I don't know. I mean, 2.0, it's kind of like the new improved, so I'm kind of cool with it. Whatever. Order shows her released on 7/3 to local jail, so she should be next week. Hmm. The ASL lady is going nuts with her signing in a Zoom call. Dude, have you seen the ASL people like when they're at concerts and things and they like have to say derogatory things? It's pretty funny. Yeah, see, 2.0 is a higher number, so it must be better. I mean, it's closer to 10, right? So like 1 out of 10. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, 2.0 is very catchy, right? Are you concerned you'll turn into Mrs. Ricada if Sean gets big in the law tube space? I mean, I hope not. One of the things I do try is to stay out of his space, yet here I am. But I think we're definitely not going to do marriage counseling or wasn't that what they were trying to do? Like or worship things or other fun things to believe in. We're not going down that path. We'll just kind of stay with this. Maybe like some craft streams, but that's harmless, right? 3.0 is April. I saw some documents leaked about her yesterday, was it? Hmm. Ohio April. She's a lot better looking than me, though. Uppers would not be good for Sean's heart. True story. Is Sean taking Boogie's life advice? What's his life advice? I don't know. No two others as humans in your bed. No. Like Clyde's allowed in the bed and even he is like a bed hog. And the cats will come, but did you not see her mugshot? She looked awful. Well, true, they all did. But even in the last couple of weeks, like Nick's been looking better. Nobody should take advice from Boogie. True story. Jury is finally arriving. Very true, Robert. Sean and Boogie are complete opposites because Sean isn't dumb. Sean's like super smart, and the random things he knows is just, I don't, it blows my mind. He's like probably the smartest person that I know. I hear noise on Law and Crime. I don't hear it on AP yet. One for me, one for my hooker. Yeah, that was rough. Sean does talk like Francis sometimes. I don't know who Francis is. You hear sound on AP? I don't. Oh yeah, I do. So why do we not have sound here? Oh, I hear it. It's so quiet.
Downstairs in the jury assembly room. So one more cup, one more water.
Getting better.
Let's
You
just
guys
set some
hear it?
timers on picking up after ourselves, okay? All right. Sorry, I had to bring that up right now.
Uh-oh, Lainey's
Yes,
panic.
still under oath. Is that okay, or do you want me to?
You guys hear it? It's so quiet.
Yes.
I don't know how to boost. I have it all the way up, right? New like this booster. New layout, edit layout. Should I try a different thing? Is long crime louder? Should I try long crime? Oh, Parallax. Parallax came to save the day. Parallax, do you know what you're doing? I don't. Turn my volume up. My volume's going to my headset, though. Long crime. Okay. Let me try that. Well, I do hear more, but it's there. Wait, how am I supposed to present? Present. Share screen. Share screen. This. Share sound. Share. Make that big. We're live. That's big. Others who use NetFeed are having the same problems. Okay. But are they quiet? Like, are they muted at the moment? Okay. Yeah, they're muted at the moment, though, right? Okay. Does Sean really drive a Subaru Outback? No, he has the car. He has the car. I have the SUV. He does not drive a Kia still. Okay, can you guys hear it now? Is that better?
Yeah, that's okay with the court.
Legacy. Yes, he's got the Legacy. None of them. Can you guys hear this? This is super loud for me.
Good morning again. Good morning. So we saw a lot of pictures yesterday and heard about some search warrants that were conducted that you were present for. And I'd like to sort of divide
Can you guys hear?
what we
Sound is
do this
good?
morning
Awesome.
into sort
Thank
of
you.
two categories, the firearm and the
so
ammunition.
loud.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. As to the firearm, I think where you left off yesterday is ultimately that firearm was destroyed in the test pit. Fair?
Not destroyed, but broken.
Yeah, the word broken, that I think I heard you use yesterday. It's fair to say that the firearm can't be put back in the original condition that it was in at the time of the incident. Is that fair?
I believe it could be put back together with replaced parts. But as far as, in my terms, destroyed meaning no longer in existence, it is not the case.
Right. No, of course. The gun and its broken parts still exist, right?
Yes.
But as being part of the investigation and entrusted with the evidence in this case, the gun will never be in exactly the same condition that it was in on October 21st. Fair?
Yes.
Then I want to talk to you now about the ammunition piece of this. And the investigation into the source of the lethal bullet in this case led you to executing a search warrant at Seth Kenny's prop house, right?
Yes.
And you knew that he had provided star line brass silver ammunition to the set, correct?
Yes.
What you were investigating at that time was whether it was Starline brass, silver, and only dummies, or if it was Starline brass, silver, and he also had live ammunition at his prop house, correct?
Yes.
And you did know that Seth Kenny kept live ammunition at his prop house, correct?
I believe at that time we were looking for live ammunition, yes.
Right, but you were aware of whether you found the exact correct live ammunition that matched perfectly the live ammunition on the movie set. You did ultimately recover some live ammunition, and you had probable cause to get a search warrant, right?
Yes.
And did that concern you that at a prop house that's sending out ammunition for movie sets, that there was both live ammunition and dummy rounds?
Yes.
So I want to take a step back for a second. When you go out to collect evidence on a day like October 21st, 2021, you bring with you your Nikon camera, right?
Yes.
You have gloves with you, right?
Yes.
And in a perfect world, you're trying to get to the evidence and the state of the evidence as quickly as possible. Fair?
Yes.
And so you did respond to this scene, and the first item that you collected that ended up broken was the prop gun, right?
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew that someone had touched it without gloves on, right?
Yes.
You knew that when somebody collected it, they didn't take a photo, right?
Yes.
But you did take that into evidence, and that was sort of the first item in this case that you were collecting and entrusted to keep vouchered and maintained for the course of this investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it was a critical piece of evidence. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so as you continue after that moment into the scene, you're looking for additional evidence. Fair?
Yes.
And physical evidence is critical evidence in an investigation, right?
Yes.
Because, witnesses and their memories can change. Witnesses can say one thing one day and another day, but physical evidence pretty much stays the same, right?
I'm just objecting to a compound question.
Physical evidence stays the same, right?
Yes.
And you logged all the evidence you collected in this case?
Yes.
And all the evidence collected by law enforcement in this case was ultimately logged by you?
Yes.
And by logging it, you also make it available for the defense so that we have visibility into what in fact you collected.
Yes.
And one way you figure out as you're going through a scene what evidence is relevant is you can talk to your fellow officers, right?
Yes.
You can talk to witnesses, right?
I do not. As part of I'm not an investigator, I'm a technician. So my concern is with the physical evidence. I don't do any of the interviews.
No, I know you don't do formal interviews, but in this case, you did talk to Seth Kenny, right? You're not forbidden to speak to somebody who's at a scene.
No, I do believe we had some casual conversations, yes.
Well, but there are times where a witness could say in your presence, hey, that glove is very important. And they would say it to you in Corporal Hancock, and you would
I
know.
object to the hypothetical.
Overruled.
As I was saying, you went to Corporal Hancock could be at a scene, and somebody could say, hey, that glove was used, and you as a technician would say, okay, that witness is pointing out that glove, that could be important. I'm going to note that, and once I confer with Corporal Hancock, potentially take that into custody, to take an inventory.
Yes,
Okay.
that's something that could happen, yes.
And the other thing that you do is, and you talked about this a little bit on your direct, which is you can learn information and decide what to forensically test. Fair?
Yes,
So in this case, for example, Mr. Baldwin's clothes had red on them, and you tested it for blood, right?
yes,
And it turned out it was movie set blood, right?
yes,
Meaning it wasn't actually blood.
correct.
Right. So as you continue through the scene, you get to the prop cart, and you find the shell casing. And I thought this was on just a moment ago.
All right, Joe, come on, we need to fix something.
You're doing what to the document?
Yeah, it's the fastest way.
The IT guys have entered the room. Is that his right hand? Does he have a ring on his left hand, or is he wearing it on his right? Or is this mirrored?
Just in the way.
Is yellow Baldwin, Karen Reed pink?
It was up there. It was up there that you had a problem.
Or is it just today? Like on Thursdays we wear yellow.
And I'm putting State's Exhibit 29.
I'm just a minute, Mr. Spiro, I'm wondering if,
Oh.
you're trying to figure this out right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you both. And I'm showing you Exhibit 29, and I'll, in a moment I'll show you Exhibit 28. And this is the shell casing that you recovered in this case that housed the lethal projectile, correct?
Yes,
And so, and in fact, you were able to then recover the actual bullet piece of the ammunition because you learned from Mr. Baldwin that it was at the hospital with Mr. Souza, right?
yes,
And so you were then able to go to the hospital, and we heard from that officer, and collect the other piece of the ammunition, correct?
yes,
And that's an example, right, of learning something from a witness and making a decision based on it, right?
yes,
Okay. And as to the prop gun, because you learned from Mr. Baldwin that he just manipulated the hammer, you didn't test the trigger of the firearm, correct?
I'm sorry, you're asking if I myself tested the,
Trigger, yeah.
I'm not qualified to do that, so it was not completed by myself.
Well, fair to say that because you learned that from Mr. Baldwin, it impacted the way that you evaluated the evidence in this
I
case.
object to the form of question. Can we approach?
So is she taking over first chair as prosecutor? Do we know? I feel like she thinks she is.
You spoke to Mr. Baldwin at the scene, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And he informed you that he just manipulated the hammer and that impacted your future testing, correct?
I don't recall what he exactly stated on the scene.
Okay. Well, let me just approach you for a moment.
Counsel, I'll need a copy.
Sure. We'll provide you a copy.
Before you approach the witness.
We're also going to need, while they're looking for that, why don't we approach?
You have to approach about everything. Sean was called in to be detained. No, but he did just send me a chat and said, "This is fucking gay. Why can't it be fucking easy?" And I said, "It's cool. I have it under control because people love me." You guys can confirm or deny later, but make him feel better.
Page and line, please.
Yep.
Page and line, counsel.
Yep. Page 3, lines 9 through 11. And I'm showing the witness. Does this, and as you can see from up here, this is a lapel camera from 1021, a lapel recording from. And do you see this answer here?
Yes, I see it.
And so, does that refresh your recollection that Mr. Baldwin told you that he cocked the gun?
I don't recall that conversation.
Okay. But you don't dispute that it happened?
No, I don't dispute it. I just don't recall it.
So did but when you made the request,
Objection, let's approach.
Can the guy get like 2 questions out? Jeez. Whiskey 77, thanks for the super chat. Wow, big improvement. We should have replaced Sean long ago. Lapel camera, don't normal people call them body cams? Yeah. Maybe that was our problem. We should have asked for lapel cameras. Maybe a certain city would have gotten them to us sooner if we called them lapel cameras. Mhm. The New York City lawyer is trying to make salsa in New Mexico. Dolly, are you working or are you free? I don't know how to send you a link, but I can maybe figure it out. New York liar. 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 Dolly works, are you sure? Yeah, he's a hard worker. Why is everyone wearing earpieces? I wonder if, like, those earpieces have hold music every time Carrie asks for a sidebar. Then, I mean, because probably, maybe it's better than that. I don't know. Dolly works as a cat. Aw. I was thinking Dolly, not Dolly. Do I say it wrong? Dolly, Dolly. Uh, Carrie is a narcissist and a Subaru driver. I don't know. I feel like she would have a big fancy car. Witness lady, she probably drives a Subaru.
Just to go back to the spent shell casing for a moment, was the spent shell casing collected from inside of the church or on the cart?
On the cart.
And another question is, do you know if Mr. Baldwin's fingerprints or DNA were on the trigger of the firearm?
I do not know those results off the top of my head.
Okay. Is there a better witness that may come in to tell the jury that?
Yes.
Okay. And, you were interacting, as we were left off, with Mr. Baldwin at the scene and spoke to him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after speaking to him, did you, in fact, test the hammer of the, did you, in fact, request to test the hammer of the firearm for prints and DNA?
Same objection. That doesn't lay the foundation. It has to go to why she did what she did.
It's the first question, and then I'll ask why she did or didn't.
Overruled.
Did you, after speaking to Mr. Baldwin, did you then test the hammer of the gun for DNA or fingerprints, or request that it be done?
The request that was made was after a conversation with the lab, which essentially was asking them what assistance they could provide. I believe the request was made for latents and DNA. I don't recall the specifics of what on the item they were going to specifically test. I don't know their requirements or standards when they receive a firearm. Most labs would do the testing on the entirety of the gun, but they might break it down further and do just the trigger, just the hammer, just the rough areas. I'm not certain. That's a question for their lab.
Right, but I'm just asking you, Investigator Papa, when you made the request, did you specify, given what we've learned now, we really want you to check the hammer specifically? Did you make that request?
I don't recall specifically requesting that.
And when you got to the prop cart, you could not tell from looking at it whether or not anybody had altered or moved any of the evidence, correct?
Correct.
And if somebody did, that would be a pretty serious problem in a case like this, wouldn't it?
It would be a problem in any case, yes.
Did you ever interview or review any interviews of Sarah Zachary?
No.
But one thing that you did know at this time for certain is that you were looking for Starline brass, silver 45 ammunition, correct?
At that time, no, we did not know that that's what we were looking for.
When did you learn that?
That was learned later on once realizing that all of our suspected live rounds were Starline brass with a silver primer.
So all of the live rounds at the movie set were Starline brass, nickel primer, live, right?
Yes.
And this idea came up early in the investigation that what if somebody sabotaged the set and put those live rounds there? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that was quickly dismissed in this case as not something that law enforcement thought to be realistic. Fair?
Yes.
But you also needed to investigate whether somebody from outside of the Rust set was responsible for injecting these live ammunition into the Rust set. Fair?
Yes.
And so you continue to investigate that as this case proceeds and you executed search warrants, correct?
Not myself personally investigating it, but I believe that was something that was being investigated.
So, we looked at, and I'm just going to show you Defense A1. And what's this a picture of?
These were some of the rounds that were located loose on top of the cart.
And these live rounds being loose on top of the cart, I mean, you don't know whether those live rounds were there at the time of the incident, right?
Correct.
And again, these were all Starline brass, nickel primer, live, correct?
Yes.
And you were also not certain at times when you would collect rounds, whether or not they were live or dummies.
Correct.
Some rounds you submitted to the FBI to process to figure that out.
Yes.
And if we could look at State's Exhibit 27, can you tell me what that is?
This is a photograph of the silver primers on the 2 rounds that were later discovered to be live that were on the top of the cart.
And so in this box you then collect, which is Defense A2, right? What was your understanding of this box?
My understanding was this was the box handed to Lieutenant Benavidez that was being pulled from at the time to load the firearm. I was then placed in his unit and later collected by myself.
And when you looked inside of that box, State's Exhibit 17, what did you find?
These were the rounds inside of the box.
And can you tell the jury the significance of that round?
Yes, this round with the silver primer was a live round.
But you don't know whether somebody was rifling through this box and just missed one, do you?
No.
And you also showed the jury that these Starline brass nickel live rounds were found in other places on the set, right? This is State's Exhibit 16.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a close-up of one of the gun holsters that has a live round in it.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 15.
This is a close-up of the gun holster that was belonging to Mr. Baldwin that has a live round in it.
And was then 15, this is 15. Was 16 the one that was the other actor, Jason Eccles?
Yes.
Okay. And so Mr. Eccles, another actor on the set, turns out that he, as he acted, as he performed, had a live bullet in his bandolier, correct?
Yes.
And you have no reason to think Mr. Eccles had any idea that was there, right?
Correct.
Your working theory, as you evaluated the ammunition and looked at the similarity between the Starline nickel live and the Starline nickel dummies is that they could have been easily commingled. Fair?
Yes.
In other words, somebody could have mistaken one for the other, right?
Yes.
And so when you conduct then a search warrant on the church, you find additional evidence, right?
Yes.
And you talked about search warrants in your direct examination, but I just want to orient the jury a little bit to what that is. A search warrant is where you go to a court and you swear out a warrant, and the warrant tells you what you can search for inside of a dwelling or a location, right?
Yes.
And you tell the court what information you have and what you'd like to look for. Fair enough?
Yes.
And unlike somebody sort of, walking into the precinct and voluntarily giving you evidence, one of the things about a search warrant is you don't have to tell the person you're coming before you go, right?
Yes.
So as you're going into execute the search warrant on the church, and the warrants in this case, you did discuss that with Corporal Hancock, correct?
Yes, I believe we had some brief conversations about the search warrants.
And the warrant for the church, it didn't indicate that there was any specific crime you were looking for. Is that fair?
I don't recall.
And so when you went inside of the church, you were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
And you remember, as you ended your direct examination yesterday, Ms. Morrissey, the prosecutor, said, you keep all of this evidence so that if anyone who wants to bring any evidence, you have it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things you found in the church was the shot list for the dead, right?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall collecting paperwork inside the church?
Yes.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I've already indicated to Mr. Spiro that I object to some of these, so we can approach now. I wish we had dealt with it previously.
no, I think I can just lay it and introduce it.
Well, she said she objected.
Darcy, thank you for the super chat. Thank you 2.0 for streaming for us. I put these up there, but I don't know how to do that. It says show us, but I don't know. But they're starred. Sean will do them later too. But thank you so much. That's very sweet. Clyde likes to sleep like a baby like this. He's such a good boy. If you notice when I hold him, he's not always looking at the door. Because usually when he's looking at the door, he's looking for me. Because he knows I'm out in the living room and he wants to come sit with me. I feel bad for Sean because Sean wants to love him. We got Clyde, and Sean wanted so bad for Clyde to be his dog, and because the other animals were my animals, even though there are animals, but he wanted Clyde so bad to love him more than me, and he loves them, but if he had his choice, he'd hang out with me over Sean, his poor baby. Come on, buddy. Oh, good boy. Yeah, whiteboard blocking Alec from the jury. I mean, you got to give it to the lawyer. That's kind of brilliant. That's smart because he clearly paid attention to what the media was saying and feedback and was like, yeah, no, we got to take care of this because Mr. over here is, oh, he's got 3 rings on. Jesus. 2 of them look silver. 1 of them looked like a color. What does the red one mean? Doesn't the red, is that what it was? Red? We have to look it up because I think all the different colors mean different things, right? Sky is a neighborhood for $1.99, right? That's found. This is potentially Clyde and 2.0's channel now. I don't know about that, but we're happy to visit here. Thank you so much for that super chat. Red means guilty. Touche. Poor old man having a midlife. He probably met Rick Hayden in Jamaica. Dude, did you guys see Hurricane Beryl like destroyed Jamaica? And Sandals, like everybody was on TikTok showing like, the job they did about, making sure the guests were comfortable and communicating and all that stuff. But I couldn't find anything about hedonism. They kept quiet over there. Maybe they are destroyed. I don't know. The King Sterling. Yes, that's what that was. The King Sterling. Thank you for that. Darcy, yours gets to stay up there for a long time. Thank you. Red string bracelet is a Jewish thing. McDonough started the trend. He had one on Monday. Oh. It's a Jewish thing? What's it mean? Sean can be content that his dog doesn't hate him. Yeah, he doesn't hate him. Sean's coping from court. He said, I did confirm it was the 18th and they screwed up, not me. He said, oh, so you are the best. Because he's sweet like that. That's one thing I appreciate about Sean is that he's very, very good. No, we are not going there on a honeymoon. He's very good about, oh, thank you. Compliments and making sure that, he's very in tune to being considerate. Huh, puppy. He says, I love you all the time. Yeah, Robert, if you have TikTok, go look up Beryl and Hurricane Beryl Sands, Jamaica. Like, good job on them. Oh yeah, for those of you who may have joined, I'm not Sean. He had court unexpectedly and was so upset that he was going to have to cancel the show. I didn't have any meetings most of the day, so I said, I'll help you out, dude. And he was like, cool, cool. Is Clyde looking into the camera? Yes. He's a good boy. Why? Ooh. Ooh. 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. Donald's angry. You live in Houston and most of the city is back on power. That's good. Does Sean feed Clyde? My dog goes for the one who feeds him the most. So they're free fed. Well, I put out like a cup a day on their mat. Lainey's afraid of all bowls. Oh my gosh, that was such a big yawn. Lainey is afraid of bowls and plates, so they just have a silicone mat that they eat off of, and they share. So both of us will just throw down food in the mornings. Whoever passes it first and sees it. D for $2. I thought Sean got stuck in the Boldo dungeon. No, he did not. This is a Boldo-free house. Sean should walk Clyde daily for his exercise. He has started taking him down.
Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
Are they taking a break already? Jeez. Oh. Now he's all smiley. Young. No, it's just a flat silicone mat. almost like what you would put their water bowl or food bowl on. It's just that piece. Ooh, Sean's not missing much. Oh, puppy. Daddy not missing much. Hi, Mimi baby.
Hey there, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in to watch our coverage of the Alec Baldwin trial. Look, it's cases like this one that show you not only how scary the world can be, but also how unpredictable it can be.
This guy?
And truly, one of the scariest things that
I'll mute.
Unsubscribe and, abandon the channel.
Oh, hey, it's Runkle. My bad. Sorry,
confusing
Runkle.
experience. But
Okay, went down, buddy. All right, I muted that guy. Mhm. This long crime guy made Nick Arcade a video, so I can't even. I'll unsubscribe and abandon Runkle's channel over this case easy. Wait, why? I like Runkle. Runkle told us to do it? What? Clyde doesn't like. We like Runkle. Oh, jeez. Is this a bathroom break? Hmm. Didn't the guy that was on, didn't he just used to do this on his own before and then he got hired? By Law and Crime. Do we use firearm props in the barn theater? So, interestingly enough, we do. We use real guns sometimes, depending on the show and the director and everyone's comfortability. And we have rules that only certain people can touch the guns. Anytime, like if the stage manager or prop master loads the gun, the actor must check it before they bring it on stage. Anytime they pick up the gun, they need to check it. So if it's in between scenes, it gets put on the prop table and they come and pick it up, they need to look at it again before they bring it on stage, just to make sure that like the correct ammo is in there and whatnot. So I find it interesting about this whole Alec Baldwin and, the arguments that I've heard of like, well, he doesn't know what these things look like. And, why should he check it if someone gave it to him and said it was clear? I don't care. With guns, you don't mess around. If I give you a gun, and even if I say it's a cold gun, you need to confirm that it's a cold gun. So, yeah. Sean did 3D print a gun for the show I'm currently doing as a rehearsal prop. I don't know what we're using for production yet. We actually have a production meeting this evening where we'll be talking about it. What play am I currently working on? We are doing Clue on stage, and the show is pretty much the same as the movie. There's only like a tiny bit of change, but it really is just the movie word for word. So. How does it end? What, Dolly, the show? Is Clyde a good sprinter for $4.99? Thank you, KJ. Yes, and he pretends he cannot hear you at all when you call him, and he just runs. David, hello, David. I hate this deal too. We were talking about the fan earlier, and I was telling everybody how you streamed your fan for a while just to compete with the Boston courts. Am I the only stage manager? Yeah, so usually the show has one stage manager. Sometimes we have like a co-stage manager. But the stage manager is in charge of everything from, I mean, there are people who bring the props and then design the sound, design the lights, but I'm the one that, like, especially during a show, tell people like when to change things, make sure all the props are set up before the show, at intermission, coordinates all of the set piece changes and moves and all that fun stuff. Doesn't Clue have multiple endings? Yes, it's very much a, I accuse Mrs. White. I don't remember. That's how terrible I am in the study with the gun or whatever. And they get arrested, and it's like, but it really happened like this. And there you go. What kind of dog is Clyde? Clyde is a Shih Tzu mix, and he's got all kinds of random things in there. David made an OnlyFans. I know that David made a Patreon, so you guys can check out David's Patreon. And he's still trying to get his channel up and running for being monetized. So you guys should check him out. He has 2 channels. One is for the Lego stream, and then his God of Law channel. And sometimes he pokes fun at Jeremy Hales. I'm not going to say that that's a terrible thing, because that is pretty funny. Yeah. Clyde has a great coat color. Yes, and he grows a lot of fur, and we have to cut his hair all the time. Patreon over locals. David, do you have a locals too, or are you just doing Patreon? You have an OnlyFans, but it won't let you post videos that don't see me as creditable. Huh. Interesting. Cannon, I saw you are available. I don't know how to share links. And I don't even know, I don't think I have you on X or anything. Might have to wait for Sean to get back for that, so. Sorry. No locals, only Patreon. It's funny because Sean always says, what's locals? It's like Patreon, but better. But I don't know what Patreon really is anyway, so. I don't know. New Project 2 over Patreon. I don't know what New Project 2 is. Is that like a new thingamajigger? Cherry Coke, is that from your stream last night, David? I do like Cherry Coke Zero, though. NP2. I don't know what MP2 is. I'll have to ask Sean. Does Sean know what MP2 is? I'll have to ask him. Oh. Got it. Okay. Thanks for cluing me in, Nico. AOL over Patreon? Okay, no, I do know that one. What was the Earthlink? Do you think Earthlink had a thing? It's really Coke Diet than Diet Coke based on my profile. Yeah, Nick brought the Coke last year. I was like, oh, Nick. Patreon was silent. David, what time did you wake up in the tree house? It was interesting to see Nick on David last night, and I was glad to see he did that. He's starting to get out a little bit more and be social with his friends. What's the judge gonna do? And didn't she set limits? I mean, like, in the Johnny Depp trial, they said, like, you only have 40 hours or whatever it was, and they were keeping track. But I don't think sidebars and stuff counted, so they had to like go on and off. But are they doing that here? I know she was very much like, we are not taking forever on this. Yeah, 8 days total, but what does 8 days mean? Like, if you have, 5 hours of every 8-hour day, doing sidebars, like, that's not cool. Counted against both time. Yeah. Hmm. If only Karen Reed judge had been half as competent as this judge. She said state gets 5 days, defense gets 3. If defense screws around, state gets an extra day from defense. Oh. I think civil has more time limits. So yeah, let's 8 days equals 192 hours. True. Shouldn't it really be 4 days and 4 days? Yeah, but the burden of the proof is on the state. Listen to me talking like I know what I'm saying. And so I would think they have more time to prove their case. Although in defense's defense, then do they get as much time to shoot down the prosecutor's case, right? The state's case. I don't know. I don't make the rules. Alex lawyers were stupid and suggested they only needed 2. That's kind of ballsy. Is this now? No, that's not now. Okay. They do get cross plus defense agreement. Okay. How long are they going to do this? How long is their break? Do we know? Are they like on lunch already? Oh no, they're on mountain time or something, right? Yeah, we have no audio. Do you guys want to listen to this? I didn't put the audio on this. Yeah, we don't want to hear that. Dolly, is there a good timestamp in your thing from yesterday where we can watch something cool? Let's see. Oh, I think maybe we're back. Hang on.
House owned by Seth Kenny when they did a search warrant there. And the Baldwin team has really focused a lot on live rounds.
I lie. Sorry. Dolly, 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 where is your thing? Like, what was good, Dolly, yesterday? Like, do you guys want to see the part where the whole piece of where Halyna was on the floor and everything? Yeah, let me go back a little bit. Okay. See if I can do this.
There's David Hall to the left. Oh boy.
So this is from Dolly and Hella's show
right.
that they're doing every night after the trial. And they're going through all the exhibits. They're going through all the exhibits because Dolly invoked FOIA and have like the true exhibits. So even though the oh wait, are we back here? No, we're not. You see like pieces of it in court. This is like the full thing. So we can watch some of this.
It's okay. I got you right here. 2, 4, 3, 2. How many people yell out there?
32, I got just Santa Fe medics.
Did you see this? No.
And as soon as we can get any requesting that information.
Oh, he watched it. Yeah, he watched it.
What, you mean the body cam, or was he wasn't standing right there?
No, the body cam footage in court today.
Yeah,
32 Santa Fe, both approximately 140 pounds. Elderly male and young female.
What do you need me here? No, please. You can hear Joel there. I mean, that's got to be so painful. I can't even imagine because you have that bullet wound, but they got to stuff padding and wadding in there to make sure you don't bleed out. It's not pleasant.
Hey,
You want a BBM?
Yeah, please. He's good. He's just got so this is repeat your.
They just say he's good. He's only got a broken shoulder blade, and he screams in pain.
I know. I was like, I'm not good.
I mean, yeah, his wounds are a little less serious, but yeah.
They are.
Yeah, she'll be there.
Gabby, can you just make sure nobody else comes in?
Yeah, we got here.
You have ears, ma'am? You have stethoscope?
Yes, they're in that bag.
Hang in there.
Right there at the top.
Hang in there.
Purple? Nope, just the top.
You see, she keeps trying to like pull it off.
Halyna.
Is anybody allowed to go with her in the helicopter?
No.
Halyna, deep breath, Halyna. There you go. Deep breath, Halyna. Deep breath.
Be okay.
Good girl. Good girl.
There you go. Good girl. Deep breath.
I was behind you.
Doing okay. Entrance is here. Exit's back here.
I don't know how.
Okay. Do you guys pack it?
No.
What do you guys need?
And the way that bullet went into her is just brutal. It wasn't like a front to back type thing. No, it went basically into her left lung, shredded her armpit into her left lung, through her spinal cord, and then out of her into Joel's arm. Dude, trying to get a free helicopter ride. I was thinking about that earlier. Like, can you like go with something? Like, because that'd be pretty awesome. I've never been in a helicopter.
Especially one of those big ones. It's a really cool one.
But yeah, seriously, this is, I'm not trying to make light of it. Yeah, and this is the kind of stuff you don't really see in court. They don't really show, or it's not shown very clear. I am sure she would have been paralyzed. Everything I heard, she pretty much dropped immediately.
Yeah.
Short of like some Neuralink tech.
I need another dog tag. Something for Patrick. I'll take a big one.
This one? This one?
No.
This one?
Underneath the left shoulder blade, top area coming through.
You got a stretcher?
Not me here, no.
Okay. We get stretcher.
Hey, go. Here's party number 1. Let's clear all this. Get in here. All right, you got airplane now.
I don't know, maybe this is just going to happen every time, but it just feels like they're very disorganized. And I guess they are, because the medic there said that she really didn't have any experience, or didn't really expect a gunshot wound.
Look, I don't like all this blaming of the medics there. I just feel like they are doing their goddamn best to save her life.
Oh yeah, I'm just talking about like preparedness beforehand.
What do you mean?
Because they got stuff like all over her.
Oh.
Yeah, fair.
They're out in the middle of nowhere, and they just got 2 guns.
Looks like you might be closer to back, so I'll just. You guys see? Okay, you guys are seeing that. Laney, baby. Sky's neighborhood, has anything changed much from the rush shootings in Theaterland? I don't know about professional theater, maybe. I'm not sure. Community theater, I mean, we've always been, very safe, or at least the shows I work on, I'm very safety conscious. And so we encourage actors to yell hold and make sure that they have glow tape wherever they need it, and if they feel unsafe and all that stuff. During tech week, we're very careful about things like that. I can't say that for everybody. Just any shows that I've worked on, that's the standard we have. So, but The dogs are dancing. I didn't get anything from Sean, so I don't think it's him. Oh, it is Sean. I hear Sean, people. You can hear law stuff now as soon as he comes on. Literally nothing. Sean asked what he missed. Literally nothing, right, guys? Can't miss anything. You missed like 15 different sidebars. We're not doing anything right now. We're watching the court. We start watching some of Dolly's stuff. Oh, thanks, everybody. 2.0 didn't murder Sean and used the live stream to cover up the crime. I did not, but it would have been a pretty good alibi. I was on stream. All these people saw me. Well, here's Chewy. Chewy's decided to get up. Oh, Choo-choo. There's the real vlogger. I'm going to stop sharing. Are you good? Sean, don't do the AP one because their sound was terrible. So we moved to somebody else.
Okay, copy that.
I'll stop my screen. Are you ready to share if this goes?
I'll switch over. Hold on. I need to get back out and
Don't want disruption.
Well.
Do the chat.
Okay.
Okay. Also, I think Cannon's available, but I don't know how to do the whole sharing thing.
I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and get a hold of him. All right. So, okay, I'm all set. Did you switch over to me?
I think so.
Okay. All right.
I stopped sharing.
All right. Thank you. Hello, chat. So, yeah, I got a call this morning. Hey, your client, we brought him over from the jail, and I'm like, we're not due to the 18th, and they looked and they're like, oh yeah, you did mark down the continuance for the 18th. They're like, can you come now? And I'm like, I kind of have some things. And then the court says, well, is it court? And I'm not gonna lie to them because, like, you know, I didn't tell them what it was, but I'm like, well, no, I can be there. So I go because, you know, when you lie, that's when you get caught. And also my luck, something happens at AM Viral and they see me on here, that would be bad. So I told the court, hey, I'll be there. And so kind of sucked. Wasn't that anticipated, but c'est la vie. You know, technically this is court. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna listen, Your Honor. Listen, Judge. I got some internet stuff I'm doing. You ever heard of super chats? You ever heard of StreamYard? Well, let me tell you what. It's like, no, it doesn't work that way. But I do want to say, Moshe, thank you so much for things. I appreciate it.
I pinned a few things for you to go back.
Okay.
Chat, thank you so much. I also made you some money. And At Home with Carrie, thank you. I just subbed. If you guys like gardening, go check out At Home with Carrie. Apparently they have a site. So I can stay a little.
You? No, it's good. We're good.
I can stay for a little bit if you guys want me to.
I've lost weight, so the shirt looks a little baggy.
I can stay for a little bit if you guys want, or I can bounce. I don't really have any meetings today.
Yeah.
Until 2:30.
Did you show your feet?
I did not.
Okay, thank God.
David promoted his OnlyFans though.
Hey, that's fine. If you guys ever have content, you're more than welcome to show your content in my chat. I'm never going to stop somebody from doing that. I understand the grind. So, do you wear your yarmulke in court? No. But there are a lot of guys who are Jewish do. Orthodox Jews will wear their yarmulkes in court. How much did Morgan & Morgan pay me for this ad? Nothing. So, guys, that said though, thank you all for being here. Sounds like there were like a million sidebars anyway. So, are they still on the CSI tech lady, or do they move on?
Yeah, she was wearing earrings now, and we
Oh.
don't like the color of her
Okay.
outfit today.
Hmm.
And there's debate as to whether she drives a Subaru or what was the other thing, guys? Toyota something?
Mm.
I'm not sure.
Oh, Parallax says Jim will be streaming this weekend at 8. That'll be fun.
Ooh.
If you got my farms credentials, oof. Oh no. That's not good. I'm not sure. Did you talk to them about my desk?
Yes, I said I was supposed to sit at his desk. I couldn't stand it. I broke out in hives, so I came to my desk.
Well, yeah, it's a bit messy, but I didn't have the chance to clean up in a day or two, but I will work on that this afternoon. So let's get through some of these. Let's get through some of this stuff here. America Dreamer's been a member for 4 months. Thank you. Saying good morning, appreciate you. I appreciate it. Ariel saying, what incentive does Hannah Reid have to testify now? There's no incentive for her. They aren't going to release her. They're not going to terminate her sentence early. Hannah Reid has no incentive to testify. And that's the part that I think Carrie Morrissey has screwed up. Say, well, we will not oppose your early release. But they're not doing that, so why would she help? I mean, I wouldn't help. Katie says, let's get 2.0 more super chats that Sean ever gets. And then Katie's been a member for 4 months, says, hit the like button for 2.0. Yes, always. Always. Otto gifted 10 memberships. Otto, thank you for the support and the generosity. Doesn't that dog look like Lainey?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Very cute. I like Otto's dog.
Yes. Debbie says, thanks for taking over for Sean this morning. We appreciate you. My cat also likes to bring in the bunnies. Well, or we wake up once in a while and there's bird feathers everywhere. So, but thank you, Debbie. Dolly says 2.0 is the best. I agree. Whiskey 77 says, wow, big improvement. We should have replaced Sean long ago. You know, I understand. I understand the sentiment. The Michael Boyle says, my question not related to this witness is if the armor can't be trusted to provide safe ammo, then what's the point of having one? You're just going to blame the actor anyway. Well, yeah, but that's because these guys were chiseling. These were chiselers. These guys were chiseling harder than Michelangelo when he was making David. But that's why they were trying to cut corners everywhere they could for their shitty little Western movie. But yes, it makes sense. But remember, at the end of the day, too, Michael, the big problem for Alec Baldwin is he is pointing a gun at somebody, a loaded gun. Well, not even loaded, but a real gun at someone. We don't point guns at people, and we don't pull the trigger when we point a gun at people. Why? Because you might shoot them. You never point a gun at anything you're not willing to destroy. And ultimately, you know, the rules of safety trump whatever, you know, we got our fancy movie star rules. Cool. Those rules don't supersede the laws of New Mexico. And then Darcy off the top rope for $50 or 37 million Canadian dollars. I think that's right. Says, thank you 2.0 for streaming for us. Yes, she is amazing, guys. I tell you that all the time. She is amazing. Sky's a neighborhood for £2 sterling. The King Sterling says, this is the potentially Clyde and 2.0 channel now. So I assume they saw Clyde today, right?
Yes, they did. He slept on me for a while. It was a whole thing.
Are they like, have they just got all their evidence in a dumpster fire at this point?
Uh-huh.
Okay. D says, I thought Sean got stuck in the Baldo dungeon. Never. KJ says, is Clyde a good sprinter? I mean, he keeps moving. He's a little dog. He can run far. Axamoon's a new member. Thank you, man. Thank you for the support. This is who we are. Says, how many holes did I drone today? Not enough. Not enough. I already answered this bad weather biker, but thank you. She showed you guys Clyde and Laney. Yes. And then Young is saying we need a Laney emoji. Yeah. Well, if she gets a picture of Laney over to me, I'll make the emoji.
Okay. I will do that.
Just of her head, so I can work on that. Crystal says, but actors technically do have to point guns at people, right? Isn't that the argument? They point towards each other because remember, it's so I'll do this as an example. The Blue Angels. I don't know, hold on here. Let me see if I can find the picture.
It's all about camera angles.
Yes, it's all about visual appearance.
Mm-hmm.
And what we're gonna do is this is something. So this is something the Blue Angels do. It's called a knife edge pass at their air shows. Now, how close you guys saw that, right? They basically went past each other. So right there, chat. They're not that close. They're about 50 yards apart. The way that works is hold on here. I'll just come out to normal mode. When they're flying like this. They're really far from each other. Obviously, if they're really close to each other, they can hit each other and that's dangerous. But when you're standing 400 yards away at an air show, if they're really far apart and they go like this, it looks like they're right on top of each other. It's all about your perception, about where you're looking at this from. Tom Cruise is another great example. Tom Cruise is a short man. He's as tall as I am, about 5'7". In all the movies, they make Tom Cruise look taller with camera angles. Well, with the guns, they do the same thing. They use camera angles. So we're still waiting. They use camera angles to deceive you and trick you. It's all movie magic. So if I'm pointing the gun at you, but if I point it off to the side and you're looking from this way, does it look like I'm still pointing at you? Yeah. So that's how they do it. You don't actually point guns at people. You're not supposed to. There might be times where it happens in a movie, but they're going to be definitely using like a prop, not a real gun. They'll do everything they can with movie magic and safety. So the reason Alec Baldwin pointed at them, I don't buy that. He shouldn't have been pointing it at them. So. Okay, Garrett's saying Tom Cruise is not 5'7", he's 5'4", but you get the point. Are you the first Twitch? Sure. Yep, you got it. They do it with Fred Durst too. Yeah, Fred Durst is really short. He's short. He's a short king. Yes, they also in Porcelain Thunder says, yeah, they use remote cameras. They use cameras with plexiglass protectors. They do a lot of things to protect people. Yeah, Tom Cruise is shorter than Ethan Ralph. Yes, he is. Yeah. Mema says that's close enough. Thanks. Well, those airplanes are far from each other. Cannon, how you doing, man? It's saying he's an asshat. I mean, Tom Cruise, I guess. She walked in front of the gun, Alex said. I don't think, Alex said that, but he's standing in front of the camera and she's sitting at the monitor watching it. He had to have gotten up and got in front of her. It doesn't make any sense that she walked in front of it. Young says they didn't have a budget for safety. Well, it's clear they didn't have a budget for safety. I mean, when you talk to, when you hear the medic talk, and hold on, I'm going to go get something real quick. 2.0, can you hold the house down for a minute?
I shall.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Where's this at? I'll star that so I can save it.
Corey, thank you so much for those 20 memberships. I'm sure whoever gets them will be very appreciative. That was very sweet of you. I saw someone said that they just tuned in. Have you missed anything? No, you've literally missed like a picture of all of the ammo, a picture of one bullet, and I think the witness got like 2 sentences out. Was really not much of anything. Oh yeah, there's a whiteboard placement. They're putting it like right in front of Alec so that the jury doesn't have to see his sleeping mug. Yeah. What you got, babe?
Going back to Young's question. Down the budget for safety. When you heard the medic testify that first time, you know, her idea of being a medic was, oh, I put on Band-Aids. This was her idea of being a medic. Like, oh no, someone got a boo-boo. I've got some gauze. Here's some Band-Aids. And here's alcohol pads. Remember, when they talked to her, she didn't have things for severe trauma, like chest seals. Like, I carry these with me when I go shooting. Why? Because guns put holes in people, and you need to fix those holes in an emergency. So an occlusive chest seal, so somebody doesn't die from tension pneumothorax when all the juices come in, the air comes in your lungs and suffocates you because your lungs can't expand. Celox gauze, basically gauze impregnated with a hemostatic agent. So when somebody's bleeding out, you can open this up and shove it in a wound and it'll start clotting and try to keep that person alive. She didn't have any of that shit. She didn't, just the basic bitch shit. Like, people are on a set where industrial accidents could happen, like tourniquet. And this is what I carry in the rest of it. Like, she didn't have any of that stuff. Everything was budget and bare bones. And the idea that, oh, well, people could get hurt or injured. Yeah, people could get stabbed, punctured, fall off horses, all kinds of shit. And, even the medic, their medic wasn't prepared. At all. Wasn't prepared at all, chat. She had nothing. She had nothing ready to go. Somebody's, can she use a decompression needle and get it in through like the intercostal regions on the ribs and make sure it works? Like, the whole thing was a fucking joke. It was a circus of idiots. Everybody involved was an idiot. Even the people who were victims were idiots. That medic who comes in like, I just couldn't do nothing. It's like, because you weren't prepared. Shit. Like, this is just basic stuff I have, and I'm not even like EMT trained. So, that's the part of this that pissed me off the most. Is like, when you listen to these people, nobody was fucking ready for anything. And you guys have already heard me ranting about first aid and everything before, but get yourself some first aid out there and learn how to use it, like trauma equipment. It's not too expensive, and you can buy all this kind of shit and buy it in pieces. Like, one of the biggest things, if you have, just so you guys are aware, if you guys go out and spend $40, you can buy a tourniquet, a good tourniquet, and a soft T tourniquet, right? You buy some Celox gauze, this will take care of like 90% of the problems you may ever face in your life, period. Keep it in your car. There's a car accident. You might have to tourniquet somebody, or you might have to control bleeding. Boom, done. But these yahoos at Bonanza Creek weren't ready for any of that shit. So the whole thing was a joke. Everybody involved was a joke. That's just my point. So it wasn't, the safety budget was pathetic, but nobody there was prepared for the idea. What if somebody really gets hurt? And that just speaks to the professionalism of everyone.
I don't have it.
So here we go.
Can't have to switch over then. No, this is yours.
You may be seated.
Still good morning. We are, okay. Good morning again. So I'm just going to, have we got a tech issue or this is on there? Okay. We left off,
So he's not publishing it. I'm just telling him he's gonna publish it.
Right.
Well, you have to move for admission.
okay. So I'm now moving for admission for A3 and A11.
I think he needs to, I'm sorry, I think he needs to go ahead and lay the foundation.
I'm going for the foundation. As you stated on direct, and we're just going to put up states 21. If I can publish that, it's in evidence. As you testified yesterday, you collected items from the church that you thought were relevant to this case, correct?
Yes.
And some of the things that you thought gave insight into what happened, correct?
Yes.
And including in those was a copy of the script and the shot list, correct?
I believe there was paperwork that was photographed, but I don't believe it was collected.
Okay, well, I'm going to pass up to the witness what is marked as A3 and A11. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And what are those?
It appears to be scene paperwork.
That you collected?
Yes.
And those are fair and accurate photographs?
Yes.
Okay, offer them as evidence.
I don't believe that's an adequate foundation.
How is it
What
not?
more
It's what you
does-
found at the
do you want him to
scene.
do?
But what we discussed at the bench, but I mean, obviously I defer to the court, but I'm relying on the conversation we had.
Well, all right, so they are
Oh, fuck
conditionally
off, Mary.
admitted pursuant to the discussion up at the bench.
So I'm going to now publish A3. And can you read that last sentence?
Russ Colt cocked quietly now.
And I'm now going to publish 811. Let's see if this will allow me to zoom in focus. Can you read that, or does it not focus right?
I cannot read that.
Okay, I apologize. I'm going to pass it up to the witness. If it's not, oh, it works like this, I guess. I don't know if it does it. So it's supposed to focus on its own. It's supposed to autofocus, so this is not my fault, just so investigate. Okay, permission to approach.
Macro on hammer as thumb cocks it. And then line 6 is frontal slow push in on Rust, his hat down, motionless.
Thank you. And you found and photographed these documents in the church in the vicinity of where Ms. Hutchins fell, correct?
I believe the first photograph, the first paper was, I don't recall where the second paper was located.
And if we look at states 21, I'll have that up on the screen just for a moment. When you collected these documents, you thought they were important, correct?
When I photographed them, yes.
So sorry, I apologize. When you photographed them. And the reason you thought it was important is because you thought it reflected what would have happened in the scene, correct?
I understood that there was a mentioning of a firearm in the paperwork, which is why I thought it was important.
Right, because it's actually just because you thought to yourself at the time and that it actually described what he's doing, right?
I believe at the time, yes.
And you said to your fellow officers that you think it's important because it confirms Mr. Baldwin's statements, correct?
I don't recall stating that, but it could be something that I've stated.
And you indicated that you thought it was hers, meaning Ms. Hutchins' paperwork, correct?
I believe that one of those papers does have her name on it, which is why I thought it was hers.
Right. And the other paper that you already testified to, A3, was found around where she fell, correct?
Yes.
And it contains the shot list and the script for that day, correct?
I don't know
Objection,
exactly.
Foundation, sorry.
Do you want to lay the foundation? Or do you so you have laid the foundation?
Yeah. Did you believe at the time that what you were looking at may have reflected things that were supposed to occur in the church?
Yes.
You also recovered Ms. Hutchins' cell phone, correct?
At a later date, I believe.
And that was sent to Byron French and the investigation division to extract the cell phone results eventually, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you tried to find video recording in the church, correct?
Yes.
But the video cameras for the scene in question did not record that day, so you were not able to find that. Fair?
They recorded a portion of that day. There was a recording that was recovered.
And you didn't find any live ammunition in the church?
Yes, there was one live round located inside the church.
There was, okay. And where was that found?
That was in Mr. Baldwin's holster.
Right, so, right, the bandolier that we were talking about before?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no reason to think that Mr. Baldwin had any idea that was there, right?
Correct.
At that scene, and at this time in the investigation, Detective Kano was in charge, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
So while you're now then leaving the church, and we're going to move on, okay, you have to figure out how ammunition works on a movie set, right?
Yes.
That wasn't something that you were familiar with before the incident in question, right?
Correct.
And you sort of became the subject matter expert on that topic, right?
Yes, I'd say so.
Right. I mean, you were
For
called
the sheriff's office.
For the sheriff's office, right? But also you'd be called into meetings with Corporal Hancock and the prosecutors and try to educate them on those topics. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you weren't running the case, were you?
No.
But you were there to assist not only with the evidence, but to be a specialist on this sort of unique topic. Fair?
Yes.
And again, you said this on direct, but I think it got a little confusing perhaps. But there are never supposed to be live ammunition on a movie set.
Okay, you need to record that. I think, what are we thinking? Do you think that was picking up? Okay, go ahead. Yours is on though, right?
Notice the placement of the whiteboard.
I would object. He doesn't know the answer to that.
You understood that there should never be live ammunition on a movie set, right?
Yes.
And the one type of ammunition that occurs on movie sets is blanks, and those are the ones that just go poof, right?
Correct.
okay? And I'm just showing you 812, it's in evidence, right? And those have a like a crimped top, right?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to dummy rounds, right? And I'm showing you 811, that's in evidence, right? Which look like real bullets, right?
Correct.
And there were different types of dummy rounds, as I think you said on direct. But you can't tell necessarily that a dummy round is a dummy round just by looking at it.
Not always, no.
Some dummy rounds have holes in them, right?
Yes.
Others have their primers removed.
Yes.
Some of them do not have holes in the side or their primers removed.
Correct.
Some of them don't make a noise when they're shaken, called Denex rounds.
Yes.
And some dummy rounds look exactly like live rounds, correct?
Yes.
And those look exactly like live ammunition, fair?
Yes.
And those type of exact replica dummy rounds were on the set of Rust, right?
Yes.
And those were Seth Kenny's dummy rounds, right?
Yes.
And in terms of identifying dummy rounds by shaking them, right, which is something you talked about on direct, some of them are louder than others, right?
Yes.
Some of them have 1 BB, or 2 BBs in them, or 3 BBs in them, right?
Yes.
Sometimes if you shake a bullet, you can hear the powder, or because of oxidation, you can hear things inside of a bullet when you shake it, right?
Yes.
And depending on the setting of something would impact the person's ability to hear it. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
So, right, if I shook a dummy round right now in a courtroom in front of a microphone, right, it would probably be, you would be able to hear it. Would you agree?
Yes.
But if people are all moving around in a movie set, you don't know that everybody would be able to hear it. Isn't that fair?
Not everyone, no.
And some dummy rounds don't shake at all. Isn't that also true?
Yes.
The only way to determine definitively is to send them to the FBI and to take apart the dummy round to figure out what the powder is inside of it, right?
The powder inside of a dummy round?
Yeah,
Or the ball bearings?
Well, the ball bearings versus the powder that could be in a live ammunition.
Yes,
right?
that would be the comparison, yes.
And so one of the questions that I've been asked you is there different grades of gunpowder used in blanks versus live rounds?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. And so as you proceed in this case, you are then executing the prop truck search at the scene of Rust, right?
Yes.
So about a week after the incident, approximately, you go back to the setting of Rust and you execute a search warrant on the truck that housed the prop cart that you found the shell casing on, right?
Yes.
And when you went to do that search warrant, it was light outside, right?
Correct.
And you were with your fellow officers, Hancock, Kano, Sergeant Zook was there, correct?
Yes.
And you had a good working relationship with all of these people, right?
Yes.
And Detective Hancock and Kano, signed off on what you collected as detectives involved in this, right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Zook, who was their supervisor, signed off as well. Fair?
Yes.
And there was a witness there that day that assisted law enforcement with the search of the prop truck, right?
Yes.
A man named Seth Kenny.
Correct.
And not only did he assist, he actually was the one that opened the safe, right?
Yes, he had the combination too.
Well, do you know how he got the combination?
He was the owner of the safe.
What's up,
You sure about that?
That was my understanding.
You collected dozens of guns from the safe, right?
Yes.
And you understood that there were a dozen plus actors, extras, stuntmen that used firearms on the set of Rust?
Yes.
Just like we talked about with Mr. Ackles and his bandolier, right? A lot of these actors may have at one point or another, unbeknownst to them, God forbid, had live ammunition on them, right?
Yes.
And the prop truck, we can look at A13.
But Eccles was smart
It
enough
was
to
a
check.
little disorganized. I don't know if it's quite at the level of the cart, but it was a little disorganized, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll just show 814 for completeness. And inside the prop truck, there were boxes, right?
Yes.
Boxes of ammunition.
Correct.
And these boxes are sort of, a lot of them are the same shape, make, model, white box, right?
Yes.
And I'm just going to show you 816, which is a close-up. And do you notice one box that looks a little different than the other boxes?
Yes, there is.
And which box is that?
The box in the center, instead of it being stamped, it has handwritten in blue marker, dummy rounds 45 LC.
Right, and I'll just blow up that, which is in State's Exhibits, Exhibit 19, right?
Yes.
And you don't know who wrote that writing on it, do you?
Seth Kenny.
And if we could look at A22, can you tell us what that is?
Out of context, no, I can't.
Okay, well then we're going to look at A23.
Can you move it up? Thank you. Sure. Okay. This is the rounds that were inside of that box with the styrofoam insert that were removed.
Okay, and you see that they are star-line brass, nickel, dummy rounds, right?
Yes.
And again, the difference between a star-line brass nickel-plated dummy round and a live round is effectively that one has powder inside and the other does not, right?
Yes.
And do you know where all the ones in this box went, the ones that are missing?
I do not.
So we're in the prop truck and you have star-line brass, you have nickel primer, but they're not live, right?
Correct.
And you don't know when that box ended up getting to the prop truck, moved to the prop truck. You don't know any of that background, right?
Right.
You don't know if somebody placed that box with the handwriting on it into that Mary Kay bag, do you?
No.
And on the prop truck that housed all the ammunition, was there any live ammunition on the prop truck?
No.
So I want to ask you something, Investigator Popple. Did that surprise you?
No, not necessarily.
Well, you've got all this, you're finding these live rounds all over the set, right?
Yes.
Sort of seem to be a little bit of everywhere without much cohesion between where you're finding them, right?
Yes.
And they're housed originally in the prop truck, right?
Yes.
And so you go a week later to the prop truck, which has all the ammunition, right?
Yes.
And there's not a single live round there, right?
Correct.
Why did law enforcement wait a week to go to the prop truck?
The search warrant needed to be written. I'm not sure of why the time difference occurred exactly.
Okay. You, well, I mean, the search warrant for the church that we talked about on the 21st, you guys were able to do in one day, right? The same day that the incident happened, you did the search warrant on the church, right?
We did it the next day.
Well, you got the warrant on the 21st, you did it the 22nd. Is
Correct.
that fair?
Yes.
I apologize. So if you could do a search warrant in one day for one thing, why does it take 7 days to do a search warrant for something else?
I do not know the circumstances of why there was that time frame.
And so on direct examination, you pointed out that, and this is States 30, you said that these were the Seth Kenny dummies in the box, right?
Yes.
And you talked about that a bit on direct examination, right?
Correct.
And I think you were making a point that Seth Kenny's dummies look a little bit different than the live ammunition found on set. So perhaps there was a way to distinguish them. Was that the import of your testimony?
Yes.
But if you look at the picture of the Seth Kenny box as it's being opened, right? How many rounds are in there?
So there are 17.
So then how do you explain why there's more rounds in your picture of those dummies taken out of the box?
If I can refer to my report to refresh my memory.
It's fine with me, right?
Yeah.
It is right.
It makes no sense. The cops planted an obscure round. They planted an obscure 45 long coat round around the set.
I'm not even sure you're saying he planted it.
Do you have an explanation for that?
Yes, so I apologize. The photo that was just up of the 22 rounds were actually removed from a bandolier that was located inside of the prop truck.
Defense A26, right?
Yes.
And it has the exact number as the picture you showed the jury, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, the real picture of the ammunition that comes out of Seth Kenny's box is this one, A27, right?
Yes.
And I saw you counting.
I just wanted to make sure the number of rounds.
Fair enough. No, I think that's a good way to that's how I figured about it. That's the right one, though, right?
Yes.
And there's something important about this picture, isn't there?
Yes.
Doesn't that Seth Kenny round look exactly like the live round?
Under a camera flash, I suppose it could.
Well, I don't know about suppose it could. I mean, we'll look at the shell casing, Exhibit 28. Then we'll go back. A27. We can go back. States 28. Don't you think they look an awful lot alike?
They look similar, yes, but I can still see differences.
Well, I mean, you're a trained investigator, right?
I'm trained crime scene tech, yes.
Even more than an investigator or crime scene tech, right?
Correct.
You have your Nikon 700 flash in your camera, right?
Yes.
You have the opportunity to take this ammunition back to the precinct, lay it out, and photograph it, right?
Yes.
You have no reason to think anybody on the set of Rust was able to do that, do you?
No.
You turned in your report in this investigation. Hancock signed off on it, correct?
My supervisor signed off on my report.
Sergeant Zook?
At the time, yes.
So we're still on the topic of the ammunition, and you and law enforcement were trying to figure out the source of the live ammunition, correct?
Yes.
In fact, it was incumbent upon you to try to find the source, because if there were people sending live ammunition to movie sets, that would be very dangerous condition, wouldn't it be?
Yes.
And as you were going about your search, Seth Kenny actually walked into the precinct one day and gave you ammunition, right?
Yes.
Okay, you remember that, right?
I do.
That was Did you think Mr. Kenny was being helpful?
I believe so, yes.
I mean, were you suspicious at all of that?
It was not my place to be suspicious of him. I hadn't had much interaction with him.
Yeah, I mean, it may not have been your place to, but I'm just asking you if after this point, Seth Kenny, comes knocking on the precinct and shows you all some rounds, whether or not that
Asked and answered.
I don't believe it was.
Overruled. Seth Kenny is the
I'm just
manufacturer.
asking
Is that
whether
right?
it's your place to be or not. I'm just asking when the man showed up
Seth Kenny supplied the guns and ammo to the
and
set.
just presented ammunition to the precinct. Did that make you suspicious at all?
No.
Well, let me ask you this. I bet it didn't surprise you that he didn't turn in the exact matching lethal ammunition, did it?
No, I wasn't surprised
Seth
by
Kenny
that.
going on trial. Has
And
he
so
been on
what
trial?
he turned in,
No, he
and now
hasn't
you
been-
have your report there
He
if you
hasn't
need to
testified
refresh.
before.
But he walks into the precinct, and this is Seth Kenny.
He's still not the one who touched him.
This is a moot point.
Right.
Well,
And he gives you two different types of
That's all they have is
shell
blaming
casings
him.
or ammunition, right? He gives you Starline brass. He gives you spent shell casings, right?
Yes.
And those were Starline brass, nickel primer, but they weren't live, right? They had been shot and they were spent shell casings, right?
If I can refer to my report to refresh. I don't recall if any of them were Starline brass.
If you turn to the last page,
Is there a specific item number that you're referring to?
item set, I think 215. You're going to be better at determining these reports than me.
It must have been a bullet from
Yes.
Frank Roger Rabbit.
Okay. And he brought you, again, he also gave you live ammunition with nickel primers, but they weren't Starline brass, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he just seems to have, he just missed sort of on what you were looking for, right?
Yes.
Because you were,
Yeah, objection to the form of question. She doesn't know what Seth Kinney's motives are.
No, I don't, I don't,
What he's
overruled.
I mean, you know that if Seth Kenny provided the live ammunition to the set, that's worse for Seth Kenny, right?
It's worse for whoever provided it. Yes.
I agree. So, but as members of law enforcement, you all know that the person who provided that would have a motive to not be found, true?
Yes.
So you headed to execute a search warrant at Seth Kenny's prop house, right?
Yes.
And a judge signed off on that search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Because you had probable cause to believe that there was live ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins, right?
Yes.
And this was you and again, Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, right?
Yes.
And yeah, I wanted to ask you, how come you executed the search warrant at night?
I don't recall.
And I wanted to ask you, how come Detective Connor waits outside?
I don't believe that Detective Cano was there the entirety of the search warrant.
So, well, while he was there, you know, do you know why? Do you have any information as to why he didn't come inside?
I do not.
Before you went on the search, you discussed it with Detective Hancock, correct?
Yes.
And just like the truck we talked about, you all had done nothing to secure this prop house while before you got the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury, how long did you wait to execute the search warrant at the prop house?
I don't recall.
Well, on direct examination, you knew the dates right away. Don't you remember? You nailed it.
Oh,
10/27, November 30th. Right?
I apologize. I thought you were asking from when it was written to when it was executed.
Oh, no, I apologize. Yes.
We executed the search warrant on November 30th.
Okay, so that was a month and a week, at least, right, after the incident in question.
Yes.
Okay. And just like the truck, you're executing the search warrant, and who was there to help you?
Seth Kenny.
and your purpose was to find the matching ammunition, correct?
Our purpose was to locate any .45 caliber live ammunition.
Well, sure, but the ultimate investigation that you all were conducting was to try to solve the open question of how the lethal round got on a movie set, right?
Yes.
And you talked a little bit about this when we talked about the prop cart, how the disorganization of it could lead to commingling, right?
Yes.
How was the organization of the prop house?
Some things were organized and some were not.
Well, if you could give us a sense, did you find it to be more organized than the cart or less organized than the cart?
I would say they were probably about equal.
And you knew, did you not, that a dummy round can be turned into a live round and a live round can be turned into a dummy round, correct?
Yes.
So a person with spent shell casings or dummies, they could reuse them, correct?
Yes.
That would be economically efficient, right?
Yes.
And you knew as you enter this search that some of the ammunition on the set of Rust definitely came from Seth Kenny, right?
Yes.
He admitted that, right?
Correct.
There were invoices he didn't have much of a choice, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking for tools that could be used to manufacture dummies and live ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking for a green ammo can, correct?
Yes.
You know, the white boxes that we keep looking at are, they look like each other, right?
Correct.
A green ammo can is a more unique item, fair?
Yes.
So why don't you tell the jury why you were looking for a green ammo can?
I don't recall specifically, other than at some point in time it had housed live rounds.
And law enforcement had that information at the time of going to a judge to get the search warrant and very much at the time that they were executing the warrant, right?
Yes.
And I don't want to belabor the white box conversation too much, but other than, I'm going to find it too, on the white boxes that you found at the set, and at the white boxes that you saw a lot of at Seth Kenny's, there were these initials in the middle of the white box that said JS. Right? I'll just show you A2. Yeah. Right, that you found at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And if we look inside of Seth Kenny's prop house, A18, you see very similar font and signage, correct?
Yes.
And as you continue on in your search, you understood Seth Kenny was a person of interest, correct?
Yes.
And this was an important moment in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you even found out that the day before Seth Kenny provided the dummies to Rust, he had in his possession live Starline brass nickel primer from 1883, correct?
I don't recall it being the day before or having that information personally.
Well, so let's leave the day before right now. You knew and understood that Seth Kenny had recently been in possession of Starline brass nickel primer live, correct?
I don't know that it was that specific, just that he was in possession of live ammunition in a recent point.
Now, when you testified on direct examination, you told the jury about how you found some live ammo at the prop house, right?
Yes.
And how you took that live ammo and sent it to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you sent the live ammo from the set of Rust to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you're not an FBI agent, but what you told the jury was that when you compared the powder from the set of Rust's ammunition to Seth Kenny's live ammunition, they didn't look the same, right?
Correct.
And you testified previously. Well, let me just ask you. Did you take all of the 45 live ammunition from PDQ into evidence?
Yes.
And did you search every single box inside of Seth Kenny's prop house?
Yes.
And because you did that, according, is this still, what is that? Did I do something? No. Oh, it just goes to sleep. Talking too much. And because you've told this jury now that you found every 45 live ammo there, correct?
Yes.
And that you searched every single box, correct?
Yes.
What you're telling this jury is they can be sure that if there was a live round on there that matched the set of rust, you would have found it, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at A19. Is that one of the rooms inside of the prop house?
Yes.
You see those boxes packed all the way to the ceiling?
Yes.
Did you all have a ladder or anything when you guys were searching?
No.
Okay. So can we agree that you didn't search the boxes at the top?
I believe they were taken down or at least looked into. It was not just myself searching.
Right, well, we talked about it. It was Kana was outside. It was you and Hancock and Zook, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, tell the jury. I mean, did you or did you not search every single one of those boxes?
We searched the entirety of the property. Yes.
Well, what do you mean when you say that you searched the entirety of the property?
I mean, if a box is opened and it is clear that there's no ammunition in it, meaning if I open a box and it's all clothing and I look at the bottom of the box and it's all clothing, then we're not going to dump the box out on the floor and continue to shake it until rounds that aren't in there fall out.
But okay, sure. Were there any boxes like that?
There were a multitude of boxes.
Got it. So, are you telling this jury that you're on your oath that you searched every single box in this room? That's just all I want to know.
Not me personally. Our team reasonably searched the warehouse.
Okay, and I think we're getting closer to, when you say reasonably searched, what do you mean by that?
I mean,
just so you guys understand, the big issue here is he's trying to point out everybody else screwed up, so it's not Alec Baldwin's fault. I still don't think the jury's going to buy that because they're not going to, remember, they're harping on Alex following the rules and everybody else fucked up but him. Had everybody else done their job, he would be okay. So
didn't Hall also advise Alec
Yes.
Baldwin to check the gun as well?
No. Hall said the gun is cold. Everybody saw that, but Seth Kenny's the guy who supplied everything. So they're saying, how we know it didn't come from him? Obviously, Hannah fucked up. Dave Hall's fucked up. They're trying to blame everybody but Alec.
I thought we heard something. You played something yesterday where I guess it was alleged that Hall gave advised Alec to check the gun also. Not at that point in time, but like somewhere along the lines of the filming of the movie.
I don't recall that Dave Hall's told him that. So, but yeah, it's a perfect storm of stupidity, and Alec Baldwin's attorneys are trying to save him because everybody else has pled out.
Yeah, because I mean, it's supposed to be redundancy, right? Everybody keeps asking why you need armor.
And everybody failed.
And everybody failed, including Alec Baldwin.
To be fair, Seth Kenny didn't fail because it's not clear that he supplied the live ammo.
Because didn't they also say that Hannah made some of the ammo as well?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, we learned Hannah made dummy rounds.
So so it may not have been Seth. Hannah made
no,
some
yeah.
of the dummy rounds.
They found no live ammo like mixed in at Seth Kenny's place. You know, he had a separate container of live ammo, but that was secured and stored.
Right.
And then all the dummy rounds were just hanging around. So,
and like I said, I said this last night. I said, even if the gun was loaded with all 6 chambers, had all 6 positions had live rounds in it. If you got good manual of arms and you have good etiquette with a gun, that gun would have never went off in the first place.
Sure. But they're gonna say Alec was, they're gonna say even if he messed up, that he was still doing okay. So
he 100% pulled that trigger.
Yes, he did. but I think but I think from here, this is the argument Spiro's going that this is everybody's fault but him. Because that's really all
what
they
it
have.
sounds like. That's what the blame game. All they got.
Yeah, that's all this is. Yes, he was Harlan Rust. Yes, chat. Bob says Seth Kenny had over a month to secure and store all his live ammo. Yes, he did. But you know what? That's a issue of the investigation. So, anyways, I just want to make that clear in case you guys were wondering, because this is a rehash of what we saw the first time, but it's also a different twist on it. So I just want to make that clear.
How would you approach searching this kind of area?
Well, I can tell you that law enforcement, I know from the movies. Okay. I'll move on.
Oh, she gave him some shit
Well,
there.
why don't you tell me? What's a grid search?
A grid search is usually conducted outside, where you would reasonably set up in a way that you could grid an area and then search each section on that grid.
Okay, and well, why don't you tell me what would have been, if you wanted to be certain, the best way to search this room if you had unlimited resources and time?
I believe that when we searched this room, we divided the room in order for it to be searched.
Divided it how?
Meaning myself took one section, Sergeant Zook took another section, Detective Hancock took another section.
Are you certain of that, or are you best estimate that that's what your memory tells you?
I do not recall exactly how the room was searched.
Okay, and then let's say you open up a box with ammunition. How would you search an individual box?
It would depend on the box.
So tell me.
If we open a box and it's all 38s, we're not looking for 38s at that time, we're looking for 45s.
Okay. And so if you opened up a box and it was commingled rounds, how would you do it?
We would have to go through those rounds individually.
Right, and there were boxes like that here, right?
There were a few, yes.
Okay. And how many rooms were there inside of this location that had lots of boxes in them?
There was the back room that we see here. There was a front room that didn't have many boxes, and then a side room that had nicely organized boxes.
And what about the bathroom? Aren't there boxes and ammunition in the bathroom?
There were boxes in the bathroom, yes.
So 4 rooms, right?
Yes.
3 of you, 4 rooms, right?
Yes.
820. What are we looking at here, Investigator Cobble?
This was a table that was located in the side room.
Okay. And what do you notice? I don't know why that arrow's there. What do you notice on this? It's probably because of me. What do you notice on this table of, here, thank you, sir. What's on this table? What is this?
There were plastic bags, tools, cleaning products, tape.
Okay. And as we talked about before, the search warrant told you to look for tools, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Detective Hancock spent some time in this room during the search, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And do you know what all these tools are?
That is
Familiarity with these tools?
That is worse
I'm
than
not.
Sean Dust. Sean Dust is not that
Okay.
good.
You don't know what they can be done. You don't know how they can be used with either firearms or ammunition, do you?
No.
Okay. So tell the members of the jury which of these tools you seized.
We did not take any tools from the warehouse.
When you were searching this area, did you have a schematic or a floor plan?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you go one room at a time, or did you split up?
I don't recall.
Was there a predetermined plan of how to search this and to confirm that there were no further live bullets?
The predetermined plan was that I went in myself first and did overall photographs of everything in place, and then we conducted the search.
Did you do those letters like we saw in the prop truck so you could keep track of everything? Remember when we were looking in the church that there were those letters up so that you could sort of keep track and make sure you got everything? Did you use those letters?
No, I did not.
That's like them coming to my house and going, we
Of
found
course,
9
Kenny
millimeter.
was there and being helpful again, right?
Yes.
He told you that there were no 45 long Colts there and offered to show you the dummy rounds at one point. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember him saying, I bet you $1,000 there's no 45 long Colts in there?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And did he win the bet?
He did not.
He lost the bet. So he tells you that, and law enforcement continues, and you look in the bathroom, and you found him, right?
Yes.
So he wished her $1 million.
Let me ask you something. At any point, did you become suspicious of Seth Kenny?
No.
A21. You were able to find this container that says live ammo on it, right?
Yes.
And that was helpful to whoever wrote that to show you where the live ammo was, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's one of the reasons you looked in that bin. Somebody labeled it live, right?
Well, we were looking in all of those bins, yes.
Every single...
I believe there was camera equipment stacked on top of it.
Right, and?
And when they're opened and you see that it's camera equipment, we close it back up and went to the box on the bottom that stated there was live ammo in it.
Doesn't this handwriting and label look kind of like that dummy round label we saw on the box that had that round you and I looked at? States 19.
Yes, it is similar, yes.
And that box that had
after this round, I
rounds
definitely need a Tylenol.
There were a couple things that you found at PDQ.
Yes.
This handwriting is getting worse. Right? At PDQ, you found, and that's the prop house. That's the name of the prop house, right?
Yes.
Okay. You found, bless you, Starline Brass Live, no nickel, and you found nickel primer lives, no Starline Brass, right?
Correct.
Every time you were with Seth Kenny, you got close to finding something that matched the scene, Starline Brass, nickel primer live, but it was always one off, wasn't it?
Yes.
And as you continued on your search, you found the green ammo can, right?
Yes.
And again, it was helpfully labeled, right?
Yes, I believe it was behind that box. I think you weren't able to obviously see it.
I see. But it also had a helpful label on it, didn't it?
Yes.
It said empty, right?
Yes.
And it looks a lot like the handwriting in States 19 and the helpful handwriting at A21 that says live, right?
Yes.
And it was taking a long time to go through those boxes, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Detective Hancock was wearing her lapel camera, right?
I believe so, yes.
Have you reviewed that camera?
I have not.
You remember you and you said to Detective Hancock, you know, this is taking a long time. We really need to spot that.
Objection relevance?
What's relevant? What's the relevance? Does it have any more tendency to?
Sure.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you and Detective Hancock start joking around that it was going to take too long to search every box?
I don't recall that.
Do you deny it?
No.
And there are times in this search where you pick up a box and you just shake the whole box, right?
I don't recall that.
Can we play that video?
I'm confused. Is he refreshing or is he impeaching?
It doesn't matter. It's just a video. It's not a statement.
No, it does matter because she said she doesn't recall.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you deny in parts of your search just picking up a box and shaking it to see if it shook or not? Do you deny that?
No.
And so, but if you shook an entire box to see if it had a rattle in it, you wouldn't be able to be sure whether or not every single live round, it was all live rounds or a commingled group, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that's the entire basis of the case of what you believe the armorer to have done. Commingled, live, and dummies, right?
Yes.
And yet at the search being conducted to find the source of the lethal round, law enforcement is doing the very same thing that you're complaining about the armorer doing on the set, right?
Yes.
And when you left that search, you are not, as you sit here, sure you got every live round, are you?
No.
And actually, if you look at the boxes inside of that location, you didn't even search half of them. Did you?
I don't recall.
So then why on direct examination, if you do not recall, did the prosecutor ask you and you tell this jury that you were confirming that you searched and found every single live round? Why did you testify to that?
I found what I believe to be all the live rounds at the warehouse.
But that's not what you said. What you said was that you found every live round, right?
I don't recall the exact words that I stated.
Well, you certainly said that you searched every single box just 10 minutes ago in front of this jury, right?
I believe that a reasonable search was conducted of the warehouse.
An investigator, I understand you were prepped before you testified today, correct?
I spoke with the prosecution before I testified yesterday.
Okay. And the jury heard something about pre-trial interviews where you're interviewed and the defense can be there to watch you be interviewed, right?
Yes.
But every time you talk to the prosecutors, defense is not there, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the vast majority
They're just pointing
of
out she didn't do
you
her
speak
job
to the
right.
prosecutors, the defense is not there, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
In fact, you and I had never met before
I
today.
hope the jury can delineate from this.
Yes.
I hope that they're not buying this.
So you just said, when you originally said that you searched every box, okay, that itself is not accurate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now what you're saying is that you did a reasonable search, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing that the search warrant asked you to take was the cameras and the camera equipment, the surveillance footage from PDQ, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay, I'm going to pass up the warrant to refresh your recollection. Well, do you recall that there was camera equipment there?
There was lots of camera equipment inside of the warehouse.
In fact, you remember Seth Kenny showed you the camera equipment, right?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay, I'm just going to mark this as defense Z and just approach just quickly.
I'm sorry, is that a still frame from the? Oh, yeah, sure.
Are you gonna mark that? Well, she's gonna identify it and then you're gonna.
I'm just going to see the refreshes.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about the?
No, it doesn't.
Take it back. And I'm going to pass you the warrant and ask you, this is DX23, if this refreshes your recollection of if you were supposed to.
X23.
Yes.
What?
Yes, Your Honor, DX23. Oh.
I'm sorry.
Why is Stephen Baldwin back there looking like
I need to know.
No, we can do refresh.
It's just a refresh. I can make it DX.
So,
Any number.
but why are we marking it?
Yeah, why are we marking it?
Then I will mark it. Unmarked.
Yes.
Okay. Not seeking to introduce this. I'm just simply asking, does this refresh your recollection that the warrant commanded you to take the video footage? Number 6.
That happens, Corey.
She can refresh her memory without being directed.
Of surveillance footage, yes.
Okay. And so, can you tell the jury, did you take the surveillance footage?
No.
You didn't take the surveillance footage, even though that footage could have shown when people came and left the prop house, correct?
I don't recall if there was surveillance footage.
And the photograph of Mr. Kenny showing the surveillance footage didn't refresh your memory?
No, because I'm standing in the foreground of that photo.
Okay, well, tell the members of the jury what you did to search for surveillance videos that satisfied you that you had complied with the warrant's order. Tell the jury.
I don't recall looking for surveillance footage.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Because you didn't, right?
I don't recall.
But if you did, it would be on the lapel cameras of Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, right?
Yes.
And so if it's not on the lapel cameras of Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, you would agree with me it didn't happen, right?
Not precisely. They don't follow me around the entire time, and I don't wear a lapel, so it could have not been captured.
But you're not telling this jury that you looked for it, right?
I'm saying that I don't recall looking for it.
And if you had taken that footage, if any there were, right, you agree with me that it would have shown when people were coming and going from the prop house, potentially, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
It's a possibility you could have seen when the ammo cam got there, right?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Sarah Zachary picking up the ammunition, correct?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Seth Kenny disposing of ammunition in the 40 days between when the incident happened and when you arrived, correct?
Possibly, yes.
And there's one other thing that it would have shown, isn't there?
I don't know.
Well, it would have shown whether or not you all really searched the place, wouldn't it have?
Possibly, yes.
And so you didn't take it. You did not vouch for any of the surveillance footage.
I do not recall looking for the surveillance footage.
Well, again, I know that answer, but you know what you vouched in this case, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You didn't take into your custody and add to the evidence any surveillance footage, correct?
No.
And you never spoke to any witnesses, you yourself, about what you found at PDQ later, did you?
No.
And you testified on direct examination that you did collect DNA, phones, prints, things like that in this case, right?
Yes.
And you got the armorer, the first assistant director, Dave Hall's, Sarah Zachary, and Alec Baldwin's phones, right?
I did not. I don't believe so.
You ultimately vouchered?
I would have to refer to my report. I don't believe I collected all of those things.
Okay. What about DNA extractions?
I did collect DNA swabs from certain individuals, yes.
Okay. Including Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary, Alec Baldwin?
Not Alec Baldwin, but the rest.
Okay. And what about prints? Fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. From Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take the cell phone of Seth Kenny?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you take the prints of Seth Kenny?
No.
Did you take the DNA of Seth Kenny?
No.
Everything that you did take into your custody, in law enforcement's custody in this case, is in your supplemental report. Is that fair?
Yes.
And most importantly of all, it's your testimony you never were able to discover the source of the live ammunition, correct?
I don't believe that's in my supplemental report. I'm not sure how you're phrasing that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. I'm asking you. When we started, we were talking about solving this question of how a live round got a movie set. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you, trying to solve that question, did you ever solve
to wear a recording device?
I do not have any physical evidence to show where the live rounds originated from.
And I was asking you questions earlier about how come the search happened at night, right?
Yes.
Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. Why Detective Connor stood outside?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't the truth that you were just trying to get this over with so that the prosecutors could focus on Alec Baldwin?
No.
You personally believe Alec Baldwin committed no crime. Isn't that the truth?
No.
Your Honor, please, can we approach?
Don't do that. I'm going to strike that question, okay? I'm going to strike the question. You're going to disregard it, okay, and the answer.
There is zero evidence in this
that
case
wasn't
that Alec
that
Baldwin
bad.
brought a live round onto set, correct?
Correct.
There is zero evidence in this case that Alec Baldwin loaded that live round into that gun, right?
Correct.
And after this, and you turn to the next chapter of this case, is when the order came from you all, meaning you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock, to order the testing on the firearm, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Wasn't a good question. As this case moved forward, after what we just discussed, you, Detective Hancock and the prosecutors, made the request to the FBI to order the accidental discharge test, right?
I don't recall when that request was made exactly.
Well, forget exactly when it was made. Do you have any general recollection?
I don't.
Okay. Are you testifying that you don't know whether it was after the PDQ search?
I don't recall.
Okay. And at that time, when that test was ordered, you knew that Mr. Baldwin had told you that he had just pulled the hammer of the gun and not the trigger, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to refresh your recollection. I need to find it. And while I'm doing that, you did assist in the taking of the firearm withdrawal. You were involved in the requests coming from the team, right? I'm referring to you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock, right? You understand when I say team, what I mean?
Yes.
Okay. You were involved in the request from the team to the FBI about what tests to order throughout this case. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And these were very much group decisions that you made. Of what you would test, fair?
Yes.
And everywhere in this case that you went, Detective Hancock went, right?
Yes.
So when you were at the church, the day that it happened, Detective Hancock was there, right?
Yes.
And then, when you were at the truck search, she was there, right?
Yes.
In the precinct with Seth Kennedy, she was there, right?
Yes.
At the PDQ search, she was there, right?
Yes.
And every time something happened in this case, you all would meet with the prosecutors to keep them updated, correct?
Occasionally, yes.
Well, when you say occasionally, investigate a problem, what do you mean by occasionally?
I mean that I was not always in direct contact with them about every single thing that would occur.
I'm going to approach and show the witness.
You have got to show Ms. Morrissey.
Yeah, she has a copy.
Well, she doesn't know.
Page you're looking at, I don't know what line you're looking at. You told me I have a copy, I'm assuming it's the previous transcript.
It is, again,
Page
it's
and line, please.
the body worn camera, the 10/21/21.
See, guys, they're going at it. They're starting to. There's that disintegration I told you about. Spiro and Carrie, they are falling apart.
Page and line, please.
Page 3, line 1.
Same objection, Your Honor. Ms. Popple is not in this transcript.
Well, what are you doing? Asking her to refresh her memory?
She was there. I'm asking her to refresh his recollection.
All right. Overruled.
does that refresh your recollection about what Mr. Baldwin told you at the scene?
Not particularly.
Okay. Would it be helpful if you saw the video from the lapel camera of you and Mr. Baldwin at the scene and listen to it? Would that be helpful?
No.
That wouldn't be helpful to you, Investigator Bob?
I'm not denying that these statements were made, but I do not recall all of the information that was being stated at that time.
I understand that, but you're here to do your best, right?
Yes.
And you want to be fair to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes.
So you don't know that if I show you the video of you at the scene, it won't refresh your recollection?
Yeah, that's getting, you don't know. It's like, well, now you're asking her to speculate.
Right.
Oh boy, they are going at it. This is getting good now, chat. And real quick, I wanted to say this. Corey Boatwright dropping 20 memberships out here. Thank you, Corey. Thank you very much for your generosity and the support. Adam McCary said, what's that?
You want to go live on the video?
Oh yeah, we'll skip ahead here. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, we can't go too far.
Investigator Popple, are you willing?
We're almost there.
To watch the body worn camera, the lapel from 1021 to refresh your recollection at a break?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me, it may refresh your recollection, true?
Yes.
Okay. And whatever information you had from Mr. Baldwin at the time, well, let me ask you this. Withdrawn. Did you tell Mr. Baldwin, don't worry, we're going to find the source of the live ammunition, or words to that effect?
I don't recall stating that.
You don't deny it, though, do you?
No.
You and the team end up ordering the accidental discharge test, I think you call it the drop test, on the firearm in question, right?
Yes.
And when you all ordered that test, the FBI told you that this test may very well destroy the gun, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay, well, let's, I can't put anything on her screen, so I think you guys can do that. I'm going to show you an email in a minute. But you do agree with me that you were involved in the team's decision to send that firearm off to the FBI for that testing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That firearm that you told me earlier in my examination was something that you were entrusted to keep track of and to protect, right?
Yes.
A piece of evidence that you knew was critical in this case, correct?
Yes.
And the FBI told you in no uncertain terms that if they do this test on the firearm, it would alter the condition of the firearm, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay. We're going to pass up an email to you because I can't show you on the screen, I don't think. You can? Okay. We can show you on the screen, apparently. As I understand.
Is there a reason you can't just walk up and just?
Well,
You can find it. Listen, you can look at it too, so just come up here before,
I have it, right? Okay, we have it.
they have it.
Are we good?
I'm just going to pass up.
Okay, but I need to look at
It's just, you never see them.
it. No, there's a.
Well, that's like I said, guys. They're just going. They're going and going and going. She's not prepared for an attorney who's going to bully her around.
Yeah.
Hey,
Wait,
I
she
have not
has to-
reviewed this. Okay, can I have a second?
Yes.
Alec Baldwin crossed state lines, chat. Yes, the real crime. I'm gonna catch up on these other ones real quick. Corey, thank you again. Whiskey says court can't handle 2.0. She broke court.
Yeah.
And Rowan Coward says buy expired medical stuff to practice with, or buy stuff and then when it expires, you got to practice with.
What's the portion that you expect to refresh?
J Rock says shout out to my favorite Homer, down to General.
Yeah, but what is the portion of the email that you expect to request to refresh? your
Isn't
memory?
this
You all want to be
a
on the,
point where the judge
recording
can be
for this?
like, look,
Let's
you
just-
have 6 months to look this over. It
Well,
was
first of
provided
all-
to you.
Just, she can look at the whole document and see if it refreshes her memory, okay?
exactly what I was
Move on.
This witness might not know, and this witness is pointing.
And you see your
No, what's her face?
address
Potty
on that
face is all
email?
mad about. She didn't see it.
Yes, I do.
You still have the right to know what they're looking at.
Oh, of course, I just wanted to point out.
Yeah.
Because they might stick something in there.
Touche. Sunshine whiteboard is covering Alec because he slouches and sleeps, and so they don't want juries to know. That's my theory.
I think so
Plus,
too.
She was a stenographer. I didn't know who she was.
Yeah, that stenographer is that lady standing right next to him. They're standing right there. They have their own court reporter rolling. Yes, sport whiteboard. Yes, that's where Alec is hiding.
This is ridiculous. I mean, Alex is so mad.
Does that refresh your recollection?
The hammer back
Yes.
just shattered. Jeez.
Take it back.
He's Chuck Norris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Wamami, subject matter jurisdiction has been established.
What admiral?
And it is true, right? You're on this email, correct?
Yes.
What?
And
I'll start.
on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search of the prop house, you and the team sent the firearm for testing at the FBI, correct?
Yes.
I apologize. I think I've been handed the wrong thing. Can we approach?
She can have my copy. I'll take yours. Then.
Hang on. We need to approach. May we approach?
Yes.
But now you're making an
Okay.
argument because the FBI broke the gun
Yes,
in the middle
well,
of the testing
there's-
that the gun was malfunctioning
Yeah.
and Alec had it.
They're making that argument, but this is an argument too of, well, remember all they've got to do is say, well, how did the ammo get there? So they're coming up with everything they can, every excuse. This one's still not going to work. Like, they can make this excuse because then they can say, well, and Alec has the fancy movie star rules, so it's not his fault it got in the gun.
It's not his fault
So-
it got in the gun, and
Yeah.
it's not his fault that he pulled the trigger, even though he said he did.
Yes, that's where they're at right now.
The FBI broke the gun.
Yes, but he's saying the gun still broke too. He's saying because it's not clear that it wasn't broke before. Which we'll get to why that doesn't work when the experts talk about it. D says lapel camera irritates me. What a weird talking faggot. Yeah, I know they should call it a body cam, but whatever, it works. Corey Boatwright says, "Oh yeah, I've been waiting for a witness to say nope, doesn't refresh my recollection for so long." I've had that happen before, like once. Normally, it does refresh your recollection. And then Casey says, "Is this an Admiralty court?" No, this is not an Admiralty court. I don't think there's gold fringe on the flag. This is not a court martial, Casey.
2 people asked that. That's why I flagged it.
Yes, they're making fun of sovereign citizen stuff because that's what they are.
Yeah.
But it's an Admiralty court. And then Skies in the Neighborhood says he needs to make these points, but is it worth the amount of time he's taking? I think they can run short on their defense time for not a lot of ground. I don't know.
I mean, if
I don't
I was
know.
a part of the jury, he's not creating any reasonable doubt in my mind.
Well, I would say Larry's been watching. He's sitting in trial watching. He says some of these jurors are noticing when he pointed out like this whole thing. He's been live tweeting it that some of the jurors noticed some stuff. Like not all of them went like, but a bunch of them took note. So we'll see. We'll see.
I gotta do some IT things. I'll
Sorry
be
for
back in
the
2 minutes.
interruption. I'm going to ask the court reporter to
Are
read
you
back
live?
the exact same question.
Not yet. No, I was trying to catch up. We're close.
22, which you sent the firearm for testing at the FBI, correct? Yes.
And that was
Oh, the court reporter read
truthful
back.
testimony and accurate testimony that you just gave, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you sent it to the FBI for accidental discharge testing, which I believe you discussed on your direct examination, didn't you?
Yes.
So at the time you did that, you knew that the testing would cause this firearm.
Sorry.
So now you brought up a question about the whole, well, I want to see which page it's on, because even though she has it, I have the right to make sure you are not altering that or altering something different. Maybe you're mistaken and you're giving them the wrong page. Maybe it's out of the wrong document. I'm allowed to make sure we're looking at the same thing before it's given to a witness.
At the time that this testing was ordered, you knew that the firearm would no longer be in the same physical condition you recovered it in, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a break. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take our lunch break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court, and please don't come back until 2 o'clock. Okay? 2.
Ooh.
All rise for the jury. Jurors, please take your
2 o'clock. Don't come back till 2.
All right, we're in.
How many hours are they behind us?
2 hours behind us.
So
What, we're down for that long?
we're down for 2 hours?
Yo, God. All right, then I have time to take care of this phone call I have to take coming up.
Well, I have an hour. I have an hour left of Dolly's stream from yesterday.
Yeah. So
All right, we're in recess. Council approach.
Your Honor, as I indicated,
Housekeeping.
yeah, as I indicated, we're just gonna provide a laptop to investigate the break.
So she's gonna have to take a look at it as part of the issue. And then Dolly, I thought I sent you, sorry, I sent you the wrong links. I sent you yesterday, not today. And Hella, I'm sending you one too.
Is Hella in here? Hi, Hella.
I don't know if she's in here.
Oh.
So guys, what we're gonna do is take custody. Nick's dog when he's sent to prison. Yeah. I saw there's a Delphi motion. Yes, guys.
Hey there, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in to watch our coverage of the Alec Baldwin.
Sorry, Jesse.
We don't want to listen to that guy, so we mute it.
Well, no, we don't.
Chat was just telling me when we heard him earlier.
Yeah, we don't want to listen to him. Yeah. Yep.
Right, Clyde. Is
So,
that right, Clyde?
Anyway, if you guys were not aware, Dolly from Dolly Talk he FOIA'd all the discovery.
I put you down.
Everything. And when I mean everything, I mean like everything and everyone he got. And last night they were watching the video. And there's a bunch of it to go through. And Dolly reading the text is great, yes. But there's actually a lot of body cam footage that we're going to be able to, if you guys, we're going to watch right now, you guys could see what actually happened. Because there's a ton that happened there. And we're going to fire that up right now just so you guys can see that.
I got it.
Oh, you already got it? All right.
Yeah. I'm in charge.
All right.
Don't worry. I got it.
Are you set up as like the other admin on this? Or
I don't know.
No. Well,
I don't know.
I think you are. If you can do, oh my God, if you can do all this, yes, you are.
How do you think I did this morning? I did it from here.
Oh, I thought you were over here.
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't stay at your desk. So what we've seen so far is we saw Halyna on the ground. What's his name? Crying out in pain. They put Halyna in the chopper to go to the hospital. And we now are seeing, Dolly, correct me if I'm wrong, footage from some of the cops from their lapel cameras.
Yeah.
And Baldwin's going to start talking probably when he shouldn't.
So, you know, it'd have been funnier if they were loading Halyna on the chopper. They were playing the MASH music in the background.
There's one guy that was like, "Can I ride with her?"
Yeah.
No.
There's no room
you
on those.
can't.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Do. I'm surplus to requirements now. Well, thanks, Joe. All right.
All right.
All right. I'll be right back, guys.
All right.
Charcuterie board?
Okay, now hang on a minute. Did you hear just a minute ago? He said, "I prefer not to put you in the car. I prefer not to do that, sir." Those were that police officer's words. I prefer not to put you in the police car. I prefer not to do that, sir.
Well, he's still trying to get a selfie in his defense.
Well, there's that. And seriously, the other thing I really wanted to just point out is he also said you can't be talking to people. In fact, we could also almost back up like 20 seconds and hear those again, because we're about to watch him talking to people for a long period of time.
And listen for the cigar.
The guy that was shot? Okay. Do you guys have a production car? Or?
There's an AD. Name is Dave. I'm happy to stay right here and do everything.
Well, my lieutenant just wants you to stay away from everybody and not to talk to nobody. So I was,
wait right here.
We can wait right here and have everybody step back, or we can wait in the back of my patrol unit, but I prefer to not put you there, okay?
You want something? You want water or something now? I want to find props and get a cigarette from you. What do you got? I got medium. Take it.
Sure you don't want a cigar?
Or you don't want a cigar.
Yes, sir.
I'm right there. Silver car is Alec's vehicle. If you want to sit in there.
Yeah, Mr. Baldwin, is that your car?
Yeah.
So we can wait in there.
He calls it the Baldo-mobile.
Golly.
You want me to stay here?
We can wait in your car if you want to.
I can't smoke in the car.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can hang out right here then.
I can't smoke in the car, sir. It's a lease. I have to return it in 2 years, you know.
Is Joel gone? They both gone?
Yeah, well, they're still working on the female. If you haven't seen the helicopter take off, then they're not gone yet.
That's probably around. I've been a police car already. I've been in one the whole time.
No, he's having a nice smoke.
Right there, he took his radio off. That's our first AD.
That one, sir?
Guy with the white hair. The guy in front of that sheriff's car with the gray hair.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks, Dave. He's an officer. Like Alec.
So, Mr. Baldwin, how many people were in the room when it happened?
It's a crew.
It's a crew?
That's some people that who's outside. Inside that building. He'll tell you.
Okay.
He's the one that knows what was going on. He's asking how many people were in the room at the time.
How's it going, sir? Deputy LaFleur. How many people were in the room at the time?
That's six. 7.
6 or 7. I need a definite answer.
I don't know.
Okay. So I got 1 here, the 2 that were injured. That makes 3, and then these 2 gentlemen, 4 or 5. So who would be the other 2?
Yeah, he's got Ross.
I can tell you more than 6 people.
More than 6?
I'm the script supervisor. I keep track of the narrative and how many is where. I can tell you who's in the room.
Okay.
And David Hall, being in charge of set safety, is not wearing his mask properly. I'm just going to say.
Of course. Like,
were you in the room? I was at the door.
You were at the door? Can I get your ID?
Quit trying to pick up witnesses, sir.
Why don't you come on over to the back of
I didn't mean to talk for Dolly.
32 to T4. I have the IDs for the questions.
She's really good at telling everybody. Go back to Georgia. Oh, he was inside too.
You're right at the door. Do you have an ID on you, sir? As of right now, her status is questionable. That's why we called the air. They're like, where were you at, sir?
I was right behind him.
Right behind him? Okay.
Yeah, I was right behind him right when it happened.
All right. So just have you guys hang out for me right here. We'll get someone to get your statement in just a second, okay?
Christian, you give me the empty gun.
And now they're talking.
See?
We're ready to shoot.
You don't know that?
I doubt it.
All right? No, I'm worried about her.
Yeah, well, me as well. But
Yeah, nah.
She's stable now. I think hit her where both of them took it in the shoulder. Hers came out the other shoulder, which is why it's not good. His shoulder blade stopped it. So shattered. There's basically a rotting. It's a blank, but because I think it was based on the sound and how much ringing I had, I think it was a half of so a bit of rotting. And that's if the barrel.
Okay.
If the barrel is. So who knows what else is in the room? 4 is my other hand.
You were in the room?
Effects crew.
Okay. Can you get your ID, sir?
That's what I said. I think there was more than 6 or 7 guys. I think it was about 8.
Could you pause for a second? So, guys, I've watched this like through the whole time, and then I watched it back in pieces, and then like I've listened to it. Tell me if you can hear or see another police officer there minding the situation, because I think there's only Lefebvre, right? If there were another police officer there and they were noting down what was happening, noticing that all of these witnesses were all chitty-chatting and all of this information was getting contaminated, then I think it would have been stopped, right? But I'm pretty sure that it was just Lefebvre. So I just think this is really shoddy.
David? Yeah.
Hey,
I
guys.
can send you a link if you want.
Yeah, so guys, just pay attention to that for me if you wouldn't mind, because it just keeps ringing in like my ears when they're talking about the fact that like just today in testimony, I think they were talking about whether Hannah was treated differently to Alec, and where was Alec and where was Hannah. I was like, hang on a minute, I'm pretty sure he was on his own with Lefebvre and all these people were just chatting at him. So, and this was all not shown. So help me out with that. Thanks. Okay.
She's right. They treated Alec Baldwin with kid gloves, and I think Hannah was in the back of the squad car.
Were you in the room too, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
She was breathing. She had a clear jet lungs.
If this goes too fast, guys, let me know. But I feel like it's a little slow.
He took it to the right shoulder. His right shoulder blade stopped it, but they're hearing stuff in his right. So
Where did she went after that?
they take it as soon as they're allowed to. So they'll stabilize both, and then just once the sheriff says you're good to go, they'll let them go.
So she basically they're trying to stabilize her vital signs enough for the flight and administer any kind of narcotics or anything they need, blood thinners or that may be. Then they'll load her up in the helicopter and they'll fly her there. I believe the other ambulance is on the other side, and he seems to be doing better than she was, so they might drive him in an ambulance.
I heard him wave off the other day. So
The funny part is, right, is that if you watch the George Stephanopoulos interview, he goes, "I didn't realize she was shot until I got to the police station."
Alex said that?
Yeah, he said it in the interview with George Stephanopoulos. He said, "It didn't really hit me. I didn't realize
So
it until
they're both
told me that
trauma
she died at the police station."
Mm.
But we got him here
Yes, ma'am.
talking about stabilizing her so she could be flown to shock
Right.
trauma.
And that she was worse off than the other guy.
If I was the prosecution, I would bring up that interview. That was 2 years ago.
Yeah, no problem.
He hung himself a couple of times in that interview.
Yeah.
When I was given trying to. Yeah. Okay.
And my mic was muted. Thanks, Hella, for that. I really appreciate it.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Typical. Yeah, Dave's all there.
You got a notepad?
He sits down next to Baldwin. They're just having a chat.
All right, he said he said, "I thought she fainted. I didn't know what was going on. I thought a piece of wadding hit her from a blank."
Then why does she need the helicopter?
It was so ridiculous. I think it was him trying to get out in front of everything before the trial, which was the dumbest thing you could possibly do.
Sure.
No, because I'm going to be right in front of it. Everybody's in the room. I mean, on my phone on me. Yeah. Sorry, I'll just, yeah, all right now. Thomas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm just going to get some general information from you, okay? Nothing. I'm not going to ask anything what happened or any of that sort. I'm just going to get your basic, your good address and a phone number, okay?
My address is.
Hold on one second.
That's all correct.
Dolly's avatar is not Aaron. Hi, Ronnie.
What's a good phone number for you, Thomas?
505-359-1348.
1348?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is your primary job?
I'm a special effects coordinator.
Now we're doxing people. Sorry, people.
If you haven't subscribed to Dolly Talk, make sure you do now.
What's that?
Everybody. You need to get Dolly Talk mug shots, everyone.
And you're Roman?
Yes. Yep.
What's a good phone number for you, Roman?
505-304-2474.
2475?
2474.
What is your job here?
Special effects T.
Okay. So
This guy looks like he's like 12. He's going to the skate park.
let's see. What do you want me to keep going for a little bit more?
Yeah. So you could flick forward a little bit.
Okay.
They continue to chitty chat for quite a while. It's amazing.
Your social, sir?
Here we go. So he's just getting all of their phone numbers and details right now.
Yeah.
And then they start to talk more about the actual incident with Alec right there. And who knows, like, who else could have been charged? You don't know. Like, they're all potential suspects or witnesses, and they're all just being allowed to stand around and talk. So Lefebvre was getting their IDs, but then he just lets them stand around and talk to one another. And they're all kind of waiting for information about what's going on with Halyna and Joel, because, I mean, Halyna's still alive.
Yeah.
And also the chopper hasn't arrived yet. I don't think they see the chopper arrive, and like they're still trying to get her vitals. And
at
so
that
they're also
point, the
waiting for
chopper
updates
did.
about
The
what's going to
chopper
happen.
was there, but
Um,
they couldn't put
and
him on the
on the
chopper
call
just yet.
earlier, Lefebvre said, "Oh, you can't be talking to people about it. Everyone stay away." And then this is happening. It's just a cluster F.
Okay, and you're the assistant director?
First assistant director.
And a good phone number for you, sir?
612-414-6056.
Oh, John, you were so sweet. John has gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. You are awesome. Dirk Diggler, Murph's Turf, Emily Lou, Queen Olive, and Stuff was gifted a membership. And Robert, yeah, there is some redactions in here, but not like phone numbers. They do redact birthdays and most of the Social Security. Oh, shush, David. Thank you so much, John. You are, as always, like an amazing mate.
You say mate.
Shut up.
Anybody seen Reese?
It's one of Johnny's guys.
Reese.
Alec Baldwin should have been isolated by himself. They really
Give me 1 second. Need your phone number, okay?
So I got my phone.
What's your phone number?
505-227-0559.
Okay. And what is your job title?
Key grip.
Your what?
Key grip.
Grit or grip?
Rocky.
It's going out.
Fun.
Let's call him.
What?
Great call. Let's call him.
Oh.
The dude. Let's call him. Call him, sir.
What's your phone number?
505-227-0559.
Okay. What did he say his name was? Should I call it?
I don't know what his name is, but it doesn't matter. We could call it.
Should I ask him? Is his refrigerator running?
You called the first guy? They called back and told me, did you? That was David Hall, the first guy.
Kelly, Kelly, did you really call this guy, or did you call like the time and weather? Good Lord.
Is that wrong, David?
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message.
Damn it. Time to cope and see.
Is that bad, David?
Why? Why can't we do that? That's good. Man, Jazz. Oh, you Jazz. Yes, you Jazz.
All right, I'll be nice.
Oh, cope and see, cope and see.
All right, let's.
He doesn't even have it on. Joe, it's in his truck.
Doesn't have a body camera on?
Victor's gonna go start taking up the search warrant right now. They are getting 2 minutes from us right now.
They all have them in their lapel cameras.
I guess they have
I've never heard that before. Lapel
so they're gonna
camera.
start getting people down there. Kind of getting all the information on everybody.
Yeah, give it to him. This is a nice picture quality.
It's better than the court's picture quality.
Right?
The court's picture quality is horrible. I know these body cams got to cost a couple $. It got to be at least 1080p.
Yeah.
We have like 5 people inside that church.
Okay. Anybody that had access to that prop?
This one's actually really quiet.
Alec Baldwin should have been in the back of somebody's car.
Mm-hmm.
Or in his trailer or something where it could be controlled.
Other movie people, whatever.
No corroborating stories. They were all starstruck. They probably wanted pictures.
I don't know. That's up to you if you want to follow.
Fancy.
Did you say yeah? Have him drive down? No.
It's up. He has a driver. It's up to you if you want to follow him. So letting Baldwin drive to the freaking police station.
No, I put him in the back of my car and the driver can follow us.
Did everybody do a walkthrough? No. Yeah, we're still trying to gather. There's so many people and a lot of moving parts, so we're trying to.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be. I should have told you which one it was.
Yeah, I was at the other 2 this way.
And it was the way it was very chaotic. That's why I was calling for more units because there was people yelling and screaming. It was crazy.
We have a bunch of people like LaFleur's over there, just standing there. Al McCartney.
Tim and Angela, this is the best publicity for the movie. Now everybody's going to want to see Rust.
Get their names on the list so they could get out.
Who's gathering the list?
We have the movie prop people. They know that they're going to take the list. They're going to give it to us, and then we're going to verify everything while they're on their way out.
Okay, so
that's already been taken care of.
What are we collecting? Names, addresses, and
phone numbers? Yes, sir.
I still find it interesting that the husband, what's her name, Hutchins, her husband was the producer. Is the producer of the movie?
It was. I ain't gonna lie. It was difficult too.
That's
I had
not
one get away from me. That was in the church. I guess he was the best friend of the person that got shot in the. Yes. Sorry about that. It was. We were grabbing people and literally I was getting yelled at by the EMT who was on.
Are you able to boost this a little bit, Bill?
We have people down when they're getting worked on with kids. I'm trying to.
I'm sorry?
Are you able to boost this audio a little bit?
Not in the browser. I was able to find a way to do it in VLC, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to today, but hopefully tomorrow.
That's fair enough. Yeah. Body cam audio is shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
That was my theory. Is that I just was riffing on my channel last night.
This one is when he arrives.
What if there was some
weird,
what's it called? Insurance scheme.
Mm-hmm.
And the husband slipped a couple of those real rounds in there to make sure he got a payout.
Yeah.
There was some love triangle that was going on.
That happens on other law channels. I don't think it happens at the Rust movie theater.
We were spitballing pretty heavy last night. But one thing's for certain, that gun wouldn't have went off unless he pulled the trigger. I pulled my revolver out and I was showing my audience.
Are you Shawnee?
It's no way possible.
Hey, Boosh.
God, Joel, you're acting like you got shot or something.
Come on.
Walk it off. Rub some dirt on it.
I need you to know who's in charge. Everybody stop what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene. Okay, everybody stop what they're
Yes, Daddy.
doing, and I need the film secured by whoever's in charge of this.
That's the retired cop with 20 years on the force who actually came in and commanded the scene. First cop on scene did none of it.
Right.
Where's the props guy? Where's the props guy at?
Excuse me, props woman.
We're not quite sure.
They're taking care of business. What else do you need?
Women can do just as good a job as any man, clearly. Like here.
Look, don't assume their gender, darling. It's a they.
Where is it?
Joel, God.
Potty mouth.
Language. No excuse
My
for that.
friend Sean had a
Wash your mouth
call
out as well.
for one of his other court things.
Where is it? It's not here. There's one there and there's one there. That's not.
Said he hopefully won't be too long.
I need to know where it is.
Not like it's his job to know.
So, hang on. Explain again who David Halls is. He's the said something.
Basically in charge of safety.
Oh, he's a safety inspector, like Homer Simpson.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, he's like
So you're
in
not a
charge.
Simpson fan.
No, he's in charge of like safety. Hannah and him are like the only ones that can really should be able to handle guns on set.
But everyone did.
I mean, yeah, more than I would be comfortable with as an armorer.
Well, yeah. I'm more qualified to be an armorer than any of them, really, and I'm some chick from Australia. But anyway, David Halls, assistant director, he walked up and basically knew F all about who was even in the room at the time, let alone what was going on with any guns. So anyway, I just wanted to. I thought he might have been in charge of props or something.
Oh, no.
He's the assistant director.
Kitty.
What happened?
Kitty.
Oh, right. We're looking at the cat.
Why not?
I got bumped. Oh, why are we blaming him? Let's blame him.
Well, he got charged.
I need to know where the gun's at right now.
He got a plea deal, 6 months, suspended sentence, non-supervision, probation.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Who else got charged?
Hannah
Something
and
more
Alec.
than that.
Those three.
Sorry,
Hannah and Alec.
So just those three.
Yep.
What about every other high-level person on the set who could have possibly had anything to do with the safety of
That's my
the firearm?
question.
Like,
I mean,
okay, that's a bit specific.
yeah. I mean, they were the three most responsible, so.
Okay, fair enough. It's not bad at all.
All right, let's go to Wuhan in the hospital.
Mr. Wuhan.
I'm Deputy Luhan.
Hopefully he's better now. Hope he feels fine. No more coughing, scratchy throat, all that.
No.
Sneezes.
Take some ivermectin. Yeah, his body cam is really bad.
It is. He needs to stop sneezing on it.
I know.
It's that Chinese virus.
Makes his body cam water.
Too much phlegm.
Correct. All three were offered the 6-month probation deal. Hannah came with a condition of saying where the bullets came from, what happened, why was there live ammo on set, and then was told if you don't tell us or you don't take the plea deal, then we are also going to charge you with tampering with evidence. Well, Bowles, in his infinite wisdom, got all huffy about it. Hannah didn't want to say where the ammo came from because she didn't want to admit she screwed up, and decided to, okay, I can't take the deal, so I'm going to trial. Baldwin got the deal. He was going to take it, but he started to F around and do things like leak possible plea negotiations, talks and everything, and started talking with witnesses in a sus way about a upcoming documentary. And
he's trying to profit
Spiro
off
was
of
being an asshole at this point, taking advantage of Carrie's kindness, basically. And something else. But anyways, Carrie finally got fed up and was like, you know what? Screw you. I'm done. Oh, he was going to accept the plea deal and then announce that he was suing New Mexico. Why? I don't know. But Carrie Morrissey was like, screw you. I'm done. And now she's going all in.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Yep. Hannah, all she had to do was take accountability for once in her life. God forbid.
Oh, what about Alec? Hello.
Well, yeah. I mean, he didn't have to. And that's the problem, is this judge will sentence you to the max. So if Alex is not sincere, I mean, I don't think he'd be stupid enough to do what she did, but threaten the prosecutor on jail phone calls.
Look, Alec will not be sincere. However, he is an actor. He can pretend to
Yeah.
be sincere if he wants to be.
Yeah.
But I don't think he will. because that's against what his lawyers are advised. Well, let's say his lawyers have probably advised him. It's against his nature, for one thing. But his lawyers have said, don't admit to anything, etc. It's only if he gets convicted that they'll say,
But the
okay,
thing
now
about
get up there and be sorry.
Yeah.
You know,
The
so
thing
at
about it
17,
is, right,
be bloody
is
sorry, because
even if the prop house had 45 long Colt live rounds, they have to
Mhm.
prove that those live rounds they prove that the live rounds on set came from there. It's not enough to just say, oh, well, they had 45 long Colt at the prop house. Of course they do as a prop house, right? But you got to prove they came from there. But we also know that Hannah was making dummy rounds as well.
Well, prop houses shouldn't have live rounds.
Well, why not?
Because they're live. Like,
I mean, I get that,
there's
but
no
like for
reason
example,
for
right?
a prop house to have that.
Because this movie had a real gun. So like
Yeah,
that's
but they wouldn't
kind of
be live. They would be blanks or
right.
something like
So
that. They
or
wouldn't have live.
maybe he has live. Maybe he had the live ammo because he made the blanks. He make blanks as well. He makes dummies. But we know that Hannah was making the dummy rounds as well.
Mm-hmm.
So even if he had live rounds at the prop house, they have to prove that those same rounds came from the prop house that was on set, and that's hard to prove.
Yeah.
So it's interesting because what it seems like to me is that Hannah was they were trying to cut corners. She was making some, and she screwed up. She screwed up. That's what it seems like to me.
Content Lasagna is saying, they need to modify the live rounds into dummy rounds, which is a valid point. Anytime I've seen that, but again, I'm more theater than movies or anything. We don't buy anything real until it's ready to be used, and like we would never have anybody store live rounds, right?
Yeah.
Like we would get it, transform it, check it in,
Because I was trying to figure out why they even had a real gun on set. I'm like, why not just make a prop 45, a 45 prop gun? Like, why do you need a live functioning gun with a firing pin and everything on set? They could have pulled the firing pin from that gun, and that gun would have been completely inert.
Yeah.
Why have an entire? I mean, they said that Alec Baldwin wanted the biggest, baddest gun that they could find,
right?
A real live gun. But why have a real live gun on set? What was the point of it? What was the point of it?
Most of the prop guns like we have, they've been altered so that like even if there was a round in there, it probably wouldn't actually go off. But again, I don't know about movies 100%. But I do know that sometimes it's harder to replicate a gun than it is to have the real thing. But again, the argument there is modify it in some way. So it doesn't. So.
Yeah, it just didn't make sense. Because at first, when I first seen this, I was like, why would they have a real gun? I said, unless somebody was on set and wanted to shoot real live rounds on lunch break and then go back and then use the gun for scenes, and then they done screwed up and mixed up some ammo.
Mm-hmm.
But Sean said that wasn't the case. He said he had it on good authority that they weren't out there, doing target practice in between sets. So. But so that this comes down to Hannah screwed up, period, full stop. Even if they got the ammo from the prop house, she needs to check that. She needs to check and make sure it's what it is. But not only her, what's his name, Halls, the assistant director, he should have checked it as well. And after he checked it, Alec Baldwin should have checked it, pulled the trigger 6 times or opened the cylinder to make sure everything was a dummy round before they went with anything. It's called redundancy, and they failed to do that. They skimped on it. They hired a girl who had no experience, who got kicked off her first movie by Nicolas Cage, who should have told you everything. Like, hold on, she got kicked off? Now let's get somebody else in here. You know what I mean? That knows what they're doing. But they probably didn't have the budget. They were skimping. They used
she was cheap, and daddy was important, so she should know something.
Because Alec bankrolled this, right? Did he bankroll this movie?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so there's the onus still falls on him at that point, in my opinion. And we saw him pull the trigger. We saw him pull the trigger. Every time he pulled that gun from the holster, he pulled the trigger. I showed him my stream last night. With a revolver, you got with a single action revolver, you have quarter, full, and half cock. right? And we watched a video with a guy who was demonstrating it, and he was talking as he was cocking the hammer. His finger slipped off the hammer as he was cocking it, which would have simulated what Alec Baldwin was saying about he let the hammer go and it went off. Half cock caught it. The half cock position caught the hammer before it went home.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, Alec Baldwin, you full of crap. You're full of crap.
Yeah.
You're full of crap. You had your finger on that trigger. You were holding the trigger down. So when you let go, and I showed it on my stream as well with my revolver, I said, if I hold my finger on this trigger and I hold the trigger down, watch what happens with my hammer. My hammer will not lock. And I kept showing him that. I said, so he had his finger on that trigger was depressed, and that hammer kept going. The hammer went home because he let it go with the finger on the trigger. That's what happened.
While we're stopped, do you want to tell people who you are and
Yeah, so
about
if you
your
guys
channel?
don't know who I am, I'm Cannon Hotep, Hotep Nation, resident QA expert of Hotep Nation. I do politics and pop culture on YouTube, Rumble, and on X. I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays at 10:30-ish. I'll say 10:30-ish because life be life. But Monday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. You can catch Cannon Speaks on Cannon Hotep YouTube, Cannon Hotep on Rumble, and Cannon Hotep on X.
Awesome. All right, let's watch some more of this. I don't know what's in the hospital video. I don't know if we're gonna see.
She's not. Yeah. Now it's done.
Well,
now
yeah.
you've got to show remorse.
Yeah.
You know, but up until then, it'll be admit nothing. Be stoic, be all the things. People are going to be looking at his demeanor in court, though, as they do always. And I just think he needs to soften up a little bit. He's just like,
oh yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Hello. You were the crew, I guess?
Yeah, I'm just a paperwork person, so unfortunately I don't know anything.
Okay.
I'm trying to,
Does he have family up there? Or?
So I'm talking to his wife now. She's in LA though.
Oh, okay.
3 months.
Okay, I guess he wanted to speak with me, so.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
He is so high right now.
Okay, the detective's not here, yes, sir. Once they're here, I'll send him in here. Okay, sir. The nurse said he wanted to talk to me, but I just wasn't sure.
I just want to know what's going on.
Okay, sir.
This real
Once the
life?
detective gets here, I'll send him in here. They're gonna have some questions for you. Like I said, I don't really know what's going on. I've been here since it first started, so.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I think we're giving someone to like connect his wife so that she can ask questions.
Okay. Yeah, somebody had said that there was a producer or somebody out there.
He was earlier, and then I'm the one with all like the insurance information, so they left me here.
Okay.
And yeah, so I'm just trying to make sure his wife can get updates.
Okay. Yeah. I just I wasn't sure if there were gonna be anybody back here that wasn't family with COVID stuff. So.
That's fair.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Trying to be a little bit older.
Yeah. What's that?
Oh, okay. I forgot this one. This one's kind of funny. It's a little hard to make out, but let's see. Not intentional.
Hang on. Let me do that.
And the officer says she's never going to work in Hollywood again.
Not intentional.
My favorite sound clip ever.
That is possible too. Maybe I don't see Thel Reed. Well, he is much older. I really don't see Thel Reed messing up.
Not like that.
No. Thel Reed really is a legend in the industry.
Have we played that video?
Yeah, just now.
Can you play it again?
The body cam?
Not intentional. If you're new here, we think that Sarah Boone saying not intentional 50 million times is so funny, but every time someone says it, we just have to get this out.
Intentional.
Yeah.
And did he actually use that line, "He'll never work in Hollywood again"?
Yes.
Dramatic.
It's not intentional. Yeah. She'll probably never work in Hollywood again.
I just love them shitting on somebody. Shitting on her.
He's just like, these couples are like sort of starstruck, and this is such a great day for them because they're like, we get to be on a movie set and we get to say things like, "She'll never work in Hollywood again."
Ah, she's not going to be in near Tinseltown again.
She'll never work in Hollywood again. Not in this town.
She's never going to work in New Mexico again.
Yeah. Did you get a selfie with Alec?
Yeah, not yet. I'm trying to ask him.
Oops, that's my fault.
Well, actually, that was the New Mexico law. A few months after this, they passed a gun enhancement thing. So they would have served a minimum of 5 years. Minimum. And they tried to charge them under that gun enhancement statute, but it was done after the shooting. So no, they couldn't be, you can't be retroactively charged on a higher thing that wasn't in place at the time.
Range, no, they're not.
My own-
They're not talking about Halyna never working again. They're talking about Hannah never working in Hollywood again. Not Halyna.
He wishes it weren't intentional. That's why I exist.
Yeah.
Hi, Sarah Burns, Prison H. It's always nice to have you back.
Okay, so this is where they go in to see Jewel.
Jewel. Who's Jewel? Oh, Joel.
Joel. Body cam volume.
Sometimes when you do your voices, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Sure. Yeah. Talk to me? Yeah. Okay, thank you, sir. Hi, sir.
What's your name, sir?
I'm Deputy Lujan.
I'm sorry.
Lujan. Yes, sir.
Lujan?
I was waiting for the detectives, but since they're going to give you some ketamine, I guess I'll just...
I don't want to keep coherent.
Ketamine? Jeez, Mo's gonna show up on stream.
Yeah, I get a quick interview. Kind of tell me what happened.
We're filming at Bonanza Creek Ranch. Up was that 25 or something. We were rehearsing in the church set.
Is this real life?
Sorry, I'm
trying. It's okay.
It was a very loud bang, and it felt like somebody kicked me in the shoulder. And then I was down on my ass, and then I looked over and see the cinematographer, Halyna Hutchins, with blood coming out of her back.
Holding a what? I'm sorry?
With blood coming out of her back.
Okay.
She was between me and I think where the gun went off, and I think it went through her and into me.
Okay. And are you an actress, sir, or are you a...
I'm a writer.
Do you say actress?
Actor.
Blood coming out of her back.
Holding a what? I'm sorry?
With blood coming out of her back.
Okay.
She was between me and I think where the gun went off, and I think it went through her and into me.
Okay. And are you an actress, sir, or are you a...
I'm a writer and director of the movie.
Okay, what's the movie?
It's called Russ. Do you know anything about what's going on with her? Is she okay?
I have no idea, sir. I've been here the entire time. So what is your name?
Joel Souza, Joel. S is in Sam. O-U-Z is in zebra. A.
Okay, what is your date of birth, sir?
73.
Yeah, don't say date of birth.
And are you from here in Santa Fe, sir?
I live in Fremont, California.
Okay.
I remember the armorer handed the actor a gun. I don't know if she said it was cold or clean, but she handed him the gun, and then there was a bang. There was a louder bang than I've heard come from a blank before.
Okay.
And when, yeah.
And what did the gun look like?
That old West 6-shooter.
Okay.
Colt, I don't know exactly what it was.
And what kind of scene was it?
It was a scene in the church where there was going to be a shootout among characters.
Okay. And usually the guns on...
Well, you accomplished the scene. Just saying.
Are they usually... What kind of guns are used? I mean, they're just...
It's a Western, so it's all the old West style.
Okay. And usually they're filled with blanks, though?
What they generally do, I believe, is the armorer will keep the gun what they call clean or cold.
Mm-hmm.
When they hand it over for rehearsal, meaning they show it to the actor, they show it to the first AD, and they say they all agree that there are no rounds in it. And then when pictures up, they will have different sizes, different types of blanks, what they're called a quarter load or a half load. And then the actors are walk through on where you're dangerous, because blanks are so dangerous. So they tell me there's a bullet in you.
Okay.
So I don't.
Now, where do you guys usually retrieve the guns from? I mean, are they?
They're in the custody of the armorer, the movie's armorer.
Okay. And do you know where they usually obtain those firearms from then?
I don't know.
No. Okay. Okay. So what's your phone number?
It's area code 510-552-2.
What's going on?
What happened, Dolly?
Dolly, you have your Twitter up.
Whoops. What the hell?
Oops. Yeah, that wasn't the worst tap you could.
What's your phone number?
It's area code 510-552.
Are we boring you, stuff? It happens.
Okay. Once the documents are through, the detective's going to be here at some point in the interview. I just want to get a preliminary guess what happened. So,
Officer, as we get this bullet out, do we need to have any chain of custody thing? Like, do you have to witness it or anything like that, or?
let me call and find out. Usually, I'll just collect it.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's something that the detective they'll usually be here for that. So.
Okay, we're gonna do it here in a minute.
Okay.
Oh, are they gonna show them getting the bullet out?
To make sure that we follow the chain of custody.
Okay. Let me call and see. Hey, it's Lujan.
Donna. Like, I'm sleepy.
No, I'm actually at a shooting scene at the hospital. Yes, as soon as I finish this, I'll play back. Nope. Oh.
Yeah, he can't even wipe off his body cam. Good lord.
Are we looking at Flynn? Do you think if we were looking for a film of Flynn?
Oily finger. Hey, they're about to take the projectile out of this guy. Am I supposed to collect it or witness it or anything? Is there service there? Because they're about to do it like right now. All right, call him. They're back. Hey, bro, they're about to dig the projectile out of this guy. Do you want me to? They're asking something about chain of custody. Am I supposed to collect it or just wait for one of the items? Okay.
What am I? They're about to dig it out of him. What do I do?
It's like pulling a bug out of your ear. I mean, that's probably more painful than looking at an ear. Bug in the ear was not fun.
Sorry. Dr. Stoll, I'm sorry. I'll collect it and I'll just send a picture to the detective. Do I have to be in here or what do you want me to do?
Right here.
Okay.
So you're welcome to watch.
Okay.
Okay, the officers in here? Yes, absolutely. If you need a specimen cup to walk it into.
Is this where they dig it out of him? Really? And this is how you record it with your KFC body cam. Chicken custard.
Oh, if you're squeamish, maybe look away. Although it's not a great picture, but they're gonna do it.
Yeah, it do look like he has a thin layer of Vaseline on his camera lens.
Yeah. Maybe that's a good thing for us.
It's already blurred out for your discretion.
And then his hands were really oily from lunch. And he touched his body cam screen.
Are you ready?
He was.
Oh, and he's awake.
Hi, I'm Jamie. I'm with respiratory.
Hi, I'm Jamie.
Thank you.
This is actually very likely. It's a video I tried to get the other day. Sorry, Dahlia, put it in your chat. But it's very likely the chain of custody was broken. Basically, when they were talking to Baldwin and telling him that he could pretty much just drive to the station himself, and he was wearing the clothing that had the blood on it, and he was saying, "Oh yeah, this is just stage blood." But who's to know whether it really was stage blood or not? And then he just started to take the clothes off, and he was suggesting that maybe he could just go back to base camp and get changed out of these clothes and into street clothes, and then drive himself to the station. And the police officer at the time was very blasé about it. He was just like, "Oh, yeah, I suppose that's okay." And then at the last minute, he was like, "Oh, no, maybe you should leave those clothes on." And it was just nuts the way
you leave the clothes on because the gunpowder residue was all over the shirt. You got forensics on the shirt.
So I would not be
He was
surprised
that close to her. He shot her, so she got
Baldwin
blood splatter. Platelets could have been there. Maybe not visible to the naked eye, but it's there.
A situation that was
they needed to collect
very
his
exciting
clothes.
to them.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, have a look at that when you got a second. I'm just going to jump off now and get my trivia stream set up, and I'll see you guys all over there. If you've been paying attention today, if you've been paying attention today, we can play the game. We can play the game anyway and give it a try. There are 8 questions. It's a really short, fun stream. Hopefully it works because my trivia software has been playing games with me all week. But we're going to give it a shot. I'll see you guys all over there. And this has been awesome, Ali. Yes. Great job.
Thank you.
See you guys soon.
Right, play this a couple more minutes.
Yep.
Ollie set up, so now it's like super simple.
When we merge 2 shows into one, we call it a griffception over here at Hotep Nation. Call it griffception. So right now we're griffceptioning Dolly's video from last night.
Yeah.
So, here you are. Just relax. You're fine. Listen, you can hear it.
Wicked Wookie, no, Dolly and Hella are not here. This is their show from last night, which I'll talk about in a minute.
So they're about to take it out. I like the music in the OR. So yeah, they take it out, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm going to end it here. I'm going to redirect y'all
that
over
wasn't that
to
fun,
Hella.
Dolly.
It
You
has
can just
been
be an
a
extra
ton of
take it
fun
out.
today.
All right, we're gonna stop this. So for you guys, that was Dolly and Hella. Every night after the trial, Dolly is doing a stream on Behind the Exhibits. He FOIA'd everything. So he has all the, pictures, videos, things that we might see snippets or not see at all in court. He does have it over on his channel. So please make sure that you guys go over, give a like and subscribe. And then after that, Hella's doing trivia. So trivia based on the court happenings of the day. So not just, trivia about the trial itself, but what happened today. So like probably, was that lady wearing earrings or not? And what color was her suit? I don't know. Dolly, I don't know what she actually does. I missed it last night. But you guys go over and give a like to them. Baran should have FOIA'd the nudes from Gorilla Grip device. He has all of Hannah's text. And that's also on there. I think
Wow.
I think he went through them like in 5 days or something like that. And so, you guys can check those out. And it's interesting to go through all the text messages and see what we did and didn't see, or what they may have alluded to in Hannah's trial. He goes through them all. I think he has some of Alec Baldwin stuff. Let's see. He has where like Bowles is totally boomerang some stuff there. Let's see. I'm not sure. Dolly, is there? Oh, no images. No images from the phone, right, Dolly? Dolly, is there one of the text streams that were like really juicy that we should watch until we come back from court?
We'll get some silk stockings going on.
Right? Hey, babe. Welcome
Hi,
back.
guys. I'm still waiting on this thing was supposed to start at 2 and they have not started yet. So my apologies, chat.
Oh.
Yeah, so
Well,
my
that's not
apologies.
fun.
It's not done. It should be done quick, but
yeah.
Did you already get done watching all the Dolly stuff?
Just the stuff from last night.
Okay, well, there's the Alec Baldwin interview if you guys want to watch that.
No.
He did.
Oh,
with
where's that at?
Stephanopoulos.
Who
Hold
has
on,
that?
I'll send you the links for it.
Thanks, babe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think there were a couple things. Let's see. There's a couple questions for you, Sean.
Well, I won't be able to stick.
I know later. I
Yeah,
was telling you that I started
Okay.
them. Tridio for $2. Thank you very much. Mrs. 2.0, do you do quilts with all your crafts? I do not. Sean's mom does beautiful quilts, and I'm always begging her for another one of her quilts. She enters them into shows and wins blue ribbons all the time, and they're always very high quality. She is a perfectionist.
I'll be right back, guys.
Kind of like Sean. So
I put the links in private chat.
thanks, babe. Benjamin Lewis 2.0, your questions to Sean are great. In the industry, we call it a naive observer. It's important to get different perspectives, and Sean is great at respecting it. Sean is very patient with not only me, but his clients when he tries to when they ask him questions over and over and over and call him on Sundays and practically in the middle of the night. He's very good at trying to keep them grounded and calm, and hey, here's what's gonna happen and things like that. Okay, This is like in the middle. Did you guys already watch some of this? No. Oh, it's only like 7 minutes long. Okay.
Yeah, it's 4 parts.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, he only gave me part 2 and part 3.
Oh, okay. It should, like, if you click on part 2, it should show you like part 2, maybe on the side to show you like.
There's part 1. Like present. Nobody tell work that I'm doing this today instead of what I'm supposed to be doing today. Okay.
Marker, good.
Great. Alec, thank you for doing this. You haven't said much in public since that tragic accident. Why speak out now?
Well, I think that there's a criminal investigation. That could be a while. There's all kinds of civil litigation. And I felt there were a number of misconceptions, most of it from sources I really wouldn't concern myself about. But a couple that I did concern myself about, where there were these authoritative statements about this is what happened. The sheriff's department hasn't even released a report to the DA yet. The reason I wanted to sit down with you is because I really feel like I can't wait for that process to end in February, March. I mean, I'm not asking them to speed it up for my benefit. That's ridiculous. But I am saying that they're going to do what they need to do. And I wanted to come to talk to you to say that I would go to any lengths to undo what happened. I would go to any lengths to undo what happened.
I think the big question, and the one you must have asked yourself 1,000 times, how could this have happened?
Well, there's 2 things I want to say about that. One is that when I talk about this, my concern is that I don't sound like I'm the victim. Because there is a victim. There's a woman who died. And my friend got shot. He's my friend. And she was a new friend. I met her and we worked together on some of the mapping out of what we're going to do on the film, which, you know, in the movie terms, if you go make a movie with Scorsese, you and the DP don't sit down and they solicit your ideas of how to make the film. You know what I mean? In the case of Halyna, we sat down collaboratively and talked a lot about what we wanted to do in that a precious amount of time we had. But I want to make sure that I don't come across like I'm the victim, because we have 2 victims here. And the second thing is that all of what happened on that day leading up to this event was precipitated on one idea, and that is that Halyna and I had something profound in common. And that is we both assumed the gun was empty, other than those, dummy rounds.
I want to get into more detail on the day in a minute, but let's take a step back. What was it that drew you to this project in the first place, to Rust?
I'd worked on a project with Joel before.
Joel Souza, the director.
Right. He did this movie Crown Vic that I produced, and Joel and I stayed in touch. We're friends, and I loved Rust. He said, I want to send you this. And I read it, and I said, I love it. I love it.
Rust, a low-budget Western, tells the story of an aging outlaw on the run with his young grandson. Baldwin, the film's star, is also one of the producers.
Very excited. Very, very, so excited that we finally got this made, because every independent film has many false starts. You know what I mean? And when it finally goes, you feel like a plane. And when you finally get some lift under your wings, it's very, very gratifying. I am a purely creative producer. My authorities as a producer are casting and script, which are actually married to the role of being a lead actor in a film.
So you're not the kind of producer who's looking at the line item of each budget.
No. There are basically 2 types of producers who are really in charge of production: people that raise the money and the people who spend the money. My consultations or approvals were completely about casting and about the script.
But he bankrolled it, right?
In the crew,
Not even the cinematographer, no one.
No, but he will apprise me of what he's doing. And he'll say to me, I got Halyna Hutchins to be the DP. I said, how do you feel about that? Are you excited? I'm very excited. She's wonderful.
What did you know about Halyna Hutchins before she started working on this?
I knew nothing about her until Joel said to me, I got her. She was fantastic.
Halyna Hutchins, the talented cinematographer praised by many in the industry, was a trailblazer in the field historically dominated by men.
Make sure we don't see people walking around like walking next.
Ready? Action. The Ukrainian-born cinematographer quickly gelled with Baldwin.
The people who watched the daily said that her work was beautiful. She was someone who was loved by everyone who worked with and liked by everyone who worked with and admired.
Are we gonna get like copyright struck if we don't give commentary every once in a while?
Well, this is what I
We need
will
to give
say.
commentary and say acting.
This is what I will say, and I don't know if it happened to him yet. Because YouTube don't like me. I'm like the most banned person in the world. But I just got an email probably 30 minutes ago saying that my video from last night was demonetized for
all the gun stuff.
For copyright. So it had to be this video. It had to be the video. I went to Rumble with the gun stuff because I wasn't about to go down for a third time on gun content. So, but this is the only thing I probably had that would have got me copyright struck. So they demonetized my video, I think, off of this video. So it may have already happened to Sean from yesterday because he showed all of this yesterday. Yeah. So
okay.
Sorry.
Those look like what's her face
But
tears, but there are no tears.
By everybody who
I'm not saying he doesn't feel bad. I'm just,
But that was forced.
Rust's 21-day production began filming on October 6th at the Bonanza Creek Ranch, just outside Santa Fe, New Mexico. The ranch has long been a favorite location for filming westerns.
We need a place to lay low.
Things have a way of escalating out here in the West with one thing leading to another.
The day that I flew there, they'd been shooting for a week already. I come the following week on the 11th. That night of the 11th, I had dinner with Halyna and Joel. And we talked about some of the compositions I was thinking of to...
That was the first time you met?
First time I met Halyna, yeah.
What was your first impression?
When I met her, I knew she had that spark. I knew she had that flint to her, that she was going to get that day's work done and get the shots that she wanted. She was very focused.
She had a vision for the
She
film?
was very focused. We had a discussion about compositions of shots in which you were shooting these beautiful tableaus of the West. She had that intensity. Every
We totally
day you
didn't
went
hire
to
her
work,
because she was.
she would say, "Good morning, how are you?
Right.
How was your evening?" Boom. It was small talk, go. We weren't going to hang out and chit chat or whatever. She knew that the clock was the enemy and we have to move forward.
Once on set, Baldwin posts this video.
I want to say, I look at myself in the mirror, a reflection of this, and I'm really kind of appalled. It's appalling. We're here shooting the film. We start tomorrow. And no, I'm not playing Santa Claus. On
He's
the
fishing
12th,
for
I had a
compliments on IG.
demonstration with Hannah Reed, the armorer.
24-year-old Hannah Gutierrez Reed, seen here in photos by the DailyMail.com, was hired as the film's armorer, in charge of all weapons on set.
In the text that Dolly has, her dad kept messing. Yeah, I don't remember if it's her dad or her stepdad was like, "Get your hair done, get cleaned up. They're coming. Get your hair done. You really need to cut that hair." Like he.
Oh,
knew
after
what was up.
when she was about to be on the investigation. Oh
Mhm.
yeah, because he knew what was about to happen.
Yep.
The daughter of a famous Hollywood armorer, Rust was only her second film in this role. She spoke to the Voices of the West podcast about working as lead armorer for her first film before Rust.
I was really nervous about it at first, and I almost didn't take the job because I wasn't sure if I was ready, but doing it, it went really smoothly.
We spent an hour and a half shooting the pistol. Her giving
Until you got fired.
me all her safety instructions.
Did you think she was up to the job?
I assumed because she was there and she was hired, she was up for the job.
And nothing she did raised any red flags with you?
No.
Okay, with this training course you do, what did she tell you?
She said things like, "Remember, this is a blank round."
He doesn't remember because he wasn't there for the
He
training.
was on the phone, right? He was over the phone,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
But also, it isn't allegedly his father like a firearms instructor or something, from what I've been hearing. Is that true? Is that true, chat? That
Yeah,
his
I'm
father
not
was
sure
a
about
firearms
that one.
instructor. But regardless, yeah, like really, you're doing firearms training over the phone.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
So you have to create the discharge yourself because there's no projectile. So if you shot the gun, you go bang. When we roll the camera, you got to go bang and have the gun snap back. You have to create that. She would give you little tips about firing. And she'd say to you, when we're done, point the gun down. When we're done, you give the gun to me or to Halls, only those two people.
Dave Halls was Rust's assistant director, also known as the first AD. Seen here in this IMDb photo, he was responsible for keeping the production on schedule.
Sometimes we would be on a set that was a very, very cramped set, and they wanted people in that room on an as-needed basis. If I'm holding the gun and they say cut, I then hand the gun to Halls if she's not there.
Yeah, why Halls not hand iron? Some people have said that only the armorer should be handling
No. That's inaccurate. Meaning in the protocols of the business, meaning Hannah would to hand me the gun 99% of the time. Whatever the preponderance of the time. But when we would say cut, if Hannah was away from the set, I would hand Halls the gun.
Hannah Gutierrez Reed had a
But she shouldn't have been away from the set. If there is a gun that she's in charge of, she should be there watching.
A real
Because she should also be there to say, hey, we need a refresher course because you guys aren't following instruction or whatever. She should be minding all that.
The dual role on set.
Halyna,
armorer,
you shouldn't be in
and
front
she
of
was
the
also
camera
the
without a
assistant
gun.
prop master for the film. One of the things her attorney has said is that she was hired for 2 positions on the film and therefore was stretched in an inappropriate way. Did she raise any of those concerns with you?
No, I assume that everyone who's shooting a lower budget film is stretched, myself included. And I got no complaints from her or the prop department. I'm not sitting there when I'm getting dressed and ready to go do a scene saying, oh my God, the prop woman seemed very harried today. I didn't get a sense of that from any of the people on the film. The first time I heard that there was any problem with anybody in the crew of the film was when Luber said, well, we have some issues here.
Lane Looper, the first camera assistant, would email production managers a resignation letter later that night, citing safety concerns. Quote, during the filming of gunfights on this job, things are often played very fast and loose. So far, there have been 2 accidental weapons discharges. He also wrote about concerns about reasonable rest and housing for local crew with long commutes to the set.
Dolly, do you have this? We should see this, Dolly.
When he quit, now the day before that happened, we wrapped. And he came up to me and he said, thank you for the position you've taken on behalf of IATSE and the union on social media. I said, my pleasure.
This photo, posted by Halyna, showed the cast and crew in solidarity with IATSE, the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, which had been on the verge of a strike. And Alec posted this on Instagram.
And I want to say to the people in IATSE, do what you need to do. You want to go on strike? Go on strike. Because I'll tell you something about the executives. They don't give a about you. He said, because we have some issues here. I said, such as? And he said, my men need a better hotel room. There was no mention of safety issues.
He didn't say anything about the accidental discharges on set?
He didn't say anything about anything other. He goes, my men need better hotel rooms. I said, well, we're leaving, we're wrapping. Will you be here tomorrow? He said, yes. Because what I was about to do, which I've done on any number of films and TV projects, was to give more of my salary back to the production to pay for X. And I was about to say to him, let me know what it would be to B&B you guys in a house that's closer to how we can address your problem. I will be happy to contribute to that. The next day they were gone.
So you had no...
Do you have those texts, Dolly? It would be interesting to see if he did that.
Right. Sense from anyone on the set that people had been stretched to the point where safety was compromised.
No. I never heard one word about that. No.
He was the compromise.
Rust producers told ABC News Mr. Looper's allegations around budget and safety are patently false, which is not surprising, considering his job was to be a camera operator and he had absolutely nothing to do with or knowledge of safety protocols or budgets. Safety is always the #1 priority on our films.
When people say cutting costs, I don't say this with any judgment or any cynicism. Spielberg wants to save money. Tom Cruise wants to save money. Everybody who makes movies has a responsibility not to be reckless and careless with the money that you're given. You know, those are men who make movies that cost $205 million. And I'm making movies that cost $5 million or
The question, though,
thereabouts.
is were costs being cut at the expense of safety and security?
In my opinion, no, because I did not observe any safety or security issues at all in the time I was there.
Because you were the issue.
Thursday, October 21st, Baldwin posts a photo of himself in costume on Instagram. Back to in person at the office. Blimey, it's exhausting. That morning, Looper and 6 other crew members walked off the set. Filming continued with a replacement camera crew. Scene 118 in the church was slated for after lunch.
Everybody there was having a positive experience. People who are watching this show, people who are back home, you have no idea how unique an environment a motion picture set is. It's kind of, there's an instant familiarity. The amount of care, these are people who are professionals who have really good jobs in a field they love. And I looked at all these people and I see how hard they work. They're so hardworking and they're so conscientious. And you're around people and you're part of one of the great collaborative processes in the world, movie making. Everyone moving like a watch to get everything done. And when you kind of, I don't make that many movies anymore.
Uh-oh.
Little kickback.
Okay, so Dennis wrote, "Blimey, cultural appropriation." I wanted to say, "Blimey, I thought we were pretending we were Spanish or Spaniards."
Because movie making demanded that I travel. And I didn't want to leave my family. All these movies I made, I stayed home. I didn't want to go. If I went away for a week. To leave my family for 4 weeks and go shoot this movie, that was a big deal. And I'm sitting on this pew. And so help me God. I sat on that pew right before they called lunch. And I said, this movie has made me love making movies again. Because I used to love to make movies. I did. You know, I worked with people once. I was going to do the movie The Edge. And they called me and said they got Tony Hopkins to do the film. What do you make of it? Yeah, looking for you here. And I started sobbing. I just started sobbing because I thought, oh God, I'm going to have a chance to work with this guy. Any chance you can go easy on me? When they cast me in It's Complicated with Meryl, I thought, I'm going to get to go make a movie with her. You know, sorry. You know, people, they have their dreams.
You're so funny.
No matter how old you are, you have your dreams of people you want to work with. And this movie made me love making movies again.
So we apparently were people on Twitch. The big AEC, said he's an actor, right? Then why does this acting suck so bad? That is a great question. And I'm sure all the YouTube people didn't see that, so I wanted to call it out.
I really thought we were onto something.
Next.
She goes down. I thought to myself, did she faint?
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube.
Just like a cough.
It's hilarious.
I think this is the second one.
Yes, sir. It's so funny.
Also, like, who screams when they faint? And even if she didn't, the other person screamed because he was in pain, and we heard him. He just thought, like, someone's screaming and someone's, in pain. The big AEC said, that hole in her tells me she more than fainted. True story. Lois, what happened to Sean? Sean is doing lawyer things, so Cannon and I are trying to hold down the fort. I don't know. He told us to play this, so
yeah, this is wild. This is just nasty work right here. He's trying to get out ahead of this 2 years ago and just start pinning the blame on everyone. Even in the body cam footage, his demeanor was just like, yeah, it ain't my fault. You know.
Yeah.
It was the 12th day of their 21-day shoot.
Lois, he'll be back this afternoon.
That day, I did exactly
in the other room
what
on a
I've
call.
done every day on that movie.
Baldwin was preparing for his next scene, a shootout inside this wooden church. Set the scene right before that happened. You're sitting in a pew in the church.
Right.
What's the scene supposed to be?
The scene is the two guys are there who have got me, cornered, and they think I'm shot pretty bad, and I'm kind of wilting, and they have a gun, and the sound outside distracts them, and I then draw the gun, cross-draw out of my holster, pull the gun up like that, and start to cock the pistol. Cut. I'm handed a gun, and someone declares, they said, "This is a cold gun."
Dave Halls.
The first AD. In my years on the sets of film.
Okay. Otto has a great thing here. She says she probably wouldn't sleep with him the night before, so he pointed the gun at her and pulled the trigger, but oops, real bullet. In the texts from Hannah, the guy that was like the desk man or whatever at the hotel she was at, he was totally simping for her. Like, do you want me to get you McDonald's? Do you want me to do a thing? Oh, can I come to your room? Can we hang out? Or like they totally fucked. But like he even after, I'm so sorry everyone's like dogging on you. Do you want to come here and hang out? Oh my God, it's hilarious.
Wow.
So they're all in the text that Dolly has.
Hot gun meant that there was a charge in there, and cold gun meant there was nothing in there. When he's saying this is a cold gun, what he's saying to everybody on the set is you can relax. The gun is empty.
That's what cold gun means.
Well, cold gun means there's no charge in there. There could be dummy rounds.
A dummy round looks like a real bullet, but it's completely inert. It contains no explosive charge. And you were rehearsing that scene. Was it an actual rehearsal? There's some disagreement about that, whether it was a formal rehearsal at that time.
This is a marking rehearsal where I'm going to show her. She's standing next to the camera. She's like this. You're me. She's got a monitor here. The camera is here filming that way. She takes a monitor that is his monitor, the operator, and turns it toward her. It swivels, and she says to me, "Hold the gun lower. Go to your right. Okay, right there. Or do that. Or show it a little bit lower." And she's getting me to position the gun. Everything is in her direction.
Okay.
She's guiding me through.
But that's for the shot. He was playing with it in between shots.
Right, and God bless the camera operator because he didn't catch the bullet. Because it's short, that 45 would have went right through that whatever he had in front of him into him. But he's going to make the argument that she told me to point a little off screen in her direction. Makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Yeah, no.
To how she wants me to hold the gun for this angle. And I draw the gun out and I find a mark. I draw the gun out of a cock. And what's really urgent is the gun wasn't meant to be fired in that angle.
So if you're shooting directly into the camera lens, you're not aiming.
I'm not shooting to the camera lens. I'm shooting just off.
Just off.
Right, in her direction. I'm holding the gun where she told me to hold it, which ended up being aimed right below her armpit, was what I was told. I don't know.
So check this out.
That's not what the video shows.
Right.
He was fucking around.
On top of that, the reason she's bladed away from him to his right or whatever, looking at it on a swivel monitor, is because she did not want to be in the line of fire of the gun.
Right.
That's why. Maybe there was no cameraman in front of him, and she was off to the side. Had to all right, so let's do this. And like you said, he was messing with that gun, and that gun went off. That's what happened.
Yeah, he's trying to control the narrative here.
Yeah, he is.
I don't think so.
This was a completely incidental shot, an angle that may not have ended up in the film at all. But we kept doing this. So then I said to her, now in this scene, I'm going to cock the gun. And I said, do you want to see that? And she said, yes. So I take the gun and I start to cock the gun. I'm not going to pull the trigger. I said, do you see that? She goes, well, just cheat it down and tilt it down a little bit like that. And I cock the gun. I go, can you see that? Can you see that? Can you see that? And she says, and then I let go of the hammer of the gun and the gun goes off. I let go of the hammer of the gun, the gun goes off.
At the moment.
With your finger.
That was the moment the gun went off. Yeah, that was the moment.
That's
wasn't in the script.
That's the important part.
Trigger
with the finger on the trigger.
Well, the trigger.
With the finger on the trigger, that's the only way the gun can go off. So he pulled that hammer back, and his finger was firmly pressing that trigger as he's pulling the hammer back. He let the hammer go, and that shit went home, and it fired around.
Yeah. Wait, what's happening over here?
That's the crazy part. And then she fainted.
Yeah.
Because she lost all that blood.
I think Dolly has the footage like I don't
him
know if you,
messing
I
around?
don't, Dolly, I don't know if you have it of the actual like incident, what the camera sees versus what the B-roll footage shows or not. But we could probably disprove all of this on Dolly's stream.
Wasn't,
No,
I didn't pull the trigger.
I did put in the private chat
I would never point.
the video that I showed last night of the gentleman with one of those with a Colt 45, and he was going through the how it works and how Alec Baldwin's full of shit.
Yeah.
So the gun and pull a trigger at them. Never. That was the training that I had. You don't point a gun at me and pull a trigger. On day one of my instruction in this business, people said to me, never take a gun and go click, 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 because even though it's incremental, you damage the firing pin on the gun if you do that. Don't do that.
And Hall's attorney told ABC News that he was watching and agrees that Alec did not pull the trigger and that his finger was outside the trigger guard. So you have this Colt 45, you just pulled
the hammer as far back as I go without cocking the actual.
And you're holding onto the hammer.
I'm holding it. I'm just showing. I go, how about that? Does that work? You see that? You see that? You see? She goes, yeah, that's good. I let go of the hammer. Bang, the gun goes. Everyone is horrified. They're shocked. It's loud. They don't have their earplugs in. No one was. The gun was supposed to be empty. I was told I was handed an empty gun. If there were cosmetic rounds, nothing with a charge at all, a flash round, nothing. She goes down. I thought to myself, did she faint? The notion that there was a live round in that gun did not dawn on me until probably 45 minutes to an hour later.
45 minutes to an hour.
Well, she's laying there and I go, did she hit it by wadding? Was there a blank? Sometimes those blank rounds have a wadding inside that packs us like a
Didn't
cloth
realize
that
a
packs
shot
the
was
gunpowder.
45
Sometimes
minutes
wadding
later.
comes out and can hit people and it can feel like a little bit of a poke. But no one could understand. Did she have a heart attack? Because remember, the idea that someone put a live bullet in the gun was not even in reality.
Did you go up to her? Did you back
I went
away?
up to her and then we were immediately told to get out of the building. We were forced to get out of the building. The medics came in. I mean, I stood over her for 60 seconds and she just lay there kind of in shock.
Was she conscious?
My recollection is yes.
911, what's the location of your emergency? We need an ambulance out at Bonanza Creek Ranch right now. We've got two people shot on him accidentally. I'll connect you with medical dispatch. Don't hang up.
Director Joel Souza is also wounded. His shoulder hit by the same bullet that traveled through Halyna.
When she went down, he went down, and he was screaming really loudly. And I thought, what is he screaming? What happened?
So was it loaded with a real bullet or one? I cannot tell you that. Okay. We have two injuries from a movie gun shot. Okay, we're getting them out there already. Just stay on the phone with me. Okay.
Within 15 minutes or 20 minutes after that, the police arrived and took the church set and put the crime tape around it, the yellow tape, and forced us all to the perimeters of the parking area where we sat and waited. She was in the church, and she was not taken out of the church for quite a while.
In the aftermath, there was chaos and confusion. But nobody told you what happened?
No. It wasn't until I was in the police station. Hours later, I mean, it was like seeing aliens. It was utter disbelief over the idea. It was unacceptable, the idea that it was a live round. And finally, one of the police officers at the conclusion of my interview, I was there for like an hour and a half or so, she takes her phone and she slides it across to me. She says, that's what came out of Joel's shoulder. A 45 caliber slug. It was a real bullet.
Had you known that Joel had been hit?
No one had any idea until that police officer, that sheriff's officer said to me, this is the slug, 45 caliber slug they took out of Joel's arm.
Okay. Wait, what? He was like sitting there when the ambulance, he didn't think like, hey, if the helicopter went off, who's in the ambulance?
Oh, man. I mean, she fainted.
Wow.
Why is she going to shock trauma? What's going
Right? Why are they calling a helicopter for a faint? Like someone fainted.
on? Oh my god.
And then the kind of insanity.
And so Jack does say that he thinks he's unfairly charged. And I don't understand like all of the charges as to what is what. I'm not saying, whether he is or not, and I respect your opinion on that. I just think the whole thing about him trying to control the narrative so that he doesn't get charged
That's a
or,
dirtbag move.
doesn't have all of this is ludicrous.
Yeah, it's
But,
a dirtbag move.
you know.
I mean, the thing is that he's on the movie, and there is some part there where it's like he doesn't know, but at the same time, like I said, he's been in enough movies. He's been on enough movie sets to know that he's supposed to check that gun.
Yeah,
he's been on enough movie sets to know that. And when you got another actor on the same movie who checks the gun regardless, the kid from Supernatural, he says he pulls the trigger 6 times just to make sure nothing coming out of the gun. That's on the same movie.
Yeah.
That should tell you something. He was being lazy about it. He was being nonchalant about it, lazy about it. He didn't feel like doing it. He was like, oh, they'll take care of it. And like you said, he kept messing with that gun, kept flagging people and pulling the trigger and bow.
Yeah.
The inducing agony of thinking that someone put a live bullet in the gun.
I mean, I will say I do agree with that, where he says, it never occurred to me that there was a live bullet, because yeah, like that's probably the last thing you think of, but as your mind is playing through this, it's got to be a little, how did that happen, right? But
Right.
I
Everybody has a responsibility for what happened on that set. He is not absolved from responsibility due to ignorance or negligence. He is not absolved from that. If I was to take my gun out of my holster and give it to somebody and go, hey, no, it's cool, I cleared it, and then they proceed to play with the gun and then pull the trigger and fucking shoot themselves in the head or somebody else, they had the gun in their hand, they pulled the trigger, they're at fault, guaranteed. They're going to fucking jail, and I'm going to go to jail too for giving them the gun. And I'm not saying that Alec Baldwin's the only person at fault. The other two people already went down. The other two people already went down. So he bears some responsibility. He needs to be held accountable for it. Period. Full stop. And the fact that he's sitting here lying that he didn't pull that trigger when he very well pulled that trigger is a problem.
It just blows my mind that like they were all given an opportunity to just be like, here, 6 months, we'll make this go away, calm down. People make mistakes, right? And they were just like, no. Like that blows my mind.
Yeah, involuntary manslaughter seems like the right way to go, in my opinion.
Hi everyone, George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more
matter of fact, case in point, remember the officer taser? Remember that? They had to stop, and the kid, he tried to run, and they were trying to get him out of the car, and he was and she yelled taser, and I'm gonna tase you. She pulled her Glock instead of her taser and killed that kid.
Oh yeah.
Guess what? She did time behind that. You can't go, oops, I pulled the wrong. I didn't mean to pull that one. No, you negligence. Ignorance isn't an excuse. She went to jail for that. I meant to pull my taser and I pulled the wrong. No, it don't matter. That kid's dead. You got to face the music. Same thing with Alec Baldwin. He should have checked it like George Clooney and all those other guys said. No, we check our guns before we shoot
100%.
anything.
Yeah.
Tonight, breaking news. A fatal shooting on the set of Alec Baldwin's new movie in New Mexico.
Something went horribly wrong here in Santa Fe.
We've all seen that picture of you off the set in that hour or so.
So Great Success is saying, even if he had checked the gun, chances are he would not have spotted the live rounds regardless. And I don't know what they actually said about all of them, but there is a difference in them. And that's what he should have not just looked, like, oh, look, they all look like it. Like he should pull them out and shake them or whatever it was, that whether they had the crimps or the shaky ones. I think he should have at least done that. And then, if everything like that happens and it's still something happened, then at least there's a little more, culpability of, okay, but we followed all these things and something still snuck by us and something still,
He should have been at orientation and he would have known. And he could have checked. You can't sit there and go, own this. Like I said, you got another actor on set who didn't trust it. And every time he got the gun in his hand, he pulled his trigger. They said that he had live ammo in his bandolier. Guess what wouldn't have happened? Because he was checking it every single time.
Yep.
That bullet would have hit the dirt because he was checking his gun every single time. And then it would have been a whole issue.
Yeah. But people get sloppy. I mean, in the shows that I do, people get sloppy all the time. We have to stop and be like, no, we have fight calls before performances because, especially when they're playing with swords and stuff, sometimes they're real swords. They might be dull, but they will hurt you. And so, we have to go through it safely. And, it surprises me, but obviously movies is different than theater.
After the gun went off, what were you doing? What was going through your mind?
At the end of, she was laying there, and she was there for a while. I was amazed at how long they didn't get her in a car and get her up, but they waited and a helicopter came. And by the time the helicopter took off with her and literally lifted off, we were all glued to that process outside. When she finally left, I don't know how long it was. She was there 30 minutes, 40 minutes. It seemed like a very long time. But they kept saying, well, she's stable. Like nobody, just as you disbelieved that there was a live round in the gun, you disbelieved that this was going to be a fatal accident.
So you didn't know exactly how serious it was?
At the very end of my interview with the sheriff's department, they said to me, we regret to tell you that she didn't make it. She died. They told me right then and there.
Real
And that's when I
quick.
went in the parking lot and called my wife to talk to my.
You need the armor for redundancy.
Yeah.
You need an armor for redundancy. That's the first line of defense against something like this happening. You got your armor, and then you got the AD, and then you got your act. They should, all three of them should, even I would even say the director. Everybody should be checking that gun before that gun is put in action.
Well,
It's
there's a
called
safety
it's called
person
redundancy.
there too. So I guess, if the question is, why do you need armor? Why do you need a safety person? Like, what's,
They did get prosecuted.
like
they already prosecuted those two people, and he's next. A lot of people dropped the ball on this, and they all got to face that due process.
Yeah.
If he's found innocent, guess what? Like right now, he's innocent till proven guilty. If he's found innocent, then he's innocent. If the jury finds him guilty, then he's guilty. Right now, I think that involuntary manslaughter is the appropriate charge. Now, if the jury of his peers goes, you know what? It was a mistake. He didn't know. He wasn't responsible for it. The people that were, they went down. Then all right, then that's what it is. But that's not the case. Right now, we got to figure out what's going to happen. We'll know in 6 more days.
Yeah. I thought we weren't back till 2.
They're on mountain time, right? So that would have been around 4 o'clock.
Okay. This dialogue here that takes place between pages 2 and 5. You have heard the defense attorneys on appropriate questioning of the witnesses, and also during opening statements talk about how upset Mr. Baldwin was, that he was upset, that he was panicked, that he was ashen. He was even ashen in color. What pages 2 through 5 demonstrate, and I want to tell you, let me make one correction.
Something.
Sure.
The highlighted is the portion that you want redacted.
That is correct.
Okay, well, I only see, oh, got the wrong one in front of me. Okay, all right, sorry, I transposed them. Okay, go ahead.
And let me find this part. Hang on just a second.
Thank you.
Okay, so if I to help make my point, if we go down to the last paragraph of page 4, you'll see where Mr. Baldwin is speaking to someone on the phone, and he says, and just spend the time here, and they're going to do what they've got to deal with. He's talking about, I think, investigators and also insurance investigators, and deal with what they've got to deal with. And we shouldn't let, we'll go have, it'll work, and we'll go. And I believe what he says, and I can play it if you need me to, because you can actually hear it on the audio, even though the transcript says indiscernible. We'll go have a good time. So these are not, at this point in time when Mr. Baldwin is making this statement, he's at the police station. He does not know that Ms. Hutchins has passed, but he knows that she's been critically injured, and she's so injured that she's been taken away in a helicopter. And if the defense hasn't spent all of this time saying how panicked and upset he was, I'm not sure that it would be relevant, but he is actually planning basically a vacation, and he tells his family, still come to New Mexico, we'll have a good time. So this is obviously information that directly contradicts what the defense has argued. And if it would help the court to see his demeanor and hear what he actually says. His family was coming to New Mexico the following day because he had a bit part for his daughter in the movie. So his wife and all of his children were coming the following day, and he is telling at one point, I think he's speaking to his wife, and he has her on FaceTime so we can actually hear her. We can hear her responses. And then he's speaking to another person who sounds like some sort of a family assistant or a nanny or someone like that. And he is explaining that he wants that person to try to convince his wife to still come to New Mexico because they can't get their money back for the plane tickets, and they'd like to go ahead and have a good time.
Where's the thing about the plane tickets? How do you read that?
So here's where he says it. There's a part here where he says they're not going to give us our money back.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
That's what he's referring to.
Okay.
So
are you talking about lines 19 through 25 on page 4? You object to the redaction on just this portion?
On what page? I'm sorry.
Well, you said 2 to 5, and then you pointed out a particular portion within 2 to 5.
Overall, my position is this is the defendant's statement, and it comes in. And I don't see a reason that it stays out. And the reason specifically that a lot of this conversation comes in is because of the defense statements about his state of mind, and this directly contradicts those.
All right, you're going to come back up here.
Yes, ma'am.
No?
Do you want me to stay?
Yeah, I want you to go over there.
Can I leave these here? Okay.
But so she's saying that Alec knew that she was
So, Your Honor,
hurt,
first, what
but
we
he
have
even said in
within
the interview
this
he thought she
section
just
that we're
fainted.
going to be discussing
Right.
right now is we have
I
also
want to see
some
the interview
additional
entered
hearsay.
into
So we're
evidence.
looking at not only Mr. Baldwin's
I bet
statements,
Dolly had
but it also includes statements from the female speaker who would be his wife. And then, and you see female speaker 1, there's also female speaker 2. So there's additional hearsay aside from, again, the statements that we're talking about with respect to Mr. Baldwin. In addition, when we're looking at whether or not this is admissible, the court has to engage in a balancing test as to what the probative value actually is. The court has already indicated and ruled, in fact, at the motions in limine, that Mr. Baldwin's demeanor, even leading up to the accident, was not going to be coming in because the court engaged in that balancing test and said, for example, anything regarding him exhibiting poor behavior.
Broad brushy, my room.
Understood, Your Honor. And so I have actually the court's ruling here, so I'll be more specific. So what it says is that any of the videos or any evidence or pictures which relate to Mr. Baldwin not handling or that goes to the defendant's gun that worked or didn't work, and they're showing that it did work because he's shooting. There's videos showing that he's cocking the gun, and it says that those would come in. However, everything else regarding him yelling at the crew or telling people to hurry up, none of that is relevant, and that is propensity evidence.
Right, and that dealt with what was offered, okay?
That is correct.
Was not offered, this was not even discussed at that time, so this
Correct.
is fresh to the court.
Absolutely, Your Honor. So what we're doing is we're looking at what the court had previously ruled, and then we're using that also to inform the arguments that we're making at this time. And so certainly when we're talking about state of mind for after the fact, that becomes even less relevant than state of mind or actions that were happening leading up to the accident. So when we're looking at what this is actually probative of, the state is saying it's probative of that he's, talking about he's going to go have a good time. He's really not that distraught about it. But if we look again at what is Mr. Baldwin's state of mind after this has happened, what element does that go to within the proof that the state has to demonstrate in order to meet the elements to demonstrate that he is actually guilty of involuntary manslaughter? And the answer is that none of this here is probative of any effect of consequence to any of the elements of the crime that he is charged with. So when the court is engaging in this balancing test, we have to look to see what is the probative value, and there's none or very minimal. But the danger of unfair prejudice is substantial, and it substantially outweighs any probative value in that, again, he's talking about his family, he's talking about plans that they have, And there's danger that the jury will misinterpret that or misuse that to view him as being callous or that he doesn't care about Ms. Hutchins, when actually that's not accurate. So we are asking the court that the court exclude this section that we're referring to. In addition, Your Honor, when we go over to page 5, if the court will look at the top of page 5, here again, this is just more, them trying to make him look callous. He's worried about, at the top, he's talking about staying away from people.
Over your shoulder?
Yes, of course. Mm-hmm. Oh, do you want? Okay.
I just want it because mine's under yours, so I
Understood.
can't see where you are. Okay.
So, Your Honor, so what we're talking about here up at the top of the page is, again, he's worried about being photographed. He does live a very public life, and this is a very, difficult, sensitive time just in general for everyone. And the references to the media here, again, could be taken as something callous or something of that sort. And so, he's talking about, this is breaking news, this is media, and he's trying to keep his family away from that as well. So it's misleading, and when we engage in a 403 balancing test, this should not come in.
Normally, I would agree, but for the fact that the defense actually made his demeanor after the fact relevant. So now that they've made it relevant, it's relevant. And it goes both ways.
All right, thank you. The court makes the following ruling. Under 11-401, it says it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence and the factors of consequence in determining the action. It is not only the issue of whether he committed the crime of involuntary manslaughter, it's also a relevant fact. And you all made that fact very important through Officer LaFleur yesterday. So I do find that it's relevant to basically respond to you all talking about how upset Mr. Baldwin was, and certainly that you considered that fact of consequence, and I'm deciding that this rebuttal information is of consequence. I also find that its probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice and all the other choices that are under 11-403. I will say that I think that I'm not going to let everything in. I'm going to focus on page 4, and I'll start with line 16 and on page 4, and I will go to page 5.
And I'm sorry, is this what's coming in or what's staying out?
No, it's coming in.
Okay.
The rest of the yellow is staying out.
Can you repeat that line?
Just a
again?
minute, I'm reading.
Okay,
page 5.
sorry.
Okay, so it's line 16, starting with Alec Baldwin, finishes the rest of the page 4, starts on page 5 at the top, and finishes on line 10. The rest of the yellow will be redacted.
Understood. Are we ready to move on to the next one?
Yeah.
The next one I show, and Ms. LeBlanc, just correct me if I'm wrong, is on page 12.
That's correct.
So this issue goes directly to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind, and I'm looking, Your Honor, I'm sorry, at basically 12 through 14. He understands that whether there's a live round on set or not, these guns can be dangerous, and he says it right here between 12 and 14. What he's talking about with the wadding can come out. If you're closer, you can get a burn. That's him talking about his knowledge of the danger of these guns. That goes directly to the heart of the state's case. As the court knows, the state doesn't disagree with 15 through 17. And again, when we start here on 18, where Mr. Baldwin says, "I'm told," that again goes directly to his knowledge of the the injuries that can occur if these guns are not handled with safety. He says right there, I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed and die. And you know what? We can take out this part here that says which both of them died, because that is relevant to the Brandon Lee, John Eric Hexum that we agreed to remove. So I don't oppose taking out both of them died, but this goes directly to the heart of the state's case. And then I think it's 21 through 25 we've agreed to redact. Obviously, this part here on the top of page 13 is very important to the state because Mr. Baldwin says, my point is I've been doing this. I shot enough guns in my day in movies. I've never seen this before where a flash round was. Obviously, what I'm trying to get in is he's got experience with firearms, and he talks to Detective Hancock pretty extensively about that. So his personal experience with firearms on movie sets and off movie sets is all absolutely relevant. You want me to stop there?
Yeah.
Here, let's do this. Let me just, there you go.
So, Your Honor, this was already the subject of a defense motion in limine that the court ruled upon. So we have in the transcript of the pretrial proceedings, the parties were arguing about whether or not this knowledge of danger of blanks would be admissible. And so what the court ruled was, the court said, the court makes the following ruling, weighing whether it has any tendency to make a fact more probable or less probable than it would be without it, and whether its probative value substantially is outweighed by the unfair prejudice. I think it's difficult to deal with what I read in the grand jury transcripts about, the theory about the negligent use of a deadly weapon is that this manner of handling, that he shouldn't have cocked the gun, etc. And then with respect to the alternative is that he failed to check the gun. He failed to confirm that the gun, and I remember the word confirm, about live ammunition before he pointed it at someone. The court went on. I think that I will not allow any testimony other than one sentence, probably by your expert, Ms. Morrissey, that says the blanks also can kill. But to consider that he failed somehow, that's just going to be up to the trier of fact. I think everybody knows that guns can kill. It depends on what's in there. But I think that you cannot mention it, you can mention it, but that's it. We're not going through 5 different questions on tell me how serious this is, and if he's a gun owner and he's done all these westerns or not westerns, but all this gun experience, then he should have known. Just say that, and if you can tie that up, great. So that's specifically on this subject, and so we've already argued this, and the court has already ruled. So based on that, we are asking that the court, consistent with its previous ruling, exclude these portions. And the additional portions, there will be a number of other sections in the transcript that I think we can dispense with rather quickly once we have the court's ruling on that as well.
Is that the part about when he talks about the commingling? Is one of them about the commingling and the dummy rounds?
I don't recall, Your Honor, I have some flagged, but I think we can move through them fairly quickly, and I can identify those to the court every place that is throughout the transcript. But,
all right, thank you.
Yeah.
If I may. So my concern is that I didn't realize necessarily during the motion hearing, I thought we were talking about witness testimony, not the defendant's own statements. And let me try to articulate for the court where I think some difficulty may come in. If I have my expert do what the court suggested and just have him give the one sentence that blanks can kill, then what we're missing, the important part is that Mr. Baldwin knows that. So these statements that he made to Detective Hancock go directly to that one sentence that you're allowing us to get in, because Mr. Baldwin actually knows that, and the elements of the offense go directly to what he knew or should have known. That's in the actual jury instruction. So this is something that he knew or should have known. There are rules that say don't point the gun at anyone, and this is obviously one of the reasons.
Yes, I am
Is
Sean.
because
I'm
even if you have
transracial.
largely inert
Transitioned in the last couple
ammunition,
of days,
it can still
guys.
hurt someone. Or Mr. Baldwin even indicated he knew that it could kill someone.
Melded in or
So I
separated
think
into
that
two people.
this needs to be in for that reason.
Which motion was it?
Your Honor, it was, all personal opinion.
The Sean you seen earlier was just AI Sean.
Yeah.
Now, in
Your Honor, I
fact,
believe
deep
this was
fakes. The
number
real Sean will be here shortly.
3. This would be defense 3, is that correct? Defendant's motion only 3, I believe it was. And we have the transcript if the court would like to review it. Based on what the state has just argued in their reply, may I just be heard as to the new arguments?
Is this your motion?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
The new argument?
Yes, this the
That's
state.
her reply,
the
isn't it? Didn't she go first?
She did. She did.
You're doing a surreply.
And if I may have just a few sentences, Your Honor, because I think this is important, as what she stated is new, since she's now talking about disagreeing with the ruling that we had. But we relied on the court's ruling. In our jury selection, we did not cover this topic. In our opening, we did not cover this topic.
It's not 3. Where is it?
I believe it's number 3. It's the foreseeability.
7, Your Honor.
Oh, 7. I apologize, Your Honor. Number 7.
You mean defendant 7?
Defendant's 7. Yes, Your Honor. It was our motion to exclude.
I don't have these numbered.
Would the court like me to present the transcript?
No.
The court's convenience. Okay.
Blondie over here is like wearing a push-up bra today. Awful low cut.
What is the name
Wonder
of
if
the
she has an
motion?
OnlyFans.
The name of the motion.
It's a motion to exclude evidence related to the spelling bee, Your Honor.
Oh, all right.
Yes.
The additional blanks came up in the opposition.
Okay.
Detail.
Got it.
Robert, no subtitles. That's fine. Cat, it's simplystrungtogether.com.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. To allow the state to
I like the
basically
microphone from the
relitigate
line.
this, I think would put us in very dangerous territory, because the defense relied on the court's ruling, and the court was very clear about what would be permitted and what would not be. And I think to say that the state thought that that somehow didn't apply to statements they wanted to introduce by Mr. Baldwin is disingenuous. And so we relied on this again in our jury.
We'll see the transcript.
Yes, Your Honor. Permission to approach the court.
My law blog? I don't have a law blog. Cover your mouth.
Yeah,
dude.
so Brandon Lee was killed by a 44
You
caliber
know, this
slug while
was
filming
related
The Crow.
to, and I
Mhm.
think I
So
say it
this
here
gun
where
has
They
where I
happened
changed.
talk about on
before.
page
They changed a
154,
lot
that
of
you
You
left
things
got a
out.
based
guy,
on that.
But this is to Mr.
yeah, and
This
you
is
got
where
another
he's
guy who was
saying
killed by a prop gun in
that the
1984,
statement
John
such and
Eric
such
Hexum.
Mhm.
So,
would have died if there were a blank
and
in the gun. That
I think
they
he,
were asserting that that they were going beyond live ammunition, and they were talking about that they expected witnesses to testify, in particular Mr. Carpenter, that that blanks can kill as well,
I
and
know. I don't think so.
that he should have known
I
that.
think the jury comes back at
That's different
2.
from his own admissions of his knowledge, and I'm going to let the following in. I'm going to let page 12, I'm going to let
the situation is rare, but it's
line
not unheard
13,
of.
right in the middle. Sometimes the wadding can come out. If you're closer, you can get a burn. It shows that he does have knowledge of
At
guns.
Michael, yes, we noticed
Um,
that she's
Hang
wearing a
on,
push-up
Your
bra and
Honor,
an
just wanna
awfully deep cut.
I see, I'm sorry.
And then on
Sure,
lines
jacket.
18, 19, and I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed. And then also lines 1 through 5 on page 13.
And Your Honor, I do understand the court's ruling. If I may, just for the court, just to remind me, because I know we're dealing with the transcripts and we had these arguments earlier. So if I may, just to kind of perhaps refresh the court a little bit, part of what the arguments were about as well was the fact that the way that the grand jury presentation had gone, and in that had not been focused on blanks. It was about live ammunition, live rounds, and that was the basis of what the knowledge must be in order for it to meet the elements of the charge.
This is what in the grand jury, Mr. Carpenter was talking about all these duties that Mr. Baldwin should have had, including the knowledge that blanks can kill. He said that he should have had that knowledge. Everybody has that knowledge when they talk about don't point him the gun and things like that. And I did not want to belabor the point that blanks can kill. Okay? But that's different from Mr. Baldwin's own assertions of the knowledge that he had with respect to guns. All right. Next.
Your Honor, same argument from the state with regard to the bottom of page 14, the last 2 words that start with and, I'm. And then if we, I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. And then if we move to the top of 15, this is the exact same information, exact same argument. It's Mr. Baldwin solidifying
Yeah, I'm reading it from
and
NPR.
reiterating,
NPR said he got hit with a
what he
44
knew
slug.
or should have known that goes directly
44
to
caliber slug while filming.
the elements of the offense. Nothing further.
And I'm sorry,
And Hexum
Your Honor,
shot
I was
himself in the
actually
head.
retrieving my items. Can you, what page were we on?
If we go right down to the
With the
bottom
gun
of
loaded with blanks.
14, and we just start with those 2 words. And then we just roll over to the first 4 lines of 15.
I didn't know blanks could kill you.
And so, the issue that we're going to have, again, with this, Your Honor, is that, we did not ask witnesses questions regarding this type of harm and what was learned, and certainly those kinds of things might have been able to come through Ms. Popple. And so, and again, we did not do jury selection on this, which we absolutely would have. We didn't open on this because of the ruling and the way that we understood it based on our review of the transcript. So I do have concerns that this is going to prejudice the defense, and we would ask that the court consider not allowing
Attention to
this.
my ruling, because my ruling was with respect to witnesses, because I particularly told Ms. Morrissey that her witness got to ask her witness one sentence. And that is because Mr. Carpenter was really opinionated about the blanks can kill in the grand jury, and I did not want to move away from the fact that they weren't blanks, it was live ammunition. But this goes to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind, completely different, and I'm going to let this in as well. Page 15, 1 through 4, lines 1 through 4.
Do you know where the next jump is?
Yeah. to page 62. Do you want to move over? Huh? Do you want me to move back?
No, you're fine. Because here we go. We'll just sit some time. Okay, Your Honor, we're jumping to the bottom of page 62. You know what? I'm
Girl,
gonna
I think you're
change
right.
my position. Why don't we go ahead and just
I think that's
exclude
Ireland back there.
the bottom of 62 and the top of 63?
Yes.
So what did I miss? I apologize, guys. I thought they were coming back at 4.
Carrie's winning argument about letting stuff in from the interview.
Oh, the George Stephanopoulos interview?
Yeah.
So,
Oh, that's all coming in. That's his own statement. There's no
like
I think
his
that
attitude
as
during it or
witness
his demeanor and
testimony,
everything.
Yeah,
it's
that's all
difficult
coming
when we're
in.
doing
And
motions
how
in
he
limine
said that
because
he
the court
has
certainly
all this
doesn't know what all the
experience
witness
and
testimony is going to be.
whether or not Blake
So part of the
killed
issue
and stuff like
here
that.
is we were intending
all that gloating he was
to
doing,
ask the
come back
court
to bite him in
to,
the ass.
not necessarily today with these witnesses, to potentially reconsider this ruling. I don't think it makes a big difference in this particular interview, but we absolutely have witnesses who will testify if the court were to permit them. The safety bulletins speak directly to producers and their responsibility for such safety. I can show it to you. In addition to that, the witnesses who were
He said all that
on
stuff in the interview,
scene
too.
with Mr. Baldwin would discuss the fact that his role as producer is what enabled him to be in a position to disregard
you can't talk
the
about him being a
safety
producer.
rules. But with regard to this particular line,
That's not fair.
I'm not married to it. I can try to revisit this issue with the court when we have relevant witnesses on the witness stand.
Your Honor, the court had the ability to reserve.
So all I'm looking at is this line, okay?
Correct.
Both of you, and I'm going to not let it in.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Next is, this one's out by stipulation. Next is
Hi,
page
Dolly.
81. A portion of that is out by stipulation, but I believe the next is page 81.
Yes.
The top portion of that is out by stipulation, I believe, but then the lower part of page 81 is still subject to disagreement.
Let me just refresh my memory on what it is. So, some of this contains his, wait a minute, let me. I guess the top part of it is directly related to what he's talking about at the beginning, which the court admitted. So my concern is I don't think that if we take out, and on Saturday my daughter was going to be in the movie, we had a little part for her, in this top, so I want to point out that here at the bottom of page 81, Mr. Baldwin says, well, let me ask you this. Originally, this is very complicated. I mean, none of this compared to what happened to them, but my wife and my whole family was here. They weren't, but his daughter was going to be in the movie. So again, this goes to the opening arguments, the continuing defense that we are going to hear throughout the course of this trial. Mr. Baldwin, at this point in time, knows that someone's in the hospital and another person has been taken away on a helicopter, is critically injured, and what he is concerned about during the interview is what's happening to his family and whether or not his family is going to come and visit him. So he's actually taking a moment in the interview with the detective to talk about, this is complicated because my family's supposed to
Hey,
come.
Dolly, at any point did he like show any remorse or ask about if she was okay in any
Not
of
really.
The court has already
No.
ruled admissible
His
Not
his
really.
the
his
previous
interview with the police
portion
is
of this.
bad.
And again,
I
I
just
think
listened
when
to
the court
that
is
part
looking at balancing,
when
the
she
court can
mentioned
also
it.
determine
It's
how
bad.
much of this to permit in. It
It's
is
callous.
cumulative of what the state already
Even Hannah was
listed
crying. I was
in
like,
earlier
you know,
statements
Yeah.
worried.
to
Well,
to
Hannah ruined
reference, which
herself
would be
too,
his
though.
supposed state of
Susan
mind
had a
after
bullet
the
in the
fact.
shoulder and was like,
I don't
what's
know
going
how
on with her?
much
Is
we
she
need to
okay?
then, continue to allow in
That's
all of
true.
the rest of this over and over. And certainly, again, him wanting to have his family there with him is not shocking after something like this. It is certainly a very difficult time. But again, the court, as the court is looking at the balancing, one of those things that the court will balance is the cumulative nature of what is being offered. The court has already ruled admissible the previous statements, and we would ask that the court not allow additional statements related to that at this time based on the limited probative value of the testimony or evidence.
All right, I don't think this is of much consequence. I think that the part I ruled on earlier went to rebut the information about his coloring and everything else like that. Granted, there was a lapse in time, so that can be addressed in questioning. But the fact that his daughter was going to be in the movie and he's mentioning that, I don't think that, and she was so excited to come. I don't think that's helpful. He's just describing really his kids. That's not coming in.
Understood. Is the next one that on page 83? Is that what you
Yes,
have?
yes. And the first, I think, 5 lines are out by stipulation, and then we're just dealing with then 6.
Right, so 6 through 14, certainly the top part is an explanation of his comments at the beginning that the court has ruled are admissible. I certainly can forfeit. I told the producers I would stay tomorrow in case anybody else, their insurance investigators, their lawyers want to talk to me. I don't have too much heartburn over letting that go, but I do think that the fact that there are 2 people who've been taken away to the hospital, and Mr. Baldwin is upset because his wife wants to cancel her trip, again goes directly to the defense of this man was devastated.
Well, the tickets were non-refundable in his defense.
So, Your Honor, first the state, this was already part of the stipulation, was through page 83,
Uh-oh.
line 5. So I won't argue
Baldwin
that.
isn't happy.
The state had already stipulated to that
You know about to
earlier.
happen. He woke up
With
now.
respect to lines 6 through 14, much of
He
what
woke up
is being
now.
relayed here is actually his
He's
wife's
shaking his head.
statements, about what she thought about,
Should have knew
your
that was
energy
coming.
or whether or
Al
not she
knew
wanted
that
to come down.
it was about to get real in
And
day
so I
2.
think, again, the state has already, is already going to be permitted to introduce those other statements related to his state of mind. This has very minimal probative value, particularly considering the court's ruling a moment ago, and we would ask that the court exclude this, particularly, again, considering the fact that a lot of this is about his wife and her thoughts as well, and it's not sufficiently probative.
Yeah, I don't think it's very relevant. I think, and the relevancy goes to the rebuttal of how he was.
People on my Twitter are
how he
calling
was
him White
feeling.
OJ.
I think that the pages 4 and 5 directly relate to that, but I don't think this does. So I'm not going to redact it.
Oh.
Last page.
There is further down on the same page. I believe it starts at line 22 of page 83 and then continues on into page 84, line 8.
So
Hold on here.
Mr. Baldwin has critically injured someone And what he's saying to the detective, and keep in mind, Your Honor, Mr. Baldwin was going to stay and complete the.
Hello, they're
originally
arguing
he
about
was gonna be
things
in the
during his interview, whether they should come
This
in or
was
not.
devastating to
And
him.
Sean
You know, this devastating. I think there's even phrases in this
Yeah.
interview where he says, "I'm devastated," or maybe it's in November.
Yep, we're all
I
set.
have to leave for rehearsal.
This is
You're all
we
set,
check our
sweetheart.
props.
contradictory to other
Thank you for
stories
being
John
here.
makes where he says, "I'm devastated."
Thank you guys
Two
for putting
people
up
are in
with
the
me
hospital.
today.
He doesn't even want to stay
I
and
will
make sure they're okay.
Sean, pause this while I'm talking.
Your Honor, he
It's rude.
offered to stay, and that's.
Oh, it's all about you now.
Yes, it is.
It is now.
I will be on Hearsay for Days this weekend with Hella and Dolly, and Sean, incidentally. Also, do not forget, Dolly, after the court hearings every day, is doing Behind the Exhibits. He has all of the exhibits and,
Body
videos,
cams and
all that kinds of
interrogations and
fun
good
stuff.
stuff.
You might see pieces of it in
Trial.
trial, but he has all the rest of it.
He has the
then,
rest of what's been excluded.
yes, and then after that, Hell is doing trivia, so make sure you guys check that out. But again, thank you guys for putting up with me while I was trying to hold the fort down for Sean. But yeah.
Mhm.
All right.
All right. Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Nice to meet you.
And guys, I apologize for today. This is makes me want to jump off a cliff. So
No, it worked
anyway,
out
here
well.
we go. Let's go. I think that all this nonsense about him being producer. Well, they've already had it excluded, so I don't see why she gets the second swing at it. But we'll see where they're
the
at.
fact that she kind of shoehorned that in, knowing that the jury was going to hear that part, even though
Yeah,
they
well,
chose
remember,
to
this is not in
ignore
front
it.
of the jury right now. This is all.
Oh, the jury's not.
Yeah.
This is all outside the presence of the jury.
Oh, I thought she was
Well, they're trying to say that Alec was all broken up about what happened.
Yeah.
So they're now trying to say that when he was like in his interrogation, when he first got there,
Yeah.
he's planning
yeah.
a family trip.
Just like Hannah Reed, she made a bunch of phone calls and said a bunch of shit while the cameras were running. So
now he about to eat these words.
oh yeah. So all right, guys. Well, here we go.
Let's go.
Throughout this transcript, it even says it further down on this same page. He says, unless you tell me not to, or if you tell me to come back in, I'll do whatever it is that you want. He's making himself completely available, but not shockingly, his wife wants him home. He is a father.
It's going to be redacted. All right, next.
The next one is out by stipulation, which is on page 85.
I think that's it.
That may be it on this one. I will let Your Honor.
Stipulated to, okay, what?
Yes. There were other portions within here that we had found that were related to the blank situation. I understand the court's ruling. If the court is willing to consider as part of its gatekeeping function, limiting the amount of that.
Too late. Too late. That's what happens when you do 2 days before. Okay, let's go.
Just in terms
Ooh,
of,
wow.
I know that we've got one more statement to try to tackle. So now that the court has ruled on the redactions, because these are the defense requests, I'm expecting the defense to do the redactions and provide them to me quickly, because this is Hancock, and Hancock's going to take the witness stand as soon as possible.
That is our intention.
Well, you're finished, so you're going to do. Oh, that's right. Okay, I apologize.
So 10 minutes max.
Okay, and then you're going to do the redirect. So while they're doing that, go ahead and provide a copy with the redactions that I've ruled should be redacted, which were minimal. Okay.
Yes, Judge.
What's next?
There is the second statement. Is your copy?
Yeah. The second statement, this is a statement that takes place on.
I hope you got that. Do you need any clarification? Because I don't want this going south when Hancock's on the stand. Do you want me to repeat it?
I think we have it from the transcript. I think we have it from the transcript.
No. My rulings.
Yes,
So,
we have the real time.
All right. Okay. Good. Okay. What's next? I said the jury comes back at 2. They have 1 minute before I call back the jury. Otherwise, they're going to abandon
So
these.
that's why they came back.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll be quick.
So if we look at this part at the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2,
This is what I'm going to do because we're running out of time. I'm going to make a ruling. These were given to, your intended redactions were given 2 days before. And so far, the only thing I've heard that was a surprise was the testimony of his
Love you
knowledge
too,
of
sweetheart.
guns. So let's see. Well, I mean, everybody got a point somewhere. I don't find that, I'm going to redact that. I don't find that's relevant. It's just in passing, really. And he's talking about other people.
well, if I can,
Sure.
Your Honor, I just
Yeah.
want to talk about it in a little bit more context. So what's happening here is Detective Hancock and Mr. Baldwin are talking about Ms. Gutierrez and her lawyers. Ms. Gutierrez is obviously her conduct is being discussed extensively. Mr. Baldwin says, but it's her lawyer saying that on her behalf. So if we're going to redact the bottom portion, then honestly, I think that we need to redact the part where he says it's her lawyer saying that on her behalf. I mean, I think if we redact the part about the lawyers, we redact everything.
That's fine. It does take it out of like nowhere context. Okay, yeah, I'll tell you what I'm thinking, and then if you really want to argue it. All right, page 15. I don't find this relevant.
Okay, Pete, I'm sorry. Let me catch up to you.
Sure. Yeah.
So this is relevant because what Mr. Baldwin is talking about right here to Hancock is his intention to sit for a public interview, and that public interview turns out to be with George Stephanopoulos. It was that interview that led to the accidental discharge testing and all kinds of stuff. Again, Judge, it's the defendant's own statement. He knew he had a right to counsel.
All right, I'll let 1 through 6 in, but this thing about the Kennedy Center is not coming in. 1 through 6 on page 15.
1 through 6 comes in, the rest of it's out.
He's not having any of it. They
Page
had time
18.
and they never got ready.
Tell me why this is relevant or not relevant or relevant. Ms. Morrissey.
Okay, let me just. Sure. So the top part is him saying to Detective Hancock, "You don't know anything about my business. You don't know anything about my business. You're in law enforcement. You're the person who, when they do something wrong, you're the last person they want to see. You live a very, very difficult but ultimately very narrow life. I believe. Hang on. Let me finish it a little bit. Well, it all goes. I think we've got like three or four pages, so I think it all kind of goes together. Hang on just a second. Okay, so this part, I mean, the part at the bottom of 18, it puts in context the part at the top of 19, and this goes directly to Mr. Baldwin's motivation to lie about pulling the trigger of the gun. I'm 63 years old with 6 kids. I can't rely on luck anymore. He's talking about his career. And that he can't rely on luck anymore. This goes exactly to his motivation not to tell the truth. Sorry.
Can we approach briefly?
Sure.
Hey, buddy.
All right, here we go. All right, they're getting ready, guys. So, guys, we're gonna catch up on some of these. I don't know if our 2.0 gotten. It says the craziest movie or promotion you've ever had. Yes. Joe Loy for 10 pounds sterling. The King sterling. It says, great job 2.0. I'll make sure she knows. DeadTube is a member now. Thank you. Benjamin Lewis says 2.0, your questions to Sean are great. In the industry, we call that a naive observer. It's important to get different perspectives, and Sean is great at respecting it. And Kat Madison says Russia's taken more territory. Yeah, they took a little bit.
I don't think this information is that helpful one way or the other, but I'm going to let it in because of the lateness of your redactions. So because it's 2:00 now, and so we're going to go. All right.
I understand. May I just briefly be heard on that point?
No. All right.
This is, guys, the judge
Did
is
your
now
redactions been
flat
out?
out pissed and done with their shit. That is a judge saying, I'm done. She is fucking angry now. You got to have your shit ready to go for trial. And the thing is, these guys have been fighting and bickering the whole time. She's just done.
Oh, yeah.
Understood here.
Do you understand that page forward?
So they're going to get this all ready to go. And they're bringing back Fort Whiteboard. To be fair, this got excluded on Monday. It all did. It should have been excluded, and now they're jerking around with it. So that's the problem here.
I think they're looking at it as the nail in the coffin now.
You know what though? It's not really gonna be. It's not really gonna be. The fact is he pointing a gun at a lady. That's the nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
They've still got that, and they've got it. His interview with George Stephanopoulos, I think, is the actual nail in his coffin. But yes, you look for, you're going to look for every advantage you can to get him done. So that's what prosecutors do. They need to put a border in between their cameras because it gets confusing.
Yeah, it does.
Gotcha. Did you ask for us to come up?
Yes.
I just, okay.
Well, guys, we're going to keep waiting. We're going to keep waiting and see what happens. There are 228 of you here. Thank you for being here, guys. 2 people on Twitch and then 193 ghosts over on X. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Well, that's what most of them are. Every once in a while, somebody's like, oh, I'm not a ghost, but it's like they were just in here and they'd go over. Most of these on Twitter, I think, are fake. But hey, you know what? That's okay.
Yeah, that's what me and Hotep and speculating. One day I had like 2,000 people in, and I was like,
you've been talking to the boss about that?
No, I was like, dude, that's like, yo, that's like, I was like, I had 2,000 people in the stream. He was like, I don't know if they're real. I said, I don't know either.
Oh yeah, no, I think they're all bull.
Yeah, I was like, well, we're just gonna keep streaming it. Maybe it'll catch on soon.
Yeah. Well. So, anyways, why are we still? Here comes the jury now.
It's Elon AstroTurfing X to get more people to stream over there, probably.
Well, I think so.
You had seen when you were testifying earlier Mr. Baldwin in court today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the first time that you've seen him since, I believe, since the day that the incident occurred?
Correct.
And of course, you see him here as a defendant in a courtroom wearing a suit jacket. He wasn't dressed like that on the scene, right?
Right.
He was Harlan Rust, and he had his actor.
Harlan Rust is so awful.
Yes.
And
Harlan Rust.
I'm in touch with him for blood, like you said before, right?
I did.
And he was shaking as you did that, was he not?
He seemed upset as I did that.
Yes, he's
And
like, just
of
send
course,
production
you remember
back.
that, right?
Yes.
And the lapel that you've reviewed has refreshed your memory.
Correct.
And you know that he received a phone call from his friend Joel, the director who had been shot, and you used that information to then send officers to the hospital to retrieve the bullet, correct?
I believe we already had deputies at the hospital at that time.
But he told you that and told you that that would be something that he wanted you to do, right?
He indicated it was something he wanted law enforcement to do, but we were already making the necessary, we were already sending a deputy to the hospital to retrieve that.
And he told you that he pulled the gun out, he turned, and he just cocked the gun, right?
He did state that, yes.
He didn't say he pulled the trigger, right?
I don't recall him saying that.
And you never tested the hammer of that gun for DNA, did you?
I do not know the FBI lab's process for processing a firearm for DNA.
What?
But because he told you that, and I'm putting up A10, defense exhibit, that's why you knew that the document that had fallen near Miss Hutchins that says macro on hammer as thumb cocks it was so important. Isn't that right?
There was a paper inside of the church that indicated a firearm was being used. So I photographed it. We had paperwork that was later collected out of Miss Hutchins's.
Wait, hold on. When we had in the first trial, the script supervisor said he wasn't supposed to be dicking with the gun in preparation for the shot. And now there's evidence it was? God, Hannah Reed's attorney fucked up bad.
Yeah, I already said she had a shit
Wow.
attorney, yeah.
Wow.
Going back and watch some of it, yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just coming back through what we know now. Holy cow.
Side bag that was also additional script. And that was collected because it was part of her bag, part of her personal property.
And you see the name Halyna on top, right?
Yes, this is what was taken out of her bag.
And what was at the floor?
Just like John Lennon.
A3.
Last words were, ow, my back.
Russ Colt cocked quietly now. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you and your fellow officers discussed this and said, this is important. It confirms what he told us, didn't you?
I believe that I stated it was important because it was a script that involved a firearm inside the church where a shooting had occurred.
And after this point in time, eventually, you all sent that firearm off, not to have the firearm tested, its hammer for DNA, but rather for it to end up being destroyed in the testing, or broken in the testing, if you prefer.
The firearm was sent for DNA, and additional testing was not conducted until later.
We were talking also, to move away from the firearm for a second, about how the lethal round got on set, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Baldwin, you actually told him that you would figure it out. You gave him that assurance. You said, I get it. I know that there was a live round, wasn't supposed to be on set. We law enforcement are going to find that out, didn't you?
I believe the words that I used was, that's why we're here. We're here to try and figure out what happened.
And one of your fellow officers sort of came over the top of you and sort of confirmed to him, don't worry, we're going to find out.
Effect on listener? What?
As I said,
One word,
suppression.
but objection. Yes, what is it?
Objection, hearsay, the officer isn't here. He's speaking now.
Respond.
It's not for the truth of the matter asserted that it was her.
Okay. Well, did you lay the foundation for that? Did you ask her what she did because of that?
Not yet, I can't.
Okay.
And after you,
If he lays that foundation for effect on listener.
after what you said and what you heard from your fellow officer, it is true, as you testified previously, that you did go out to seek the source of that lethal round, right?
Please rephrase your question as to the word seek.
Sure. After you said what you said and the officer said what he said, is it not the case that you made it a priority to try to find the source of the lethal ammunition, correct?
Our priority was to find the facts of what had happened in this situation.
And one of the steps that you took that we talked about by searching the truck, by going to Seth Kenny, by getting the PDQ, one of the things you then did was you did seek out and try to find the source of the lethal ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And as you were doing that, you continued to work with Corporal Hancock, right?
Yes.
You would see her and the prosecutors often, right?
I would see Corporal Hancock more often.
And you testified previously about the search for the lethal ammunition at the trial of the armorer, correct?
Yes.
A question came up at that trial of this issue of, did Seth Kenny really provide the ammunition to Seth or not, right?
Yes, I believe that came up.
Okay. And eventually there was a verdict in that case, right?
Yes.
And a good Samaritan walked into the police station and gave you the lethal ammunition, didn't they?
After the Hannah
This is new
Gutierrez
info.
trial, there was an individual that came to the police station and stated they had ammunition.
And they
What?
turned in the ammunition.
That's
Yes.
new.
And they gave it to you, right?
Wow.
Yes.
And they told you that this was the ammunition that ended up with Seth Kenny that killed Miss Hutchins, right?
I do not recall all of their statements.
Wow. That happened? That is 100% new information.
Who did you tell about that?
During that conversation, my Lieutenant Brian Brandel, was with me, and Detective Hancock
Did Hannah's
was
attorney
aware
know
of that
that?
individual, that he had come to the
I doubt
sheriff's office.
Wow.
And you never vouchered that and turned it over to the defense, did you?
It was a doc information situation,
I don't know what that means. Can you just explain it to me?
meaning that I was instructed by my lieutenant to create a doc info report on it.
And I mean, what does that mean?
Means we're documenting information that this individual came and gave this ammunition to us.
Who is this individual?
Okay, but you didn't, I mean, he told you it had to do with the Rush shooting, correct?
Yes.
And he told you actually that he was a police officer in a neighboring county, right?
I believe he
What?
said he was a retired police officer, yes.
And he told you you all had been duped by Seth Kenny, didn't he?
No,
In words and substance, didn't he?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. And he said to you, I'm willing to fill out a witness statement, right?
No, I don't recall that.
He told you that the rounds came from a green ammo can, didn't
What?
Judge, I have to object to your say.
So you got some random person
Interesting.
walking into a police station from a neighboring
Did you
town who has the
This
ammo.
is 100%
he? That were
relevant on
provided
a
to you.
wall.
By the way, they were
Oh my God.
Starline brass nickel primer live, weren't they?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
Bowles right now is in the fetal
That
position.
is what I
crying.
said.
Did this stuff come in? He said it came in during trial, right?
He said after the trial. After the trial.
After Hannah's trial?
After Hannah's
That
trial.
is a massive issue with the state because there's an ongoing obligation to provide discovery. And who the hell is it? How do they know that was ammo from there? Where did they find it? How did they get it? That's all important shit that needs to be known.
Did they follow up this lead that came into the police station? Did they verify this?
I don't know.
So Hannah's mom screaming about a conspiracy could be true.
I mean, it could be, but is this appealable? Well, it's a massive issue that would come post conviction, like for a new trial.
It'd be
What is
good
this
habeas.
evidence? Wow.
Wow. Did the state?
The
state had to know this was coming.
I hope so. Mama Source saying it was Seth and Sarah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, Seth has immunity.
This is Brady material. It's exculpatory. Yeah. I mean, it's Brady material. Like, who the fuck is this guy?
I mean, by the time it's appealed, Hannah will be out, but
I know, but still, she can have a new trial.
yeah.
But who
Wow.
else would have the ammo other than Seth if that's the case?
Wow. I don't know.
Well, it's information acted upon is going to be my response. But he told you the reason that he was coming in is because he didn't trust law enforcement on this case.
Well, you know what? She's going to object to hearsay, and you're going to say effect on listener?
Okay.
Well, you're going to have to lay your foundation better. You are.
So,
somebody laughing?
Now, let me ask this question. How come law enforcement didn't voucher this with the rest of the evidence in the Rust case?
I'm not sure what you mean by the word voucher.
How come you didn't inventory it and put it with all the rest of the evidence in the Rust case?
I was instructed to put this in as a doc information case, which I did, and it is under that case number.
You buried it?
No.
Your lieutenant?
There is a supplemental report on it, and that was placed into evidence.
Did you ever turn that over to the defense?
No.
And his defense?
I have not turned over anything to the defense. My information goes through the sheriff's office.
Are you aware of whether the sheriff's office ever informed the defense that a good Samaritan came in and turned in this ammunition?
I do not know.
A good Samaritan.
Who's the good Samaritan, and
When
why
the
did he
defense
do
came
it
to
after?
you,
He knows
the
who it is. He's
Starlight
playing
Glass,
coy. He's playing coy right now.
nickel, primer,
Wonder if they approached
live
him.
ammunition
They had to
Yeah.
approach them.
with you.
Yeah.
You didn't show them this, did you?
I did not have an evidence viewing with the defense. That was my coworker.
Oh,
Your coworker didn't show this to the defense, correct?
I do not know.
Do you have any reason
Adam
to
looks
believe
like
your
a villain
coworker
right
showed
now.
this to the defense? Given that it wasn't put in the same inventory as the Rust case?
No.
Oh.
I find it suspicious that they did it after her trial.
This is us as fuck, chat.
Did you or anyone from the sheriff's office ever tell the armorer or her lawyers that a good Samaritan came in after the verdict and gave you this information?
I do not know.
Oh.
Well, she doesn't have to know where it went. He told
No.
somebody.
No, but to the jury, this looks
Oh,
bad.
yeah, this is
But you
bad.
do
This is
agree.
very bad.
It looks like conspiracy, right?
If they
He
set
did
this
tell
up as a
you.
long play,
That Seth said this was the
Bravo.
evidence from the shooting.
bravo.
Shout out to Justin in the chat. He said that
I
earlier.
don't recall what
Yeah.
he stated, what someone else stated.
Yes, Young,
you-
she's just
you
a
told
technician,
him-
but it looks bad because that means nobody else did anything with it.
He didn't have to write a witness statement. Law enforcement was going to type up a report on it today, right?
I never stated any such thing about a witness statement.
He offered to provide a written witness statement so that it was clear. Did he not?
I do not recall that happening.
Okay. Did you give him assurances that you would type up a report on it?
I don't recall providing assurances to him.
Did you tell him that you would write up a report on it?
I don't recall doing that either.
Do you deny it?
No.
So when you testified earlier that you never found the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins, that wasn't true either, was it?
Can you rephrase the way you stated that?
Sure. As you sit here today, having had a good Samaritan turn in these 45 rounds into the precinct, right?
If that's what you're discussing, then
Yeah. You don't know whether or not you have in your possession the live rounds that killed Miss Hutchins, do you?
the live round that killed Miss Hutchins has been fired. Are you asking me about a connection between those live rounds and other ones?
I'm asking you, as we've talked about at great length, whether or not you withdraw it. I'm asking you, isn't it the case that law enforcement likely has the matching rounds to the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins?
I do not know.
And you do not know because you made a doc report about this and did not put it with the rest of the Rust evidence, correct?
Those rounds were not placed with the rest evidence, correct?
Nor were they sent to the FBI for testing with the rust evidence, were they?
No, they were not.
Ooh, this looks terrible.
I have no further questions for this witness.
But wouldn't they have to prove that the round fired?
Yeah.
They have to prove that the round that was fired came from the lot that was turned in.
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Yes,
real quick.
they just we're behind, so that's why.
Yeah, well, we're only behind by like a minute or two.
I just saw it.
What did you just see?
That. Well, I'm
Ms.
not going to
Poplar,
spoil.
are you a detective?
Okay.
No, I am not.
Did you interview any of the witnesses in this case?
No, I did not.
You didn't interview Mr. Baldwin?
No.
You didn't interview Ms. Gutierrez?
No.
Mr. Spiro was asking you about the Good Samaritan who arrived at the sheriff's department after the Gutierrez trial. Can you tell the members of the jury when the Gutierrez trial was?
I don't recall exactly. I believe it was back in April.
Would you take end of February, beginning of March?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay. Do you recall the Good Samaritan's name?
I do not.
Would you recognize it if I said it to you?
Yes.
Troy Teskey.
Yes, that was his name.
Are you aware that Troy Teskey is a close friend of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's father?
No.
Oh, I've heard that name.
Are you aware that Troy Teskey had his own motivations for wanting to place blame on Seth Kinney to help Hannah Gutierrez?
Objection, leading, objection,
Overruled, overruled.
Oh.
No, I had no knowledge of that.
Oh my God. Let's go. This is better than all my children.
Stepdad drum.
Yeah, Del Reed's not really dad.
Now, to be clear,
She's gonna block Baldwin now.
is Mr. Baldwin charged with involuntary manslaughter for bringing live rounds on the movie set?
Ooh, let's bring it back.
Is Mr. Baldwin charged with involuntary manslaughter for loading a live round into the gun?
No.
Has a person already been tried and convicted for those things?
Yes.
Let's bring it back.
To try to clarify some points, Starline Brass, is that a brand of ammunition?
Yes, it's a brand of ammunition.
Is it a brand of ammunition or a casing?
It is a
They do
casing.
both.
Okay. And the live rounds from the set of rust had nickel primers, right?
Yes.
Objection, leading, every question.
Overruled.
No, you gotta ask you to
So-
do it. Stop her.
Let me ask you this. When you went to PDQ to conduct your search, because you're not the detective, do you remember whether you had any surveillance video or not?
I don't remember.
So, with regard to Mr. Kinney, prior to the search of PDQ, did Mr. Kinney actually bring his own live ammunition to the police station?
Yes.
So before you ever executed a search warrant, he went to the police station and said, I want to give you a sample of my live ammunition.
Yes.
Who paid him to do
And you
that?
took that and you sent it to the FBI, right?
Correct.
Now, with regard to ammunition, characteristics of some of this ammunition is it says Starline Brass on the top, right? And when I say it says Starline Brass, describe to the jurors what the emblem is.
It's called the head stamp.
It is a star, an arching line, and then another star.
It's called an arc, an arching line.
The live ammunition that was taken from PDQ, was it all Starline Brass?
No.
Was it all nickel primers?
No.
Careful.
Now, in addition to the stamp on the top of the casing and the color of the primer, does does ammunition have different shaped projectiles?
Yes.
And when we're talking about the projectile, we're talking about, what are we talking about?
We're talking about the nose of the bullet, so what actually gets projected out the barrel of the gun.
Hold on, please. Thank you, sir.
Oh, great. Baldwin has COVID.
Yeah, he is. That was actually brilliant.
I'm showing you what's been
But that was
previously admitted
interesting
as
that that
State's
was
Exhibit
brought up like
26.
that.
Remind us, which are the live rounds?
So you already knew that
The
answer,
suspected
Dolly.
live rounds. Sorry, we'll get there.
The
Yeah.
ones to the right.
Ah.
And what are the ones on the left?
They are dummy rounds.
Is there a different shape to the tip of the projectile?
Yes.
Tell us what the difference is.
So the live rounds.
You can mark your screen.
Okay. So the live rounds have a flattened surface to them, whereas our dummy rounds come to a further point.
Yeah, the
Trying to
dummy
draw
rounds
one.
don't even look like
Almost like a
45s, really.
curvature to a better point.
At my request, prior to the Gutierrez trial, did you take out a ruler and measure those?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the size of what we call the meplet, which is that very top of the projectile? Do you recall the size of the live rounds?
Yes, the live rounds were 6 millimeters and the dummy rounds were 4 millimeters.
Every single live round, well, suspected live round, taken from the set of rust, was it a 6 millimeter meplet?
Yes.
All of the live ammunition that was taken from PDQ, to include the live ammunition that Seth Kinney brought into the sheriff's station, did any of those have 6 millimeter meplets?
No.
Do you have any evidence that Seth Kinney is the source of the live rounds on rust?
No.
If you know, is there evidence that Hannah Gutierrez brought the live rounds onto the set of rust?
Yes.
What is that evidence? Let's talk about it.
The evidence that I am aware of is a photograph on a cell phone of the rounds in the background of a photograph that was taken with a cell phone. Those rounds are the same ones from the same box that were being pulled from that day that were handed to Lieutenant Benavides.
Let me see if I can find an exhibit to help us.
No, Hannah Gutierrez is the armorer. She's not the one that got shot.
State's Exhibit 12.
Yeah.
Go ahead, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and clear your screen, the marks. Is this the box you're referring to right here?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that Hannah Gutierrez admitted to bringing that box on the set?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that Hannah Gutierrez actually provided evidence to the sheriff's department that she was provided that box by her father?
Yes.
And the
God,
Good Samaritan
dun,
who
dun,
came
dun.
in with the live rounds and was telling you Seth Kinney's the bad guy, that happened how long after the incident?
That happened well after the incident in after February, so March of this year.
So Ms. Hutchins died in what year?
In October of 2021.
And Mr. Teskey, Hannah Gutierrez's father's good friend, the Good Samaritan, he decided to bring this ammunition in after her conviction?
Objection.
Is that right?
Objection. Assumes facts not in evidence. Misleading.
Oh, come on.
Overruled, unless you want to come up and tell me.
Yes, I do.
All right, come on up.
Well, that's interesting.
What was the friend's name?
Troy Teskey.
Troy Teskey.
Thank you.
Are you going to look for him in your discovery pile?
I don't know if I
have anything about him.
Yeah, but I try.
Wow.
Yeah, this is interesting, chat.
Court reporter, would you read back the last question, please?
Okay, court reporter.
I am very
Mr.
surprised that
Tusky,
happened
Hannah
like
Gutierrez's
that.
father's good friend, the Good Samaritan. He decided to bring this ammunition in after her conviction. Is that right?
Go ahead and answer.
Yes.
In your experience, if Seth Kinney wanted to hide the fact that he had live ammunition at PDQ, he had plenty of time to get rid of it, right?
Yes.
And you found some there, right?
Yes.
And the photograph, well, was all of the live ammunition in the same place?
Yes.
Where was it found?
It was in a box on the bottom of the stack labeled as live ammo.
And for completeness, was there live ammunition found in another room away from this box?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Did you find any ammunition that was not .45 caliber anywhere else at PDQ?
I believe there were 2 boxes of marked 38 caliber ammunition that were in another room.
Did Mr. Kinney tell you that his personal firearm's a .38?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been previously admitted as defendants A23. Is this, so when we're talking about .45 caliber ammunition, well, let's back up. Is that the only caliber of live ammunition or suspected live ammunition found on the set of arrest?
Yes.
The show 1883?
23, A23. So if you find 38 live ammunition, is that important to you?
No.
Because 38 is not .45, right?
Correct.
So the .45 caliber ammunition that you found at PDQ, is this where you found it?
Yes.
Any mistaking that that would be live ammunition?
No.
Why?
It was clearly marked as live ammunition in that box.
Only thing he's ever organized.
And let me ask you, Ms. Puppel, the ammunition that the Good Samaritan, Mr. Teskey, the close friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, when that ammunition that he brought to you after her conviction, you still have it?
Yes.
You can bring it in here and you can show it to the jury, right?
Yes.
And they can see for themselves that it does not match the live ammunition from the set of arrest, correct?
Yes.
And that is obvious just when you look at it, is it not?
Yes.
Do you know how many boxes of dummy ammunition were provided to the set of arrest by Seth Kinney?
If I recall correctly, just 1.
Do you know how many boxes of dummy ammunition were provided to the set by Hannah Gutierrez?
No, I do not.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh.
Stephen Baldwin had to go discover peanut butter.
Now, you were
when he was
asked some
lost.
questions on cross-examination, and I think they were related to, let me get the exhibit just so that we know what we're talking about. You were asked some questions about the live ammunition in the other actor's gun belt. You remember those questions on cross?
Yes.
And I think the actor was Jensen Ackles.
Correct.
Do you know whether or not Jensen Ackles checked his firearm on the set of the movie?
No, I do not.
Whether he did his own safety checks?
I do not know.
Let's talk briefly about, let me make sure I have the proper exhibit numbers for the record.
Talk about wearing your emotions.
Yeah, this is.
I want to be clear, if you recall, I'm showing you defendants A27. Where did those dummy rounds come from?
These were the dummy rounds removed from the box with blue writing that stated dummy rounds.
And who do you know supplied those rounds?
Seth Kenny.
And I think I made a mistake on direct examination. This is State's Exhibit 30. Is that what I showed you?
Yes, I believe so.
And so those actually didn't come out of that box, did they?
Correct.
Do you know where they came from?
They came from a gun belt that was located inside of the prop truck.
Defendants A26. Is that where they came from?
Yes.
Based on the dummy rounds in both of these pictures, from the box and from the gun belt, do they have distinctive characteristics?
Yes.
Have they been identified?
John.
Who do you know
Hello.
who supplied all of the dummy rounds that were in the gun belt and in the box?
Yes, that
Hi,
was
Cannon.
Seth Kenny.
All right. You were
This is so weird.
asked some questions about.
Yeah,
some
he dropped a
documents
nuke. It's
that
turning
you
into wet fart. But
photographed. Do you
Jesus,
recall
this
those
is awful.
questions?
Yes.
This is not good for the state.
The state?
Yeah, I don't think
I'm
this
trying to
ultimately. I
find
mean,
them.
it's going to look sus. I think.
Are you talking about the
Councilor
initial
Aldridge
where
is
this
still
guy
here?
walked in and it wasn't
Mhm.
disclosed to the prosecutor?
Oh,
Yeah.
well, Hannah's, yeah. But if it's her father's friend,
Oh, hell, I'm sorry. I thought I brought you. Oh, you are in. Okay.
I put myself in, it's fine.
I have the script with Charles.
Yeah, but it being the
Thank you.
right, it being the father's friend makes
Sorry.
it really suspect.
Okay, can I use
Oh, it
them?
does. It does.
Okay,
Baldwin's in.
as long as they're the same. Okay, we'll just use your copies. This is, just use your copies. This is, Defendant's Exhibit A10. You remember being shown this?
Yes.
Do you have any idea when this exhibit, or I'm sorry, when scene 125 was being filmed?
No, I do not.
Same question for scene, is it 55 or 66? I apologize.
No.
'68,
No.
115,
No.
118,
No.
121,
No.
130.
No.
In fact, if you know, was Ms. Hutchins killed during the filming of an actual scene?
No, she was not.
She was not. Is that
Oh,
right?
shit.
Correct.
He was dicking with the gun.
Well, that's already been established. They weren't filming yet.
Same thing here for 118 again. Ms. Hutchins wasn't killed during the filming of a scene, was she?
No, she was not.
That doesn't help you like you think it does, Carrie.
So,
Yeah. That doesn't help.
Do you you know, if you do you know who wrote the script?
No, I do not.
Do you know who the director of the movie was?
I believe that was Joel Sousa.
Do you know whether or not he's going to come in and testify?
No, I do not.
Objection. How does she know any
Did
of
he
this?
testify in the Gutierrez trial?
I believe he did, yes.
Relevance.
Who cares?
I think
Don't let her
Hancock
get
is
Did you interview the person who
gonna be
wrote the
next.
script?
No.
Did you interview any of the witnesses in the room at the time of the shooting?
No, I did not.
So you haven't talked to a single person who could tell you whether these defense A3 and A10 are relevant at all. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, Baldwin's a lot more animated now. Maybe he
Well, I
went
think
out the
they
back
told him
and
pay attention.
well, I saw him run out the back
You
and
were
come in.
asked
Maybe he had a little
by
He had
Mr.
coffee with him.
Spyro, whether
Well,
or
maybe
not it's
that too,
true
but
that
he had
live
coffee.
ammunition should never be on a movie set, and you said that was correct. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You've never worked on a movie set before, have you?
No, I've not.
How do you know that?
It makes sense to me. It makes common sense.
But do you know?
No, I do not know the rules of movie sets.
You're not aware that there are safety bulletins for the use of live ammunition on movie sets?
No, I did not know that.
All total, including prop truck, the entire scene out there at Bonanza Creek, how many real firearms were taken into evidence?
If I can look at my report.
Sure.
I believe 13 in total.
13 real firearms.
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions about Mr. Kinney being present at the search of the prop truck. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you remember why he was present?
I don't recall the details of why he was present.
Do you recall how the sheriff's department got access to the safe?
Yes, Seth Kenny provided us with the combination.
And the firearms that you recovered, real and fake, who did they belong to?
Is my understanding they belong to Seth Kenny.
Would you say that those firearms were many thousands of dollars in value?
Yes.
And do you know who provided the vast majority of the blank ammunition?
That I do not know.
Okay. Does it surprise you that the person who owns the guns had access to the safe?
No.
Have you ever discovered any evidence that Seth Kenny was ever physically present on the set of Rust other than the day that he helped unlock the safe for your search?
No.
Don't panic now.
Do you recall you were asked some questions about you had information about a green ammo can? And that was one of the reasons that you executed the search warrant. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember where you got the information about the green ammo can?
I do not.
Did you review any of the photographs from any of the cell phone extractions that were done in this case?
No.
Did you look at any of the text messages between the different witnesses in this case?
No.
Well, they're spicy.
Do you have any information that Hannah Gutierrez previously asked if she could have live ammunition on the movie set she was working on with Nicolas Cage?
I do not have that information.
Okay. Now, I understand we've got some photographs of PDQ, and it looked like it was really packed full of stuff. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you called it a warehouse. Can
Seth
you
Kenny's
explain
warehouse.
to the ladies and gentlemen of
Oh.
the jury about how big
Bad.
that
Guys, we have
facility
photos
is?
of that.
We have the video of
It's
it.
a very
Oh, that
small
too.
facility. It has an upfront office, a hallway that leads to a
bad.
bathroom, and one
I
small
wouldn't use the
workshop
bathroom.
room, and then a room towards the back.
Is it
There's
possible
ammo
you
all over the
investigate square
bathroom.
footage?
The bathroom
no,
was
I
full of
wouldn't be able to do
equipment,
that.
wasn't it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you should see
It's a
it.
small
It's so
building.
bad.
Yes.
Now, as a crime scene technician, are you trained to find pieces of evidence in difficult areas?
Yes.
Have you ever been in a person's home or apartment that kind of looked like a hoarder place?
Yes.
How many times
did
do you
like
think
a
that's
hoarder
happened to you?
Several dozen
Several dozen.
at least. Yes.
And you're trained to look for evidence in that kind of an environment.
Yes.
Who thinks her house looks like a hoarder place?
Is it your understanding that Mr. Kenny's business is a prop house?
Yes.
Would you expect a prop house to be full of props?
Props.
Yes.
Was the prop house indeed full of movie props?
Yes.
Did anyone live there?
I don't believe so. No.
God, I hope not.
Yes, Sky. There probably was a crack door locked in the bathroom.
Do you have any idea, based on the investigation that you did, whether or not Mr. Baldwin cocked the gun when he wasn't supposed to?
I do not have any information based on what I conducted. No.
Because you didn't interview any of those witnesses, right?
Correct.
You were asked some questions, or at least one or two questions, about your pretrial interview with the defense attorneys. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was Mr. Spiro even present at your pretrial interview?
I don't believe so. No.
I'm almost done. Let me just review my notes.
I have two questions from the jury.
Okay.
That's dope that the jury can ask questions too.
If you know the investigation into the source of the live rounds, did that investigation continue after the case was turned over to the district attorney's office?
I do not know.
As a crime scene technician, in your experience, do revolvers go off by themselves?
Objection.
Yeah.
701, 702.
Withdrawn.
Yeah. All right, thank you. That was sustained.
I want to just back up real quick. You were asked a question on cross-examination about specifically information that you
We'll get to
had
this.
prior to putting in the request for the accidental discharge testing. You recall that question?
Yes.
And I think you testified that you didn't recall what information you received. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were provided a document to refresh your memory. Do you recall that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Are you finished with that problem?
Yeah.
That demonstrative evidence.
Thank you, Judge. No problem.
No prop demonstrative.
Ms. Popple, have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
How many pages is it?
It is 3 pages.
Does that document say anything about accidental discharge testing?
Objection.
That is that is not, that's a refresh of memory, so it doesn't have to.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to sustain his objection.
Okay. But I'm going to ask this question and maybe let's see how it goes. Does it say anything about the gun being destroyed?
No. I'm sorry. No.
But it wasn't operable.
Did that document refresh your memory as to what you understood from the FBI about what the condition of the gun would be after the testing?
Yes.
It does.
Does refresh my memory. Yes. I'm sorry. Can you restate that?
Does that document, the question you were asked on cross-examination was about the information that. Okay.
I'm sorry to break you up, but let me give you these.
All right, so some of you guys had some questions here, and we need to take a look at them. Trent is saying Eric Hunley said the guy who brought the ammo was a family friend of Thel Reed and was a former cop. So that's Troy Teskey. Wilder's saying, Sean, why is the defense not objecting? Well, there's some of this that if you keep objecting, that also looks really bad. Some of this isn't really hurting Alec too much because they could get out around recross. But I think they're picking and choosing their battles here. And then Afur, the chainsaw, is saying if a $2,000 an hour lawyer can't win by skill, they'll win by other skills. And they're doing great. I mean, you know, and people might look down upon Spiro because they don't like how he's doing it. But if you were at trial, this is the guy you want. This is the guy you want. You want an attorney like this. So.
I don't know, Amara. Taco Bell sound good right now.
Ms. Popple,
Taco Bell does sound
was
good.
This whole
a
Teskey
fanny
is
pack
really
collected from
blowing
the
my mind.
set of rust?
Yes.
Do you know who the fanny pack belonged to?
Yes.
Who's that? Fanny pack.
That was Hannah Gutierrez.
And was
In
any
Australia, that'd be something
live
else.
ammunition found
No,
in the
she had a
fanny
fanny pack.
No.
So after Ms. Hutchins was shot, do you know whether or not the gun was unloaded by anyone on the set?
The information that was relayed to me was that the firearm was emptied by Hannah onto the cart.
Does that include the spent casing?
Yes.
All right, Council President.
So it seemed like what Teskey was trying to say, here's the box that the spent casing came from. But then when they inspected it, it was like, nah, this ain't it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's I don't know. It's gonna be. It still comes down to the fact Alec Baldwin pulled a trigger on a gun.
Yeah, but that's it's almost like they're getting off course right now. Like, we don't care where the bullet came from. Was he dicking around with the gun when he wasn't supposed to?
Yes.
I don't.
Wilder, Fanny is in the British parlance means a woman's vagina.
It
Pretty
means
much
that here
everywhere
too.
in the world, except
Well,
the
no,
US.
if you say here, Fanny means
Well,
your
except
butt.
the U.S.
Yeah.
In the US, it means your bum.
Yeah.
Here, it means your front bum.
I just have
Your
one.
vertical smile.
The Good
That's
Samaritan
Okay. This
asked
whole
you,
thing with this Teskey dude just turning up.
in reference to the ammunition
It's
you
weird.
provided, question, and that's the one that killed Halyna. And you said yes, correct?
I don't recall that.
Do you deny it?
I don't deny it.
No further questions.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take
Judge.
our
Oh, thank God.
afternoon bathroom break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court, and let's try to get back in around 3:20. Okay, thank you.
15 minutes, chat. So
Now I can opine about this Teskey dude. What is going on?
So what do you mean? What about him? So he showed up with a box of ammo after Hannah's trial was over.
Oh, after Hannah's trial was over. Okay, now I get it. So I'm like, why does he just show up out of
Bench
nowhere?
conference, but we're in recess
It's
for
all part
all
of a
intents and purposes for bathroom break for the rest of you.
Oh, Alec Baldwin has to go to the bathroom again.
I don't think he had to go to the bathroom
He's
before. I
65
think he
years
stormed
old.
out.
Yeah, he's gonna go to the bathroom.
Yeah, he's got the prostate the size of a lemon.
Why is
Like
he
my
not
dad.
wearing a suit?
Hey, look,
Who?
yeah, he's in
Because
Trumpy
he-
Decks.
He only
Who?
has to look good from the waist up.
I guess, but
He's on a
He's
Zoom
like a
meeting.
news anchor.
he's walking like something wrong. I mean, he's walking like an old man, but
Well, he's an old man.
Aw.
Or maybe he's trying to like look like
Halyna
sexy
gives him a
to the jury.
well, he's not walking in front of the jury. The jury goes and then he
Yeah.
moves.
He is walking like Joe Biden. That is funny.
I was just gonna say that.
He's about to shake hands with the wall.
Yeah.
So the Teskey thing, it when it first dropped, when the defense brought that
Yeah.
up, I know that the jury was like, you know,
Yeah.
but then I think that prosecution reversed
Gary.
course pretty good. Yeah, I think she reversed course pretty good on that because it does seem suspect. You know,
Well, I mean, it did sound good, but I mean, it's still an impressive thing. We never heard about this.
right.
I will
Hey
say
there, everybody.
the
Thank
name-
you so much for tuning in to watch our
No, thank
coverage
you,
of the
Jesse.
Alec Baldwin trial. Look, you know, it's cases like this one that show you.
He's probably like Dave. He reminds me of Dave Rubin.
So you guys can't hear him, right?
No.
No.
Yeah, he's
Okay, good.
gone.
Only I can. I'll suffer the hardship.
And we've all been kicked.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One of these days, I'm going to be able to sponsor something on Long Crime, and it'll be sponsored by the Martin Law Office.
Baldo.
Baldo,
Just have a
Baldo's
nasty-
Incorporated.
It'll just have a nasty, just reattached to it.
Slip a QR code in.
Yeah. Yes.
Are you looking at the StreamYard window? Okay.
No, I'm looking down here at the bottom.
Okay.
So I've got him unmuted, but I had to mute him on the thingy on the tab.
No worries.
Oh, I need to put you guys back up.
Oh, that's
Have
what I was
you
going to
noticed-
say.
Have you noticed, ever since we've all been making fun of, remember how the Recator story was on Law and Crime Sidebar, right?
Mhm.
And then we all looked at Law and Crime Sidebar and made fun of his backdrop. It's changed.
Has it?
Yes.
Yes.
Because it looked like some kind of like brothel or something in the background.
Oh, yeah.
And immediately after we all like streamed it and watched it and made fun of it, it changed.
Yes. So, Cannon, I think you met Dolly yesterday, but
yeah,
above
Yeah.
us is a person. Her name is Hella. She is out of Australia. You probably could tell.
Maybe you can tell, mate.
No.
Hey, Kenan. I subbed to you when Sean was not first on your stream, when Sean was on your stream about a month ago or so.
Oh, okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's right. I was talking about that, and that's got some discovery happened. I'm waiting for him to give me the go ahead to talk about that some more. That's a whole shit show in itself.
I know you were having some trouble one day, so Sean actually stopped his stream and went over to yours.
Yeah, that was
that was really
awesome.
nice.
Appreciate that.
And
He's a
I'd
great
love
guy.
to show that video you were showing the guy last night.
Oh, I got some new shit. Oh, you talking about I thought you talking about the Aaron Murdoch thing. Yeah, no, so I'll put that in the chat. I put it in the private chat. It's in there.
Okay. Well, I'd like to, but we'll get nuked if we show it.
Oh, word?
Yeah, if you show a gun, I got nuked for showing pictures of a gun.
I took it to Rumble.
Oh yeah, I got nuked and I was showing pictures of a gun in an educational context, like what John Dillinger was doing.
Yeah, I took it to Rumble.
I wasn't even doing like I wasn't doing something like that.
Switchy. No talk. No cat. No talk.
Yeah, they got me twice. They got me twice on it.
Was there audio? Was there audio there?
Yeah.
Did it not come through?
It came through
Nope.
on mine.
No.
Okay. Helen and me, we're weird. We don't have audio and StreamYard.
Yeah, they got me twice. I was trying to explain some stuff.
You got this one?
Got they licking their pencils right now, trying to write fierce as they can. Get every word of this here. Get every word of this.
Yeah,
Okay.
I heard it.
You heard it that time? Okay, so StreamYard's been screwing up lately, and
didn't
if
hear
you're on the panel, you can't hear hear what's being played, but chat can.
Yeah, I heard it.
Pat, did you hear that?
We have.
They all heard it.
Yeah,
Did
they
you?
heard it. We can't hear it. Yeah,
Oh, none of you could hear it?
I couldn't hear it.
Did you get demonetized for showing the ABC stuff yesterday?
No, I'm gonna actually want to.
They got me. Yeah, so they got me.
Oh well.
Oh, no.
We'll see.
You got demonetized. Oh, you mean you got your stream?
My stream got
demonetized.
demonetized. Yeah, I'm always getting demonetized. So.
Let's see. No, we're still going. The other one, no, we did not get demonetized. They didn't even insert a copyright claim.
Must be nice they got me.
Well, your stream went for like 8 hours, so.
Yeah, they may not have just called it.
Yeah.
How long was
Still
your
waiting to
stream?
see these things.
My stream, probably like maybe 2 hours.
Yeah, it might be why.
Yeah, here it says copyright has been detected in your video. Cannon speaks. Alec Baldwin manslaughter trial day one recap and more.
Usually after 2 hours, you're safe. So I've heard.
No.
No?
No. The AI picks up the.
It's easier to
vision.
hide.
I see.
It may not have been
Anyway.
the video. It might have been like a song or something. Never mind. It might have been a song. It says hit to kill. I don't even know what the hell that is.
Oh, well.
I don't
What
know
hell?
how to ride.
Well, I've been asleep. I've only woke up like an hour ago. So, guys, fill me in. What crazy stuff's happened, or has it been super boring until I woke up, which would be great?
Yeah, it was super boring all day.
Yeah.
Carrie and Spiro got into it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
She was pretty aggressive with the objections, but then they kept going to Sidebar and they'd come back for a little bit and nothing major until this.
Yeah, and you
Until
missed
this.
2.0 running the show for a while.
I saw her.
I knew you'd be so
and
mad.
I woke up and 2.0 was on, and I was like, I've got to get up and get ready and be there with Dina.
Yeah.
And then she was like, we're going to go. Hello.
Things didn't go as planned.
No.
So yeah, what's it like? 4 a.m., 5 a.m. there, 6 a.m. for
No,
you?
it's not. It's 7 now, but it was 5 when I woke up.
Yeah.
And was in chat. But it's lucky this is on the West Coast because it would all be over by now.
Yeah.
If it weren't for that. But, yeah.
I mean, you're on the east coast of Australia, right?
I'm on the East Coast, yeah.
Yeah.
But the trial being on the West Coast is good for me.
Oh,
yeah.
Big update, guys. If you were wondering, George Kelly, the guy who did the shooting down on the border.
Oh, yeah.
Full acquittal.
I saw.
Dismissed with prejudice. So it's done.
Yeah, I saw.
Oh, 100%.
And he can have his pew-pews back and everything.
Well, they gave him back already.
Yeah.
But the judge said yesterday, done.
The prosecutor was such a dick.
Yes.
Well, the political environment could change, and there could
Cannon,
be.
do you know about that?
No, what is it again?
George Kelly, he's the rancher down in Arizona. He shot a illegal immigrant down on the border. They were going through his property.
They were going through his property, and he kind of did a warning shot, I think.
So he lived right on the wall. Like he lived right where the border wall ended in Arizona.
Mhm.
And these guys were out on his property, and he could see him. And as he was getting ready to go outside to confront him, somebody cranked off a shot at his house.
Oh no, I'm shooting
So
back.
he goes outside with and it's funny because he's a boomer, and he's this old guy. He's like 80 years old, and he's got his AK, and he duct tape a light to the front grip and everything, and he just and like, and then like because they call the police, and all the police show up because it's a serious business down there. They search his property, they can't find anybody. So later that day, he's out patrolling his property, like 100 yards from his house, and there's a dead Mexican guy laying on the ground with a bullet hole in him.
Now he can shoot as many Mexicans as he likes.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Good
The funny
for
thing
him.
was, the guy was like,
Anyways.
the guy was all the way over here,
In
and
like
he
a
had been
different
shooting
direction.
this way. So yeah, the jury, it was like,
Oh, so that guy might have got off by one of his own people.
oh, that's likely what happened.
Yeah,
because
See?
he was him and his buddies, they were all wearing camouflage. He had a radio and all kinds of equipment. So he wasn't just like, they tried to say at the beginning, he's just a poor Mexican guy. He wanted a heckin' better life. It's like,
bullshit.
he wasn't going to work at Home Depot, man.
People know right from wrong. I don't care. People know right from wrong. They knew what they were doing. I don't care what language you speak. You know.
He put in work on that one.
And he was offered like a 1 year
Yeah.
I'd have
prison.
that shit.
And he's
Yeah.
like, no. Goes to trial.
Angela says, why didn't you just push him back across the border? His property was really big. It's like a couple hundred
It's
acres, so it would
alright.
have been hard to drag the body across
I got
the
some
border.
shit on my. I got some shit on my wall that'll push his ass back across the border.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna lie though. If I found him out on the desert, I'd have been like,
Especially he's like 76, I think.
yeah. And they're where they're at. It's like, you know what? It's cold. It's like I'd just leave it and just like let it disappear.
Yeah.
Like,
We talking about hiding
what
on
body?
it.
Yeah.
I thought
You don't
let
even
the
have to hide it.
coyotes.
Leave it.
Oh, yep, let the coyotes deal with it.
Yeah, I didn't see it there. The cops didn't see it. So,
Mm-hmm.
win-win.
Americans are so funny.
What? That we just leave a body out in the woods?
How do you just like shoot people?
The bobcats and the coyotes would have.
Yeah.
Don't let it to the coyotes.
Yeah, would
And
let
you
the
got a
dingoes
wall
eat
to stop the Mexicans.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and didn't the lead
That's what they would
investigator
have did. That's what they would have did with me.
Yeah.
That's what they would have did with me. So
Well, didn't the lead investigator go into Mexico without telling Mexico that they were going to go there to interview?
Yes,
a
they did. They
witness?
did an investigation
really?
across the border. Yes.
They crossed country lines.
Yes,
Look.
they crossed international lines.
Yeah,
Yes.
international.
Well, you could argue they
Those-
crossed state lines, the state of Mexico and the.
Yeah.
those bad hombres. If
Yeah.
it was me and they would have killed me.
Yeah.
They'd have buried my ass. They wouldn't.
So,
I'd have been
Wilder
sitting
is
there.
asking, is it a directed verdict?
Was it me?
No.
No.
It was a hung jury, so it got a mistrial. It was 8-1 or 7-1.
7-1.
One person was being ridiculous. All 7 agreed not guilty as soon as they walked in the court or in the jury.
Oh, really?
Again, it's Arizona, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and it's also one of the blue counties. It went like
Yeah.
70% Biden.
It's very blue.
Yeah.
Are we sure it went 70% Biden?
Yeah.
Well,
'cause-
it's not
yeah,
Maricopa.
How sure are we? Yes.
It's not Maricopa, so
Yes. And yes, that's where we learned about Meemaw Shark.
oh yeah.
It's
Oh,
Billy's
Meemaw.
wife. She's this nice looking old lady, and she gets up there and the prosecutor starts fucking with her, and she just tore the prosecutor a new asshole. This like 80-year-old lady just fucked him up. It was really good.
I'm going to recap that one.
Yeah.
It was
But
long,
yeah,
though.
I tell my people on this, like I was talking about it today on the stream. You hear about Philly where the guy
Yeah, running around doing his happy time.
Yeah, he did his happy time on the lady's leg in the dollar store.
Yeah, he's running around doing fireman time on women. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fireman
Was it-
time. What's
yeah.
that?
Working the
shot.
hose.
The money shot.
Happy.
He was
ending.
cranking it. He was
right.
cranking it.
Let his baby
Right,
gravy
sorry.
go.
They call it fireman time. You're working your hose.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry, I haven't heard
but I
that
was-
term
but
before.
I was
Now I get
telling-
it.
But I was telling people, I was like, ladies, I was like, it's getting crazy.
Have your head
out
on a
here.
swivel here.
Have your head
It was
on the
Meek
swivel
Mill's.
and stay. Yeah, Meek Mill, he put out $2,000 on his head. And that's why the guy ended up turning himself in. But I'm like, yo, ladies, keep your head on the swivel. Everybody keep your head on the swivel because you never know. You don't know. You know what I mean? It's hard. It's ridiculous.
Hello, he was jerking off.
There you go, yes.
What's with the swivel thing?
Like keep your wits about you. Like always know your situation.
Right on a swivel, yeah. You're like a swiveling thing. You're like,
always situationally aware. Yeah, because
you gotta keep your swivel.
You had the lady in New York. Both her AirPods are in her ear. The guy lassos her around her neck with a belt.
Yep.
Drags her between the car and did his business while she was unconscious.
Yeah.
You got women getting punched in the face for no reason.
Yeah. Oh, no. He comes up behind her and just nobody saw it.
Asking me why I'm not coming to the US anytime soon.
Well, see, the neat thing is you can kill him and nobody will get mad at you for all that.
Exactly.
No one will get mad at all.
You won't go to jail like in Australia. You won't go to Wentworth.
Everything is fine.
Yeah.
Everything is fine. And you think that it's dangerous here. You're like,
I don't want
to come to Australia. Things will eat me.
You got weird animals, and if I pee in a stream, something might crawl up my pee stream, and then I'm in trouble.
I think that's South America.
Right.
You know what? He's right. I don't want to find out that it's only just South America the hard way. Like, they're not trusting.
Fair.
But no, and Cannon, the other thing is too, like, keep your hands open. It's like protect your neck.
Don't y'all got like bird? Yes, protect your neck.
Yeah.
Don't y'all got birds that sound like monkeys or something crazy?
Yeah. And then the koala bears have chlamydia. It's all fucked up over there.
Yeah. Only if you have sex with them.
I'll take gun violence for 600, Alex.
Yeah, well.
They got
you have to have sex with them to catch the chlamydia. So
actually interrupted the redirect to give the note to the
prosecutor. Does this guy look does this look like me if I got real skinny?
Boomer, hello. You need to actually add it to the screen.
We don't want to say.
I'm going to add it to the screen. Yeah, hold on. Okay. Does it look like me if I lost weight? Oh,
no.
Damn it. Not her. No.
Wait a minute.
This guy here.
Holy shit!
Geraldo?
He looks like Geraldo and Sean mixed together.
Carl and Sean mixed together without all the cringe.
Sean Raldo.
That was so good.
Thanks,
yes, you're
Bella.
Anjanette Levy.
So,
but this is crazy. The whole I don't know. I guess the defense thought they had a bombshell with the ammo.
Well, I just think that I didn't know if they thought they were going to be able to do something with it. So.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, she brought it back to what the subject at hand was.
Hella. Speaking of things in Australia, I heard about this thing. Like, all these people are going to trial for killing their daughter, killing the girl without giving her insulin.
Oh.
13 people.
Yeah. So they're in like this
me.
religious group and they didn't give the girl insulin. So they're all being charged and they're all defending themselves.
Were they treating her holistically or were they just withholding?
They're just like, oh, she'll be okay.
Oh, that's fucked up.
It was
not even holistically. It was like she'll be all right. God wills it.
Be all right. Give it a
God will save her. Yep, it's actually right near me. It's about 3 hours west into Toowoomba.
That's sad.
You guys have funny names for things. And because there's so much attention, I was reading the thing where it's like because there's so much attention, they're not going to have a jury. And I'm like, that's not how that should work.
Well, actually, I think they're far better off with a bench trial. Yeah, I think a judge will be far fairer than a jury on this one because people will be very emotional about this. And also because they're all going pro se, they've got no idea what they're doing.
Is it like religious? Is some kind of religious thing?
Yeah, it's a religious thing. And it's not like Latter-day Saints or anything like that. I don't know what kind of religion it is. I have to look into this further. I've only just been hearing about this in the last day or two, and I've been so this is what happens. I get so into the US stuff that I've missed what's going on here. And so someone in my family said, oh, what's going on with this Toowoomba case? And I'm like, what Toowoomba case?
Yeah.
And then I quickly had a look and I'm like, oh shit, 13 pro se defendants. Wow. So yeah, I'm going to look into that more, but yes, they just didn't give her insulin. And the thing about it is here, you can, it's just like with the Jehovah's Witnesses, you can, they're allowed to not give people blood transfusions. So they'll probably use that defense.
I understand, so she, I'm assuming since she was a kid, she probably had childhood or type 1. which
Yeah,
you know,
it'd be type 1.
it ain't like you can control your. I mean, you can to a certain extent you can control type 1 with diet, not as much as you can control type 2 with diet. So it'd be interesting to see how that court case plays out. If they're gonna let them go based on religious beliefs or not. You know, because that's just sad. Because you know, it's a little girl and she deserves to live and have a full life.
So sad. It's so sad. But the thing is that, like, yeah, it'll be like the 13 people all could have stopped it from happening. They all knew that she had this condition. Any of them could have given her the medication. Any of them could have reported it. La la la. But then again, if Jehovah's Witnesses are allowed to not give their children blood transfusions, for example, what's the difference?
Yeah.
What is the difference? Like, there's a legal precedent there. So I don't know why they're going per se. Maybe they have some religious aversion to lawyers.
Yeah.
They have a soft sit manual.
Yeah. There's soft sits in the Commonwealth.
Are there?
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's tons. Yeah, we got soft sits.
They do realize that
they're really big, and they'll do you know, they because they can always say common law because you know that's it's all common law, so they really live on it. In Canada, there's tons of them.
But it's founded under American Constitution.
No, I thought you were talking about in Australia.
Oh,
I thought you were talking about Australia and Canada. Yeah. No,
well, I mean, so they've like found ways to apply it to other countries.
Well, no, it's just
they don't
the
understand
idea
what they're
of
talking
common
about.
law, English common law.
Oh,
like alive and well in
I see.
England, Canada, and Australia. So
okay,
Yeah,
they're really
and a lot of them they're all like, well, stuff the Commonwealth, stuff the royalty, like we should be republics and stuff like that.
Well, it's even worse than that. They're like, I want America's rules.
And that too. They also don't understand that we don't have the American Constitution. So they'll be like, I plead the fifth.
Yeah, that was kind of my point.
And I'll be like,
they're
we don't
secret
have
Americans,
the fifth here.
and sadly, they're not going to get them. Yeah, this is a long break. It is, guys, and they're still going. And look, there's a skinnier version of me.
He's got your hair. That's about it. You're far better looking.
Baldwin's got his coffee. Carrie and Spyro probably gone to a
Seriously though,
fight.
he's almost wearing that jacket like it's a sweater vest. It's like
I was getting ready to say it looked like a cardigan.
Yeah, he looks like Mr. Rogers coming in. Won't you be my neighbor? That's my dad. No, my dad's far cooler than Alec Baldwin will ever be.
No, I think she's talking about the news anchor.
Is that actually Geraldo? Sorry, I'm just
no, that's not Geraldo. No,
okay,
that's an actually. He's an attorney. He's on Twitter. I forget what his name is.
Right.
Apparently, Bowles told Aunt Jeanette Levy that Hannah's testifying tomorrow.
I don't know what she's gonna say because she's not getting anything out of it.
Is it possible she could be offered a plea agreement or something?
Why?
You mean like if you testify, we'll let you out early?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but Baldwin would get to know about it. He has the right to know about it. So that's Giglio material. Because that shows her bias and her incentive to testify. So
I see.
I don't think they will, but we'll find out.
I mean, she's on the list, and she has been summoned to court, to the local jail to testify.
Interesting.
But they said she wouldn't get there until the 13th.
Yeah, but she should. Yeah.
Why? She got other things to do.
No, but why would you testify if you're not getting anything out of it?
That's true. Except maybe just hating Alec.
And
yeah, but you know what? I'm sure if you kept your mouth shut, a check comes your way.
That's true.
I mean,
maybe she's going to help Alec.
Yeah.
Why would she help Alec?
I mean, well, who else was in the room? You know, it was her, Alec, the director, and
there's like 7 people, 6 people.
7 people. Are they
the scene photographer,
David Halls. Obviously, Halyna.
Yeah.
Joel.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what we were going through yesterday when we were watching that body cam on your show, Dolly. Right.
Yeah.
So at first they said there were 3 or 4 people. Then they said there were 7 or 8 people, and they were all crowding around talking to Alec, which they should have been. And before you know it, there are like a dozen people standing around going, "How many people were in there? Oh, I don't know. Maybe there were more. Maybe there were 12 people." Like that, and no one could even remember how many people were in there. Right now, you'd think there would be some like register or something of who's in a room when there's a rehearsal. Like there would be some sort of like even there's footage. Isn't there a camera that shows who's where?
No, there's no recording of the incident.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Hannah wasn't present, so there's no point in her even being there.
Hannah was outside.
Yeah.
But there were some people that were actually standing at the door, like who saw what happened or saw over people's shoulder what happened, but they weren't in the room, actually there in the room, right? So there's all this conflicting testimony or potential testimony as to how many people were in there. But then again, they were all talking to each other, which Lefebvre said, "Oh, Alec, yeah, you can't be talking to people." But then they were all just talking for like an hour.
Right.
Yeah, I watched it. They were talking for an hour.
Special
It was crazy. It was crazy. So, and I don't know whether like that's going to come. Well, I suppose it can. Can it come in? Does it come in? It would come in from the defense.
Oh, sorry. I just looked down. I saw Baldwin on screen sitting. So I was like, oh, it's time.
I'm going to jump in from my phone.
All right. So, yeah, let's see if you guys get any more questions here if we missed. Rick and Nikita says for $2, who lost a war to emus? Twice.
Not us. We won.
Sweet Tooth Fairy saying, is it frozen for anyone else? No. It's just weird like that. JL says, maybe Trump will pardon Alec. He cannot pardon Baldwin. He has no authority to do so. It's all for state crime offenses, so Trump does not have the authority to do it.
But has that ever been
Trump would
tested?
never.
No. But
well, no, even if he
theoretically.
could, even if he wanted to, he can't.
Right.
But theoretically, though, has that ever been tried?
No, because I mean, if you think about it, at the end of the day, if the president has the power to pardon you for state crimes, that almost makes him like a super governor. And if he has the power to do one thing a governor can do, I think you'd have to make the argument he could do a lot of things your governor can do.
Oh.
And how do you get to the point where he's just only limited to that power? And I can see that being used to really abuse a system, and that really breaks down federalism very quickly.
I got you. That makes sense.
Vicky Hatherley gave a super sticker. Thank you, Vicky. Netscape still exists? I think they did recently. Yeah. Trump did pardon Lil Wayne and Kodak Black. Yes, he did.
Federal crimes, though.
For federal crimes, yes.
The governor could pardon him, Bush.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess and Trump could go.
Governor of
"You must
Arizona
pardon
could.
him."
Yeah, but that ain't happening.
New Mexico.
Or Governor of New Mexico. Yeah, so Governor Lujan. Or isn't that her?
Lujan.
Wuhan?
Yeah.
Wuhan.
Or, yeah.
Oh, are they related to the detective Wuhan?
Yeah, there is a detective Lujan on the case.
Yeah. Governor of New Mexico. Yeah. Michelle Lujan Grisham. Yes. Well, you guys trying to tell me I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, here we go. Look. Bam.
Oh,
Michelle Lujan Grisham. I didn't realize it was Grisham. Okay. She's an
Well, that's
American
probably-
lawyer. A lot of us scumbag lawyers in politics.
Yeah, I figure.
Yeah, is the 32nd governor of Nuevo Mexico, or is it Mexico Nuevo? I think that's how you'd say it. Anyway, she's part of the newer Mexico. So there you go. So her dad was a dentist. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm an anti-dentite.
Oh shoot, we're back.
God, I told you.
You didn't hear you say anything.
I know, I'm kidding.
By my dad, I'll produce it.
All right, here we go.
Too. All right, Anjanette, I hear they're heading back into the courtroom. I know you want to get in the courtroom. We're going to take
Oh, crap, I got to make notes again.
and pick up what's going on in there. Thank you so much. I believe I'll see you tomorrow morning because I'm back here.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I would.
All right. Have a seat, tuck into the microphone.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Alessandro Pietta. I come from Italy. I am a gun manufacturer. I'm the guy that made the gun that been used.
You have to answer her.
Oh, sorry.
I have information, but I have to ask you a question and then you answer the question.
Sorry.
All right, so you.
I feel so
are gun
special, it's just
manufacturer,
Yes, I am.
And what company do you own?
It's named
So let's put everyone back.
And do you
us
manufacture
back.
Pietta firearms?
Yes, that's the name of the company in English.
How long have you been manufacturing firearms?
Where
The
is
company
it?
has been founded
Where's the
in
thing?
1963 from our dad. And
There we go.
my brother and myself are running the company since 2000.
And are you familiar with how Pietta firearms are actually made?
Yes, of course.
And how are you familiar?
Thank me very much,
I've
darling.
been working in the company since 1995, and I've been taught by my dad how to produce a gun and assist my brother producing, studying engineering in demo.
Who is this?
Does Pietta Firearms have
The expert
quality
witness from
control
Italy.
measures and inspections of their firearms?
Yes, we do.
And what are those?
Gracias.
Start from raw material, and then we check all the machining part, and then we got our quality control on the assembly department, and of course, before shipping the gun to the customer. So we got several steps in our procedure line.
And does Pietta Firearms use, what kind of manufacturing technology does Pietta Firearms use?
Well, we've been involved a lot in the industrial 4.0. That means that we are using the most actual manufacturing technology available on the market.
So you're basically high-tech.
Yeah, we use CNC machine for control of robotic system. It's not just by hand, but also use the modern technology.
Okay. So, excuse me, what does Pietta Firearms do to ensure that a gun that leaves Pietta Firearms doesn't have any defects? And Mr. Pietta, if I can just have you pull the microphone a little closer and then speak a little
He comes from
slower.
Italy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
He makes
And
that
if you could just speak a little slower.
Yahoo!
We do have our quality control
Let's go.
operation, but being an Italian manufacturer, by law, we had to send the gun to a national proof house. It's not a private company, but it's a public company. And all the guns that we produce, all the guns that are imported or made in Italy, need to be tested by this proof house. They
Yes.
have their own standard quality controls, and they also give us a certificate, and they stamp on the gun their marks. So there are different systems that we use to check the guns.
What is a proof house?
A proof house is a public company that shoot the gun, test the gun, take certain dimension. We have CIP homologations that is different from the American. It's called SANI, but they're very similar on the concept. We have certain dimension and did be checked in order to be sure that the gun works properly. They also shoot the gun higher pressure, so they know that the gun will not blow up during your regular training section. And of course, they check all the safeties on the guns.
That's
So-
standard, though. In Europe.
Before the gun leaves your company, Pietta Firearms, do you guys do checks of the guns first?
We do our own final check for quality reports. That means that we also looking for aesthetical defects. And of course, we do our own quality on the trigger pull or on the action to be sure that everything in proper.
There's a
in
lot
proper
of hand
situation.
fitting involved in these
And
types
so
of
in
guns.
addition to that, then it goes to the proof house and they do their checks as well?
The proof house check the gun as a piece of steel, if you pass that name. I check the gun for the customer because they want to get a nice gun, so without any scratches.
nice gun.
Or without any cosmetical defects.
Nice gun.
Does that also involve checking the internal parts of the gun to make sure that there are no defects?
That done before by our quality control office, and we do that in the company.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 50.
No objection.
Your Honor, being that there is no objection, I would move into evidence States Exhibit 50 and ask to have it published. On the screen in front of you, Mr. Pieta, is States Exhibit 50. Do you recognize that?
Yeah,
What
it's
is
one
it?
of our single action revolver. Probably, actually, it's written 45 long Colt. That's the caliber, 7.5 barrel length.
Are you familiar with this particular gun?
I know this gun because I know that gun has been produced for a trade show called SHOT Show, and has been shipped to Vegas. In particular for that show.
Were you involved in the manufacture of this particular gun?
I was personally involved producing this sample for that trade show.
Oh, wow.
And do you recall when this gun was manufactured?
I guess 2016 or 2017.
Okay. How do you manufacture this particular firearm?
Well, I would not say manufacturer. I could say I prepare this gun because being a replica, we need to make our customer happy. And of course, our main customers are collectors. So when we prepare a new sample or a new model, we study the books. So we study the American history and we look for details just to make a new model. That's why I've been involved to introduce this gun during this trade show.
So you said this was a single action revolver.
This is a single action type revolver. It means that every time you want to shoot, you need to pull the hammer, cock the hammer, and pull the trigger.
Is that what a single action means?
Yes.
So you have to cock the hammer before you pull the trigger?
Yes.
Okay.
He's very proud of his gun, eh?
Is it different from other Pieta single action revolvers?
It's different on outside because the details are different. We are not used to make any marks on the grip, or we are not used to write the caliber on the trigger guard. But this is basically is the same gun with a different configuration.
So are the internal components of this gun the same as for others?
Yes, correct.
Pieta?
Correct.
Are the internal components of this particular gun, are they interchangeable with other Pieta single action revolvers?
Yes, they do.
Now, is the hammer to this Exhibit 50 that we see in front of us, is that different from other Pieta revolver hammers?
As the sides of the hammer and being polished just to create a different color.
Okay, but is it similar in as far as specifications?
It's the same.
It's the same to other firearms? I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as States Exhibit 6. If I can have the deputy bring it up and ask you to put on some gloves.
Sure.
So you can.
Look at
All right,
him.
go.
This is just.
He loves his
Oh.
guns. He has them.
Oh, good. Thank you.
I like talking about guns. This. Oh.
What's doing?
I might take a nap because this isn't really going to do anything for us.
Oh, he's gonna come.
He's going to be. Look what they did to my boy.
You see how offended he got when they said, "How was it manufactured?"
Yeah. It seems to be the same gun
handmade.
that's on the screen.
It's handmade.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 51.
Oh,
No
sorry.
objection.
I move into evidence 51, Your Honor, with no objection.
Case 51 is submitted, you may publish.
Now, if you can take a look at that firearm Exhibit 6 that's in front of you, does it have a serial number?
Yes, it is.
And I'm going to put on the screen State's Exhibit 51. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, that's our invoice that probably has been used to ship the gun to EMF.
Does this invoice contain or list this particular gun that's in front of you, Exhibit 6?
Can I check the serial number?
Yes, please.
Can I touch the gun?
Yes, we'll get those.
Yeah, it's the same serial number.
Okay. So did Pieta Firearms then ship this gun, Exhibit 6, per this invoice?
Yes, we did.
And when and to whom was it shipped?
Has been shipped to EMF company. That is one of our customer that show with us during SHOT Show. So to get the gun inside United States, we need to get someone to get all the license to import the gun for us. That's why this sample has been shipped to EMF.
Okay. What kind of a company is EMF?
EMF is an importing company, and they sell to distributor, dealers, and to individuals.
Is EMF associated with Pieta Firearms?
Yes, it is.
How?
We, Alberto and myself, own EMF.
So you own EMF?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And so when did you ship this particular firearm that's in front of you to EMF?
It's written on the invoice of the 27 November 2017.
So that's when it left Italy to go to EMF?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let me go back to ask you a question about this hammer. You had said that it's nickel plated because this is for a particular.
No, it's not nickel plated, it's just polished.
Oh, polished. I'm sorry. Does that change its functionality?
No.
Okay. Did this particular gun go to the proof house?
Absolutely.
And was it approved by the proof house?
Yes, it is.
And how can you tell?
Well, there are some marks on the frame that is clearly on the top of the serial number. So you can see them. There's also another proof mark on the cylinder. So they're easy to understand that this gun has been approved by the proof house.
And what does that mean to you as a gun manufacturer that's been approved by the proof house?
That we have produced a good gun, follow the CIP regulation, and the gun can be sold to anyone. Without that marks, we cannot sell or produce or export any guns.
Now, once it comes to the United States, do you know if your guns or these guns that you import are also subjected to testing by American agencies?
No, actually, all the guns that want to be imported in the United States need to be approved by ATF first. So when we start producing this single action revolver, we send a sample or few samples to ATF agent and they approve the gun for us.
Do you know what ATF does in order to approve the guns?
Mostly they have a schedule with details, so they need to check if our guns, actually a gun, match their requests. And also they call drop test, and is used to see if the gun is safe enough to avoid any kind of malfunction.
You said a drop test. What do you understand that to be?
Drop test means that the gun has to be approved. They have a safety, and in this particular
kill
gun,
a certain number of dogs in a minute.
Cylinder, and they put the safety on. They put a primer, not a live round, of course, a dummy. They put the hammer in the first notch, so the firing pin is lined with the primer, and they take a weight, let it drop at 8 or 4 feet, something like that, 5 times. And again, the system should not shoot. If that is okay, they approve the gun.
And so does your
See ya.
PF firearm revolvers get put through that test by ATF?
Absolutely.
And that's to test to make sure it doesn't fire on its own?
No, that test means that we have safety on the gun.
Are you familiar with how this particular gun fires?
What that mean?
Well, what does it take to
You need to
make it
you
shoot?
need to cock the hammer and pull the trigger.
Do you know this gun that you have in front of you will fire without a pull of the trigger?
Actually, this gun cannot fire because from what I see is missing some parts. So,
Okay, I'm talking about when it was first
oh, sure, of
manufactured.
course.
Does it fire? Would it fire without a pull of the trigger?
No,
Why not?
because the mechanic, the design of the hammer and the trigger has been designed since Samuel Colt made this gun to work in that way.
And can you explain under what circumstances it will only fire?
Well, when you cock the hammer, the trigger will engage the firing knock position. That is the farthest one, so the last position of the hammer. And if you want to release the hammer, you need to pull the trigger. The trigger is just a sear that locks the hammer in that position. And if you want to do that, you need to pull the trigger.
Okay. Now, is there also a manufacturer's warning about whether or not the firing pin should be sitting on a primer?
Well, actually, it's not just a manufacturer, it's a standard rule between shooter when you carry your gun, in this particular gun, to load just only 5 ammo and not 6.
Why is that?
For safety reason. So you will know that you will not, if eventually the gun fall down, nothing happens.
What could happen if the gun falls down and the primer?
Most of the time, nothing, because the hammer is against the frame. And so if you hit the round, the primer will not shoot the primer. So it's just a safety rule that has been taught to every kind of shooter. So I've been a shooter for myself, and that's what they told me to do. So load 5 rounds on the cylinder instead of 6.
And will it fire? Let's say you load 6. And what could happen if you load 6?
Nothing really, just need to know that you load 6 rounds instead of 5.
Okay, but if you have the firing pin on the 6th round?
If the firing pin is in the rest position, when the hammer is down the frame, so the firing pin is not against the primer, nothing happens, because if you want to shoot the primer, you need to apply a certain quantity of force to shoot it. So you can get a thick touch on the primer, but the gun will not shoot.
Okay. If the firing pin is actually on the primer?
Close to.
Okay, but you had said that if the firing pin is on the primer and you drop the gun, what could happen?
Usually, it's based on the primer technology. The powder in the primer is not at the top of the primer, it's just a little in the middle. So you need to press it a little more. And when you reach that point, you can shoot the load under the firing pin.
So what I'm hearing you say, it sounds like the only way you can fire this gun is by pulling the trigger?
That's the way that should be done.
Is there another way to fire this gun?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me ask you, what condition was this gun in when you shipped it, when PF shipped it to EMF?
As I said before, this gun is being produced for a trade show. So we ship the gun without the firing pin. That is mandatory for this trade show, that all the guns are safe. And doing that, there are inspectors that check all the guns for us and put a tag. So the consumer, the customers, will know that they cannot use the gun to shoot to anybody.
So not having a firing pin in that gun while it was used in trade shows, does that alter it or change it in any way?
Well, you are missing one part. That's it.
But does it change any internal components of it?
No.
Now, did Pieta Firearms own EMF while, during the time EMF owned this gun?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did EMF do anything to this gun?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Just a couple more questions, Mr. Pieta. When Pieta Firearms shipped this to the United States to EMF, did it send the firing pins with it?
I don't remember, really. Sorry.
How hard is it to install a firing pin?
Pretty easy. It's just a pin and that's it.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, but the other lawyers will.
Thank you.
So they flew Lumiere all the way out from France to this?
Good afternoon, Mr. Pieta.
Good afternoon.
Just have a couple of questions for you. We'll be out of here quickly. We heard you say that you personally made this gun. Is that right?
Yeah.
And it was shipped from your company, Pieta, in 2017?
Yeah, that's what is written on the invoice.
Between 2017 and October 2021, you don't know how this gun was handled by any particular individuals. Is that correct?
No, I have no idea.
Your knowledge of the gun's functionality was limited to November of 2017 when it was shipped from your company. Is that fair?
That's not correct because my knowledge about this gun was also during this trade show that's been held in January. So probably the last time I saw the gun was in January.
So roughly beginning of 2018. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so you don't know what condition the gun was in on October 21st, 2021, when it was being used on the Rust set by Mr. Baldwin. Is that correct?
Correct.
The gun was destroyed.
And before the gun was sent to the FBI for testing in 2022, you were not asked to inspect the gun. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, the Santa Fe sheriff didn't ask you any questions about the gun at that time. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Or at any time?
I never see anyone except today.
Even though you personally made it. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
And so the first time that you had seen the gun since about early 2018 was about 2 months ago. Isn't that right?
I saw the picture of the gun during a preview interview that we got on Zoom, in a Zoom meeting.
Someone held up a picture of the gun on a Zoom meeting.
Yeah, this picture probably.
And that was the first time since 2017 you had seen the gun. Yes.
Well, of course, I got this picture on my computer, but I never recalled that was the one that was sent to everybody else.
And at that point, the gun was already broken. Correct, sir?
It's the first time I see the gun. I may say yes.
Great. Thank you. No further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
That's it.
Thank you so much.
That's nice. Got a trip across the ocean for that.
Definitely
Who's your
sounded
next
French to me.
Hancock.
Your Honor, the state calls Justin Neal.
All right.
I know she's that's all. I'm just gonna.
Justin New, she said.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Have a seat, tuck into the microphone.
Did they take the gun?
Yes.
Okay, I need it. Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor? Yes. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yeah, my name's Justin Neal.
And sir, how are you employed?
I own my own marketing firm.
And what kind of work do you do? What kind of marketing work?
My marketing firm is a very stereotypical ad agency, And we have another leg to our company where we recruit and manage sales reps for our clients,
What kind of clients do you have?
primarily outdoors.
And are you affiliated with Pieta Firearms?
Yes.
How?
Pieta's a little bit more robust than the other clients I have. I essentially handle North America for them as it pertains to sales and marketing. And I also handle EMF, which they are part of, as their sales and marketing.
What is EMF?
Early Modern Firearms is an importer, and it's based out of Santa Ana, California. They have been in business for 65 plus years, and very much back in the day, they used to supply a lot of firearms, Pieta and otherwise, to Hollywood.
Who owns EMF at this time?
Alessandro and Alberto Pieta.
And how long have they owned EMF?
I believe 2017.
And what exactly is it that you do for EMF?
I handle, again, the sales of the guns that they have of Pieta's. EMF only imports and distributes meaning sells to retailers, Pieta firearms. So I handle the sales of Pieta firearms through EMF through distribution.
Are you required to have a federal firearms license?
I am.
And why is that?
I am an RP on the FFL for EMF. There has to be two responsible parties, and the Pieta family or the Pietas entrusted in me to be one of the RPs on that FFL.
And RP is what?
Responsible party.
And what does the responsible party do?
The responsible party is responsible for the distribution, the importing of the firearms, and all the paperwork thereof.
So as the responsible party for EMF, are you also required to be aware of what transactions take place, what firearms are sold by EMF?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how EMF maintains its records of sales?
Yes.
In September of 2021, do you recall a transaction between EMF and a company called PDQ Arms and Prop?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recall that?
I recall that because I saw the actual sales record or the shipping invoice and the packing slip.
I'm going to show you, well, let me ask you this. How did PDQ contact you, or how is it that you guys learned that PDQ needed to purchase arms?
Yeah, they contacted EMF.
Okay. And what was the request for?
The request was for firearms that he saw on the website.
Guys,
EMF
I'm sorry, this
obviously
is
has a
very
website,
boring.
And he wanted some revolvers. And
I'm having
at
fun.
that time, 2021.
I'll be right back.
The heart of the
Okay,
pandemic. And Pieta and every manufacturer, gun manufacturer was back ordered. So we didn't have any. The lady in which he talked to initially said, we do have display guns that we show at trade shows. And so we didn't offer, we said we had those guns.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 52.
Mm-hmm.
No objection.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence 52.
I wonder if they're gonna argue, since it's a secondhand gun, could it malfunction? I feel like that's what the defense is gonna try to go with.
I'm going to show you, well, before you is States Exhibit 52. Do you recognize that?
I recognize it, yes.
What is it?
It is a Pieta single action revolver.
And how do you recognize that is a Pieta single action revolver?
Because that was a display gun that we had at some of the trade shows in which I attended and I monitored.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as States Exhibit 6 and ask you to put on some gloves and take a look at that gun.
Okay.
Just me, guys. Let's take over.
I'm here with you. Can you hear me?
Oh, hey.
Okay, I'm definitely not eating a crunch wrap from Taco Bell right now.
Oh, you're not. Okay, no problems.
Definitely not eating Taco Bell.
I didn't think you were.
But I feel like they're going to try to argue the fact that it was a secondhand gun.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 6?
Yes,
What is it?
it is the same gun that's shown on screen at Pieta single action.
Now, that's me, Robert.
So it's the same gun as depicted on 52? State's Exhibit 52?
Yes,
And tell me, was this one of the guns that was sold to PDQ?
yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as stated. Keep that in front of you because I may ask you some additional questions. If you can just close the box, but I will ask you some additional questions. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53.
No objection.
Would move into evidence State's Exhibit 53.
States 53 is admitted.
Mr. Neal, do you recognize what's in front of you as State's Exhibit 53?
Yes,
What is it?
it is a shipping report, and that is shipping invoice
From whom to whom?
from EMF to PDQ.
And when was that?
It was in 21, order date 9/29/21.
Okay, so on September 29, 2021, were these firearms that are listed on this invoice shipped to PDQ?
Yes,
And is Exhibit 6 that's in front of you one of those firearms that's on this invoice?
yes.
Which one is it? You can actually touch the screen and it'll mark.
Oh, well, okay. I'd have to see the serial number.
Okay, so
on the
if you want
gun.
to look at the serial number of the gun in Exhibit 6. Actually, if you want to open it and you can check the serial number.
Yeah, it's right here.
Is it not making a mark? It might be your
It's
gloves.
it's the third one. I've got gloves on.
Okay.
It's the third one.
So,
E52277.
this one right here?
Yes,
So the number 3, the third gun on the invoice is Exhibit 6.
yes.
Now, let me ask you, when did you become affiliated with EMF?
2018.
And do you recall approximately, was the beginning, mid, end of 2018? And when you became affiliated with EMF, did EMF already have Exhibit 6 in its inventory?
Yes,
And did this gun, Exhibit 6, remain with EMF from the time that you were with them until September 29, 2021?
yes.
And what did EMF use Exhibit 6, this particular gun, for?
To display at primarily industry trade shows, business to business shows, B2B shows.
So it was owned by the company the entire time?
Yes,
Did EMF do any work on this gun?
no,
Did EMF inspect it for quality assurance purposes?
before each show, functionality. It wasn't, they didn't take apart the gun or anything, just to make sure it functioned properly. And then they would put it in what we call a sock, which is basically a soft case.
And when you say functionality, what does that mean?
That the gun works properly, not firing it, never fired, just the 4 traditional click of a Colt firearm, and the trigger worked properly.
And at any point during 2018 to September of 2021, was there any indication that this gun malfunctioned or had any defects?
No,
What condition was it in when it was sold to PDQ on September 29, 2021?
it was in perfect condition as far as I know.
You said that how often was this gun checked for functionality while it was owned by EMF?
We do approximately 5 shows a year, and so at least 5 times.
And you say 5 shows, does that mean, is it in a display case?
It is in a locked glass display case.
So people can't just come and grab it?
They can't grab it, no.
Do you also, well, let me ask you this before we move on to the next topic. When this gun was shipped to PDQ, do you know what it was shipped in?
Yeah, EMF follows standard operating procedures, which they do for any gun shipped, whether it's to a dealer, a big box store, distributor, influencer. It is in Pieta makes and supplies EMF with a very hard styrofoam box that's molded for a single action, and it's placed in there, then a cover over the top of it that's fit to it, and then another cardboard box sleeve that slides over the top of that, sealed, and then it is put into another shipping box with whatever other guns or accessories the attended person or store requests.
Would that have been the manner in which it would have been shipped to PDQ?
Yes.
Do you also handle customer service calls for Pieta guns in the United States?
I handle quite a bit of the customer service calls, yes. Not all, but a lot.
Approximately how many would you say?
Over the years, since 2018, I probably on average handle 5 or 6 a month.
Okay. Have you ever received a complaint or a call about a Pieta revolver going off by itself?
Never.
Are you familiar with how this particular gun fires?
Am I familiar with how it fires?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Does it fire without a pull of the trigger?
No.
May I have a moment here?
Yes, I'm here, Councilor French.
And my heart goes boom. Walking down the street and my heart goes boom.
Mr. Neal, if this particular gun, Exhibit 6, if it had displayed any defects in functionality, would it have still been shown at trade shows?
No.
Why not?
The purpose of Pieta or EMF going to a trade show is to sell firearms to FFL dealers, holders, not the public, but sporting goods stores, if you will. And if a buyer who wanted to specifically see this gun or any other was to hold it under our watchful eye, of course, and it was defective, he would probably not buy that gun or any other gun that we have.
So would it be fair to say you put up the best of the best that Pieta has to offer?
Absolutely.
May I have a moment, you know? Does the court want this one? Thank you, Mr. Neal. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
We have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused, sir. Thank you. Next witness.
Now we're moving.
Give me just a minute, we're just a little out of order. Give us just one moment.
Let it be someone spicy. Wouldn't it be funny if everyone in the courtroom was wearing Kevlar because Alec Baldwin's there? I wouldn't want to go near him.
If they let him operate the gun. Well, Binger was there, maybe. In the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
Yeah. It's like,
everybody has on Kevlar.
everyone stay away. It's Alec Baldwin.
I said it last night. I'm gonna say this is one hell of a promo for this movie. One hell of a promo for this movie.
Out of his way.
They're gonna definitely release it.
I'm missing my notes.
Alec Baldwin was searched for guns when he entered the courthouse. Yep. He ran out before and came back in. It's like, did he get a gun? This dude needs a felony charge so we can never get near a gun again.
It's hilarious to me.
Bob, they made AB go through the metal detector twice.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Yeah.
Well,
I've been in the
we have a
business
new
for 40
witness.
years.
Yeah.
I know everything I need to know about guns.
So, yeah, guys, those guys are uneventful. I mean, yes, they're saying it left the factory fine, it left the distributor fine. That still gives Alec Baldwin chances to, he could still make allegations the gun was messed with.
Yeah,
Seth Kenny,
like I said, they might
with the armor. So that's why they passed on those two. There's nothing to ask him.
Sure.
Yeah. And it wouldn't make much sense that a broken gun got that far. So
that's true.
Here's Detective Ducklips.
Oh, sweet.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will
Life
be the
is
truth,
like
the whole
a
truth, and nothing but the
hurricane
truth?
here in
All right, thank you.
Ducklips.
Have a seat. Talking to the microphone.
Detective Hancock.
Ready? Hang on.
Just state your name for the record, even though I know it's repetitive.
Alexandria Hancock.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a corporal with the Santa Fe
Sounds
County
like she's
Sheriff's
about to
Office.
fucking cry.
And how long
I
have
knew
you
she'd
been with the Santa
be
Fe
called
County
today.
Sheriff's Department?
All she does is cry.
It will be
And seduce men.
November.
And how did you
Hell.
become involved with this case?
In 2021, I was a detective with the Sheriff's Office. I was assigned to the Violent Crimes Division. On that day, we had received a call for a shooting at a movie set on the Bonanza Creek Ranch.
She's known as the New Mexican Kamala Harris.
And you said you were on duty.
Are you being serious?
And I'm sorry
No.
if I didn't
I could
hear
speculate.
you. What were you at the time? Were you a corporal?
No, I was a detective.
And did you show up to the scene there at Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time?
David, she always
I
looks
believe
like
it
this.
was between 2:30 and 3 p.m.
I don't always look like this.
And so,
She
can
does.
you kind of give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury
Actually,
an
that's-
idea of what was going on? Were you the only detective on scene? Were there other detectives? What was happening?
Yeah, so when we had originally, it's called a briefing, essentially, back at our office, at the sheriff's office, we had a short briefing with all the detectives that were there that day about what had been learned thus far as to what occurred on the ranch. And so during, or I should say after that briefing, the detectives were assigned at that point on who would be handling and who would be assisting. And then from there, the entire team of us went out to the ranch.
So approximately how many people were in the team?
I want to say maybe 5 or 6 of us.
And how does the sheriff's department traditionally, is one detective named primary, or are there more than one? How does that work?
Just one is primary, and then typically they will have a secondary just depending on the case.
Are you familiar with
And
Officer
how did
Megan
it work
Hall?
out with this case?
Originally with this
Hey, now.
case, a different detective, his name's Joel Cano, was assigned the primary detective, and then I was assigned secondary.
And just so that we're clear, at some point, did you become primary?
Yes,
And at what point was that?
probably at least a couple weeks later.
Okay. Now, in that interim, in those 2 weeks, were you actively working on the case?
Yeah, I was assisting with it.
And as the assisting detective, did you conduct interviews with witnesses on October 21st?
Yes, I did.
Who did you interview on that day? And then we'll back up.
Okay. On that day, I interviewed Hannah Gutierrez Reed, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
So I want to be clear, you as the assisting detective interviewed all 3 of the people that were ultimately criminally charged.
Yes.
So if you were interviewing all of those, what I'm going to call sort of main players, what was the primary Detective Cano doing?
He was, on the day of the incident, he was interviewing the numerous people that needed to be interviewed back at the ranch.
And give us an idea of who those folks were.
That Detective Cano interviewed?
Mm-hmm.
They were people that were said to be inside the church at the time of the incident. Or
My God, he's falling asleep.
members that assisted with the armor.
No, I think that's just naturally
Why
how
was
he
it
is.
necessary to have 2 detectives doing interviews at the same time?
Because of how many people were involved.
Okay. And have you continued to be the primary investigator with the Sheriff's Department on this case since 2 weeks after the incident?
Yes.
Now, when you were dispatched, well, it sounds like you weren't really dispatched, were you?
No.
Who called you in?
My lieutenant at the time, which was Mike Martinez.
And you indicated that you had a briefing.
Yes.
And tell us kind of what information you got at the briefing that you had before you went out to the scene.
Yeah, so during our briefing there at the office, we were told that there was a movie being filmed at Bonanza Creek Ranch, and then sometime during that day, shortly before we were called in for that briefing, that 2 people had been shot on the set.
Did you receive information that the shooting had been characterized as an accident?
I do recall reading that on our CAD.
And as a detective with the Sheriff's Department, when you get called to
I think she might be.
a shooting that's being
With
characterized
Seth
as
Kenny's
an accident,
the father.
does that mean to you that there will be no criminal charges?
No.
Enough with your fanfic, Dolly.
Are there? Have you been dispatched or involved in
It's gonna be
accident investigations in the past that turned into criminal cases?
Yes.
So I just want to be clear. I know that the jury's heard some of this. So you interviewed Hannah Gutierrez, correct?
That's correct.
And what role did she have on the set?
She was the armorer, the main armorer on Rust.
And you also indicated that you interviewed someone named David Halls. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what his role was on the set?
He was the assistant director.
And then, of course, you interviewed Mr. Baldwin, and we understand that he's an actor, correct?
Correct.
I want to just take you back for a moment. During opening, did you hear the defense attorney say that Sarah Zachary was not interviewed on October 21st?
I did hear that.
Is that correct?
No.
Was Sarah Zachary actually interviewed on October 21st?
She was.
Who interviewed her?
Detective Joel Cano with the assistance of Detective Ray Arndt.
And who was Sarah Zachary?
She was the props master for us.
If you would try to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the relationship between the prop master and the armorer based on your understanding.
I would date
What I understood between the prop master and the armorer, as it pertains to Rust, is that they're technically two different departments. They have different functions, different roles, do different things. But in the case of Rust, the prop master and the armorer assisted each other because of how what they would describe to be prop heavy this movie was.
And did you
You
get
could say
the
it had mad
understanding
props.
of when we say prop, exactly what we're talking about?
Yes.
So one of these gun holsters, would that be a prop?
Yes.
Would the guns themselves be props?
Yes.
Even the live gun, the real guns, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
And the
When the horses poop, it's technically a
ammunition, would
prop.
that be considered a prop?
Yes.
It sounds like they could have made the argument that
and does that
Halyna
also
Gutierrez
include
was overextended.
glasses and cups and plates and silverware?
Yeah, anything that
tried. They did make
an
that argument,
actor,
Hotep. They tried.
would
Oh, wow.
use in a
In
scene.
her trial, they made that argument.
Excluding like wardrobe items.
Didn't work.
Okay. And I understand that you indicated that Ms. Zachary was interviewed on the 21st of October by Detective Cano. Did you also conduct a follow-up interview with Sarah Zachary at a later date?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I believe it was sometime in November.
So just the following month?
Yes.
And you testified that you conducted an interview with Halyna Gutierrez on October 21st. Did you also conduct a follow-up interview with her at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And approximately when was that, if you recall?
I want to say that was in November as well.
And you interviewed Mr. Baldwin on the 21st, correct?
Yes.
And did you have subsequent contact with Mr. Baldwin after the interview that you did on October 21st?
Yes, I did.
And how were you having contact with him? Was he in New Mexico, or how was that happening?
No, he wasn't in New Mexico at that point, but I would receive phone calls and sometimes text messages.
From Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
Generally speaking, was it Mr. Baldwin reaching out to you or you reaching out to him?
It was him reaching out to me.
So he had your cell phone number?
Oh,
Yes, my department cell.
Seriously, all the guys
And
were hitting on her.
just to be clear, do the defense attorneys also have your contact information?
They do.
Oh, yeah.
Have they sent you text messages?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know exactly her title, but members from their team, yes.
Okay, so they actually have your cell phone number?
Yes.
And you've made yourself available to them?
That's correct.
And you do that whether I'm there or not, right?
Yes.
With regard to your November interview with Ms. Gutierrez, did you have a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez about who loaded the gun?
I did.
And what did Ms. Gutierrez say?
That she loaded the gun herself.
And did you have a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez concerning the box of ammunition that was holding that one suspected live round?
I did.
And what did Ms. Gutierrez say?
That it would be a box that she would have provided.
Objection, hearsay, unless this is information acted upon.
So, my response.
I gotta get going.
All right, see you guys.
Yeah, thanks so much.
See you, Dolly.
Bye,
Okay.
everybody. See you after.
Dolly and
Having
Helen
fun.
will be going over more
I don't believe that they
Baldwin
are,
Discovery
but,
tonight, guys.
Like I said, if it's information
Send you a link
acted
if you're
upon,
interested. It'll be fun.
and we can cross on it, it's fine.
All right, go ahead.
Mwah. Oh, hang on. Face lips. Keith.
Did you have conversations? Well, let me ask you. Ms. Gutierrez indicated that she brought that box of ammunition on the set. Is that right?
That it was similar to one that she would have provided.
During that interview, did she produce a photograph for you?
She did.
And the photograph that she produced, did she tell you where she got it?
I don't know if she said in that interview exactly where she got it, but she did describe it to be a box like that was in the photo would be what she provided.
And the photograph that she showed you during the interview, did it match exactly the label on the box that contained the live ammunition?
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you have any question about who introduced the live ammunition to the set of Rust?
No.
Who do you believe it was based on your investigation?
Hannah.
Did you have conversations with Ms. Gutierrez about her firearms training?
The one that she conducted?
Yes,
Or her own experience?
No.
Objection, hearsay.
I think we should approach. You not want to?
Go ahead, come on, up.
Okay, well, hey, chat. So, yeah, this is getting good. Oh, she's considered codependent. Is that why it's not hearsay? No. Yes, this actually happened. Biden introduced Zelensky as Putin. Like, that actually happened. And oh my God, it's fucking real. And it's like really fucking embarrassing. We'll watch this real quick and we'll come back to this. Here you go, guys. This
And
happened.
now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. He's going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky.
Yeah, there we go, chat. Yes. Holy shit. Yes, he's losing his mind. He's losing his fucking mind and they won't get rid of him. Yes, Zelensky. Yes, I need the more cocaine. I mean tanks. Yes, tanks made of cocaine. Hey, Cannon. How you doing? Is the driving going good? You're muted. So, yes, the true and honest president of Ukraine, Putin. I can't believe they're going to go too much longer. We're getting to almost 4:30 out there. Yeah, Cannon, you're still muted.
You conducted an interview with Mr. Baldwin, is that correct?
Yes.
whether or not Mr. Baldwin received any training regarding the use of these firearms?
Yeah, he had mentioned that he did a training session shortly after with he said Hannah, which was the armorer, and then I believe he said Sarah and their assistant Nicole was there.
Okay.
Yeah, just don't tell mom the babysitter's dead at the White House.
And did you interview Seth Kinney?
Yes, several times.
How many times do you think you talked to him?
I don't know if I could. I'm not sure I could put a number on it. I don't know, probably at least between 5 and 10.
Okay. And was Mr. Kinney cooperative with you?
Yes.
Did you request any search warrants in this case?
Yes.
What search warrants were requested?
I had drafted the search warrant for the prop truck as well as the search warrant for PDQ.
And PDQ, is that Mr. Kinney's business?
Yes.
Let me ask you, have you ever worked on a movie set before?
No.
And have you ever investigated a crime on a movie set before?
No.
On October 21st, 2021, did you know what a prop truck was?
No.
At some point through your investigation, did you learn what a prop truck was?
Yes.
And what's a prop truck?
It was an area that was used for storage.
Storage of?
This particular prop truck?
Yeah.
It was actually multiple departments that were using it. I don't know exactly which ones, but the armorer and the props department had approximately half of like the back of the truck.
And I think we heard previous testimony from Ms. Popple that the search of the prop truck didn't happen until the 27th of October, I think?
Yes.
Is that right? What was the delay?
Well, I was not the case agent at that time, and so I really wasn't the one in charge of the investigation. And so what happens with your case agent is they kind of develop the flow and decide what's needed based on the information that they have and what we need to get.
What was one of the first things that you did when you became the primary on this case?
Started reviewing a lot of information.
How long after you became primary did you request a warrant for the prop truck?
Well, I wasn't the primary at the time that I requested that warrant. I was assisting.
Okay.
And so, I mean, between the day that the incident occurred, which was the 21st, and then the day that the search warrant was, I think, applied and executed for was the 27th, so 6 days.
And was the prop truck secured during that time?
Through my interviews, I found out that it was secured.
And how was it secured?
So the set, one of the individuals that worked on the set of Rust.
Objection, you're set. You were distracted. She knew it at the time.
This is information that she learned during her investigation.
But afterwards, it has nothing to do with.
Ask her did you get that date?
In terms of when she learned?
Yes.
When did you learn? Let me ask you this. When you showed up on the 27th of October, did anyone meet you at the prop truck?
Yes, and then we also had deputies that went out there at least a couple days before we had drafted that search warrant to secure the truck with 24-hour surveillance.
So when you went to the prop truck on the 27th, did someone have to meet you there to open it?
Yes.
Who had to meet you there to open it?
Her name was Ro Walters.
Okay. So on that day, did you understand that it was locked?
Yeah, inaccessible.
Okay, because she had to open it for you.
Correct.
And other than props generally, tell us what other things were stored inside that truck.
There was a firearm safe with firearms in it. There were firearms outside of that safe. I think there were like a bunch of chairs in it and maybe some like shade tents and stuff like that. There was quite a bit of stuff.
After you were let into the prop truck and it was unlocked for you, describe for us the safe. How big is it?
Maybe about 4 feet tall and maybe about a foot wide.
And did someone have to come and unlock that safe for you?
Yes.
Who was that?
Seth Kenny.
And when you executed the warrant on the prop truck, as it relates to this case, just summarize for us what you found. I mean, you know, we don't care about tables and chairs and stuff.
Additional firearms, more ammunition. I think that was kind of the major things that we got off of it.
And are you familiar with the ammunition that was provided to the set of rust by Seth Kenny?
Yes.
Where was that ammunition found?
Inside of the prop truck in a bag.
And when you say in a bag, was it inside something else?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Was it just loose in a bag?
Well, it was inside of a box that was inside a duffel bag type thing.
Okay. And is it also, did you locate a black gun belt?
I don't think I was the one that located that.
Okay, all right, no problem. And we understand that you also executed a search warrant on PDQ, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was on November 30th, I think we heard?
Yes.
So prior to executing that search warrant, had Seth Kenny talked to you about live rounds?
I don't, yes, I believe so.
Do you recall, did Seth Kenny at some point bring live rounds to you?
He did.
Do you know whether that was before you searched PDQ?
It was before.
So you knew before you searched PDQ that he had live rounds because he took them and told you?
Yes.
Did you receive information prior to the search at PDQ regarding a green ammo can?
I did.
Who did you receive that information from?
From Thel Reed, which was Hannah's father.
In part, was it based on the information from Hannah's father that you executed the search warrant on PDQ?
Yeah, the information I learned from him was some of what I used.
And just to be clear, I want to be clear, the reason that you went and searched PDQ, one of the reasons is because Mr. Reed said Seth Kenny's got live ammunition, right?
Yeah, he did say that. He actually said that he was the one that picked up that live ammunition.
Who was?
Thel.
Thel picked it up?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Corporal, did it occur to you that Thel Reed may be giving you inaccurate information to protect his daughter?
Objection.
What?
I mean, unless we're going to be able to ask witnesses. Never.
Continue.
I'm just asking you, I'm not asking about anybody else. Did it occur to you when you took the information from Mr. Reed and got the search warrant, did you know who to believe at that point in time?
No.
Okay. And I want to be clear, did Mr. Reed, and this is just because of, this is just why you did what you did Mr. Reed indicate to you that the ammunition at PDQ he thought was the same ammunition on the set of Rust?
Yes.
Did that turn out to be true?
No.
Even though, well, let me ask you this, the live ammunition that was collected from PDQ, did it just visibly look dissimilar to the live ammunition from Rust?
Yes.
Even though it looked dissimilar, did you send it to the FBI for testing anyway?
We did.
Did you ever discover any evidence throughout your entire investigation that Seth Kinney supplied live rounds to the set of Rust?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Seth Kinney was present on the set of Rust until?
I mean, we already
you
know
met
the
him at
answer to
prop
this.
truck?
No.
During your investigation, did you ever discover any evidence that Mr. Kinney modified or altered the gun that was provided to Mr. Baldwin?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Ms. Gutierrez modified or altered the gun that was provided to Mr. Baldwin?
No.
Did you ever formally arrest Ms. Gutierrez?
No.
Does that have anything to do with whether or not she was ultimately convicted of a crime?
No.
Did you ever arrest Dave Halls?
No.
Do you know whether or not he was convicted of a crime at some point?
Yes, he was.
And the fact that you arrested him or didn't arrest him, did that have anything to do with it?
No.
Does as a law enforcement officer, do you always arrest people who then later are criminally charged?
Sorry, you mean like arrest them right away? And
Do
then...
they have to be arrested in order to be criminally charged?
No.
Why would you not arrest someone?
To develop the investigation, if we're still waiting or investigating facts, trying to find information, and to get potential suspects or witnesses, whoever is involved, to cooperate with law enforcement.
Who makes the final charging decision in a criminal case?
The district attorney's office, essentially.
The prosecutor does, right?
Yes.
You guys don't. The law enforcement officers don't, correct?
Right.
Now, in addition to searching the prop truck and searching PDQ, did you also ask to search cell phones?
I did.
And whose cell phones did you search or ask to be searched?
I requested searches of Alec Baldwin's cell phone, Hannah Gutierrez's, David Hall's, and Sarah Zachary.
Did you review all of those cell phone extractions?
I did.
And when you review the cell phone extraction, what do you get to see? Do you get to see text messages?
I do.
Do you get to see photographs?
Yes.
When you reviewed the photographs from Ms. Gutierrez's cell phone, did you notice anything that stood out to you?
I did.
What was that?
There was a photograph taken, I believe it was maybe end of November, that she was there was two bullets, 2 rounds, in I believe her hand. And it caused a little bit of concern. And then I think I actually had found a couple photos of it. And one of the bullets in that photograph was circled, kind of how you can edit a picture. And it said, I believe it was dud on top of it.
That bullet that was circled that said dud on it, was it a Starline brass casing?
It was.
Did it have a nickel primer?
Yes. Well, silver.
Silver, nickel.
Yeah.
Okay. Just in terms of the color.
Yes.
And in terms of the projectile shape, did it match the live rounds from the set of rest?
It did.
All right, counsel, we're going to stop for the day. Jury, I want you to, instead of 8:30, I want you to be here at 9:30 downstairs. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
All rise to the jury.
Oh, so we're going to start later tomorrow. Oh yeah, there's gonna be some shit going down in the morning. So.
Oh, it's gonna get crazy tomorrow. So they're adjourning for the rest of the day.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. It's just now 4:45 there. So.
Oh yeah. There's no point.
Yeah, court's at 11:30 tomorrow morning, guys. Which I'm still gonna be late for because I have to do things tomorrow morning.
I want you all to get your exhibits over here. Everything. Okay. Lock up for the day. I'll be back at 10. Okay?
Yeah, we're gonna cover the Biden press conference real quick to see how that happens, the big boy conference. Oh yeah, look at him. Somebody's saying he had hip work done recently. Is 2.0 around? No, she's gone.
You look old and feeble.
Well, he's 66 years old anyway, so.
Yeah.
There's Hilaria. All right.